Chad Robichaux, dude, welcome to the Shawn Ryan Show.
Super honored to be here, man. I've been looking forward to it for a long time.
Me too.
Yeah.
I've been following you a long time online. I'm just fascinated with all the good stuff you're doing. Dude, you are just a solid human being, and you're doing great stuff in the world. And I can't believe we haven't met before now, but hey, we're here, and I am super excited about this interview. Thank you for being here.
No, thanks so much. Yeah.
But and then we recorded an awesome podcast last night. Had a great dinner, and we're on a fast timeline here because I know you got to get to Colorado, and so let's dig in.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, and thanks for doing my show. I know you don't do a lot of them, but that was really cool to come here, and your staff was so awesome to accommodate us being able to record you. So I'm excited about that as well.
Well, it was an honor to be on your show, man. But let me give you an introduction.
Okay.
It's one of the longest introductions I've ever done. But so here we go. Chad Robichaux, former Special Operations Force Reconnaissance Marine. You were a DoD contractor on a very high level, 8 JSOC deployments. You founded the Mighty Oaks Foundation, which has served over 450,000 service members and first responders. You know what I love, man, is you're helping everybody. We see a lot of nonprofits. I just interviewed this guy, Johnny Wilson. He says there's over 70 nonprofits that are just for special ops. Yeah. And there's so many other guys out there that have done stuff and that are out there suffering. And so thank you for helping everybody.
Absolutely, man. Everybody has their own unique role to play in the big picture of the military. As special operations guys, we feel like we're the best. But once you go out into combat and operate, you know that nothing happens without the whole system in place. And from the administrators to the combat engineers, all those guys. So we got to take care of everyone.
The infantry guys.
Especially the infantry guys. I mean, and the spouses. We take care of spouses too at our program. We treat the spouses, even if they're divorced, the same way we treat an active duty service member. We will put the same amount of care. We pay for everything for the spouses, just the same.
That's amazing.
It's a commitment we made as an organization.
I mean, almost 500,000 people.
Yeah.
What's that even? I mean, come on. 500,000 people?
And I know we'll get into it. When I started Mighty Oaks, people helped me. And the only reason Mighty Oaks began was God put a deep burden in my heart to pay it forward. And that could have been the one person or 500,000 people. I just knew that I knew that what someone did for me, I needed to pay it forward. It was my responsibility. And then, over the years, God just has orchestrated this amazing team and supporters to make this happen. And I get to be a part of it, man. And we've gotten to really not only impact a lot of people's lives, but and save people's lives and restore their families and change their legacies for eternity, because that's what we do. But we get to also empower them to go out and do the same thing. And that's why it's grown the way it has, because we don't just help people, we empower them to go out and make an impact themselves.
Yeah. We're going to dive into that, but I know you guys are making a huge dent in some of the issues that are going on for first responders and veterans, and I just commend you for that. You also co-founded Save Our Allies, which was you guys started basically to go into Afghanistan. We'll get into that.
Yeah.
You're the host of the Resilient podcast, which I was just on yesterday. You were a federal air marshal. You worked with the State Department. You got a Medal of Valor for bravery in law enforcement, MBA, about to receive another master's from Harvard. From what I understand, you're a professional MMA fighter, 4th degree black belt in jiu-jitsu with an 18-2 record. I believe 17 are from submission.
Yeah, I actually, as a jiu-jitsu guy, I'm proud of those 17 submissions.
I'll bet you are. You're a Christian, a follower of Christ. You've advised presidential administrations, Congress, the VA, and DOD on the effects of PTSD. You're the author of several books, some of which is The Unfair Advantage, Saving of Z's, which is a national bestseller and is now being turned into a real motion picture. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I know that's a huge part of your story, and I can't wait to dive into that. And now your next one that is coming out. When does this release?
August 13th, A Mission Without Borders. It's going out through Thomas Nelson Books, and I'm super excited about A Mission Without Borders. It's very personal. story between me and my son. It's about you. The backdrop is Ukraine, but it's about me, my son and I.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
And you are a husband, a father, a grandfather. You've been married for 28 years.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is no easy task.
No,
and
that's
especially no easy task when you're deploying as a Marine and as a JSOC operator.
Yeah,
and all the stuff that you do now.
All the odds are stacked against you for sure. And Kathy's a pretty strong lady.
You founded the nonprofit Fourth Option, which I love. We'll get into that too. What I really like about Fourth Option, that's what everything you're doing now, right?
Yeah, everything. I mean, Mighty Oaks is our recovery. We do international efforts at Mighty Oaks, but Sea Spray, who I won't say his name, but Sea Spray is my partner in a lot of the international stuff we do and humanitarian work and rescue operations. He wanted to start his own effort. So I sit as chairman of the board. I helped him stand it up, and we run those currently running international efforts around the world. And Sea Spray's out in another country right now, literally as we're sitting here rescuing on a rescue operation.
You know what I love about that? We talked about it this morning. Is that's already funded.
Yeah.
You don't need to go around and I mean, it's funded, so you can 100% concentrate on the mission, and I find those to be the most effective nonprofits. And, so
Mighty Oaks with the effort with veterans and first responders. For me, I'm always fundraising. I have to raise $8 million a year to do our programs, but the humanitarian rescue operations, I'm very blessed to have some good relationships with people who love to just do the right thing for other humans. And when we come and say, hey, we have an operation and we need to pull the trigger on this operation, because if we don't act in the next 24 hours, someone's going to live or die, and people write checks and make it happen. And so it's amazing that there's amazing human beings out there that do the right thing when our governments won't.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It's some of the stuff you were telling me last night about what you guys are doing and what the government is asking you to do is just, it's mind-blowing. But, and I want to end this with, out of all the stuff that you've done, what comes to my mind is you're a humanitarian. You have saved over 17,000 Afghans from potential genocide. You had a major part in the Ben Hall rescue. You have a major part going on in saving lives in Ukraine. And I know you want this out there. You do not support the Biden, Zelensky, hundreds of billions of dollars going over there. You're only there for the people. Very commendable.
Yeah.
It's I think it's hard for people to push their politics aside when it comes to just helping people these days, and you're leading by example with doing that. So
I say when I speak a lot, because a lot of people have given me a hard time about being in Ukraine, and they're like, Zelensky's corrupt, and I'm like, so are politicians in Washington D.C., right? But and most politicians at the beginning of time, but if you let your politics get in the way of your heart for people, you should probably change your politics. As humans, we have to be there for one another in our weakest times, and if God opens the door for me to do that, I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Well, we got a lot to dive into, but before we do, everybody always gets a gift. If you watch the show, you already know that.
Outstanding. And you get your own gift bags,
Hey,
it's nice.
It's actually just from Kroger, and we slap a sticker on it.
You put a sticker on it. Well, actually, you get the Shawn Ryan bottles, and you get the coffee cup sleeves.
You know why I do that?
It's good branding.
That's why we do it. I used to drink bubbly on here all the time. And we would tag them, shout them out, just because I love the brand. And then they don't like us. Because probably because we're a little bit political over here.
Yeah.
So, I was like, you know what? If you don't appreciate the free commercial that hundreds of millions of people have seen by now, then I'll just get my own branded stuff.
Yeah. They're not the only. They're not the only water, right?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. Wow. I just had a cup of this. This is awesome.
I know me and you were talking a lot about brain health yesterday, and so I wanted to give you that. That's got a bunch of functional mushroom extract in there, super healthy for your brain. Finest ingredients. They source everything they can in the U.S. Unless they find a better ingredient, then they will put that in there. So I think we can all appreciate that. But
I do, yeah.
Laird Superfood Creamer. And
what else we got here? Let's see.
The real good stuff. Oh, performance mushrooms. and Vigilance League gummy bears. So,
can you tell me what these are?
Well, they're legal in all 50 states,
Right.
so you don't have to worry about popping on a drug test. But it's just candy, man. It's just gummy bears.
Right on.
That's it.
Everybody loves gummy bears.
I know, right? So,
And then got some hydration packs.
yeah.
And the stickers in here.
That's all good. Let's get on with the interview.
Awesome. Thank you for the gifts, man.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So, Chad, I want to do a complete life story on you. So we got about 5 hours to cover it all. And so I want to start with childhood. I know you had faced some childhood trauma.
Yeah.
And dealt with some really tough things growing up. Get into your Marine service, get into what you were doing over at JSOC, and then at least half the interview needs to be on some of the stuff that you're doing now and within the past couple years, especially the Afghan withdrawal, saving Aziz, the stuff you're doing in Ukraine, and hopefully some of the stuff you guys got coming.
Yeah.
But so with that being said, where'd you grow up?
Southern Louisiana, like really Southern Louisiana, swamp people. I grew up, my parents and all four of my grandparents spoke French, so French-speaking household.
You speak French?
I could understand where I grew up. It's not French like in France. Cajun French, half English, half French, a lot of slang. And so because I was the oldest grandchild, and there were so many French speakers where I grew up, it was forbidden to be spoken in school. So I was the first generation of people that parents were trying to stop from learning French. But because I grew up in that household, I could always understand it, and I think it gave me aptitude to learn languages because I think because I was able to learn languages pretty easy as an adult, and had to eventually went to language school for Urdu, for Pakistan for Urdu, and then I learned Dari in Afghanistan pretty good. So I feel like I had aptitude for language because of maybe growing up that way.
How many languages do you speak?
I don't speak any other right now than English, but I wouldn't claim to speak any. But when I was in Afghanistan, I felt like I had a pretty good.
You could get around
with Dari, and then when I went through language training for Urdu, I spoke it really well. But when I got to Pakistan, everyone that speaks Urdu, which is the national language, also speaks English. So they didn't. The tribal areas that I was actually working in, they spoke more Pashtun, and so English actually ended up being more helpful than Urdu for the areas I was in Pakistan.
Okay.
So I didn't really get to practice Urdu as much as I did Dari.
Interesting.
But yeah, so grew up in southern Louisiana, and my family on one side of my family was like true cowboying, cattle, hay. The other side of my family were commercial cat fishermen, and so as young as like 6 years old, I was out in a pirogue hunting with a 410 shotgun and fishing. Like, kind of grew up that lifestyle where you kind of out on your own and just very much like go back in time like 50, 60 years, and that's kind of how I grew up. And I really am thankful I grew up that way. My family has about 84 years of military service. So I'm told World War I, so before that, but I don't have any evidence of that. But World War II, in the Army, Korea in the Army. My father was the first Marine in my family. He joined as an infantryman at 0311, went to Vietnam in that capacity, and myself as a Force Recon Marine, and then an Afghanistan veteran, and then both my sons. My oldest son, Hunter, joined the Marine Corps to be Anglico, which I don't know if you know Anglico, Air Naval Gunfire Liaison Company. It's a little four-man little four-man teams that embed with foreign nationals so they have access to U.S. air support. So they're JTACs, forward air controllers. Cool. Yeah. So in fact, he went to Afghanistan, embedded with the Georgian infantry, a four-man team to embed with the Georgian infantry, and actually got to do fire missions and stuff like that.
No way.
Against the Taliban. Yeah. So two generations of Afghanistan veterans. My youngest son Hayden is still in the Marine Corps. He actually was on active duty, got out, refusing the vaccine. He was one of the ones that got kicked out. And then as soon as they lifted it, he got back in the Marine Corps in the reserves, and he's a crash fire rescue. And so the firefighter side.
Incredible.
And so, yeah, so that's kind of our military service. But, my father it is a very significant role in my childhood because my father went to Vietnam because he went to Vietnam and under, I don't know if you know, like, you probably do, like, if you got drafted, you went into the Army. You didn't go into the Marine Corps. My Marine Corps is pretty much volunteer during Vietnam. And so my father volunteered to go to Marine Corps. And the reason he did, it was he was driving to high school and he was goofing off in his car and his best friend was in the passenger seat. He swerved off the road and hit the back of a garbage truck and his best friend that he was driving died. And so his response to that was to go in the Marine Corps, volunteer as infantryman and go to Vietnam. And so he went into the Marine Corps, already broken, probably on a death wish. And when he got home, he was just a very broken person his whole life. And so he was a very angry man, a very violent man, a lot of physical abuse in my home and, like fist to face. He always wanted to fight me. Like, even I remember as a little kid, like didn't want to, not spankings, or he wanted to like physically fight me. And so I had an older brother who was a year older than me. And anybody who's grown up in a physically abusive home like that, siblings get really close. And so my brother and I, being in something, we'd always be out in the woods, in the swamps, playing, pretending to be in the military. That's how, like boys do. And we talk about joining the military and escaping that lifestyle. And I remember, like, I was about 13 and he was about 14 years old. He's a year older than me. And we watched this video. You've probably seen it. It was talking late 80s. It was filmed on the Strand in Coronado. And it was it was a SEAL video, and it was kind of like a SEAL promo video. And I remember seeing this image of this SEAL coming out of the water. He had twin 80s on his back. He had a boonie hat on. His face was painted green, like seaweed hanging off him. He had the old M16 rifle. And I'm like, I want to do that. Like, that's what I want to do. That's who I want to be. Like, just that image in my mind. But I was like, I don't want to join the Navy.
Yeah.
and I say that jokingly, but the truth is, the reason was that my father, as dysfunctional as my father was, the one thing that always made my dad, like, the only thing ever seen in his whole life that made him proud and happy was the fact that he's a United States Marine. Even though he only did it for 2 years, that 2 years was so significant in his life. It was like everything was about being a Marine.
Damn.
And I'm like, if they can make that guy, like miserable guy, happy, like I want a piece of that. And so I learned about like Recon Marines and Force Recon Marines. And as a teenager, I became infatuated with it. I'd read books. They had these amazing stories of these guys from Vietnam, 3rd Force Recon, 3rd Recon Company. I ended up serving at 3rd Force Recon later. So that was like a unit that I read as a teenager. And so I started running and swimming and eating healthy, which I don't even know how I was inspired to eat healthy because I'm from Louisiana. But I started really taking care of myself. About a year into me and my brother doing that, making a commitment to do that together, he was shot and he was killed. And it was just devastating.
Hold on, Chad. Hold on.
Yeah.
We got a lot to unpack here.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
Yeah.
The traumatic childhood, I'm realizing, is very common.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that have been on the show that I had no idea, you being one of them, until we did some research on you. And so, and there's a lot of people going through that kind of stuff right now. Mm-hmm. And so I always like to unpack what happened to you, if you're willing.
Yeah.
And talk about how you escaped it, and eventually, if you have any advice, for kids that are going through that right now. So let's go back to what age did that start?
I can, it's crazy, and people think I'm crazy for saying this, and I actually never even mentioned this publicly before. I had this vision of being. It's almost like I see myself in a third party of being a toddler and being held under a bathtub with water while I was trying to cry and being held like drowned under water. And I had that vision in my mind for like ever. Like I'd always see my dad holding me under a bathtub, water pouring out as a toddler, crying and gasping for air because I'm like suffocating. And so one day, about 10 years ago, I told my mom that, and my mom started crying. And she said that my dad used to do that to me. When I would cry, he would get so frustrated at me crying, and I wouldn't stop crying as a baby, that he would take me and hold me under the water. Like, you want to cry? You can't, like, and so he'd hold me under the water. And so I believe that I remember it all the way at that infancy age and subconsciously I remember that. And my mom validated that. And so my mom, a guy coming home from combat frustrated, can't take the pressure of a baby crying. And that was his response to that. And then I could remember being, even when I was 4 or 5 years old, watching my dad physically beat my mom. And I mean like slapping her around, I mean like punching her and beating her. And at about 6 years old, that's when my dad left, divorced my mom. And I remember like sitting on a swing in the front yard with my mom watching my dad leave. And, at that young, I could remember that, the imagery of that.
Holy shit. When would these, call them flashbacks, when would these flashbacks happen with the bathtub?
All through my life. I remember,
were they triggered by anything specific?
No, I think it just, for me, like, I don't have a lot of things that even things like to this day that I deal with, I don't have a lot of things that trigger me. It's usually isolation or like sitting still, which probably explains why you read my bio and people are like, oh, that's an amazing bio. I hear that bio and I'm like, that sounds like a very discontent person that was like trying to stay busy and meet the next goal. Like sometimes I hear my bio and I feel like super uncomfortable because that's what I hear. I hear someone that's discontent that was chasing something. And I think one of the things as I'm older now, I know that I was chasing, I just had to stay busy. I had to stay moving because when things slow down for me, that's when I have trigger. That's when I start dealing with a lot of things that come back to the surface. So like for me, busyness was like has been a battle because it's almost like addictive behavior. Like some people might drink or do drugs. For me, busyness was a way to not think of those things. So when I'm isolated, when I'm still, which is being still is healthy, when I'm still, that's when those moments would come to remember that some of that stuff.
Damn. Did your dad ever re-enter the picture?
Yeah, so it was pretty. I went about. So my dad left when my brother died. He couldn't handle a grieving wife. My mother went to live with her parents because she couldn't handle the loss of a son. My dad left and we went to Africa and pretty much abandoned me and my sister. My sister was about 20, so I lived with my sister. She was going to college and tried to finish high school and continue that course for the Marine Corps. And so, fast forward to like adulthood, there had been gaps at times that I wouldn't talk to my dad for like 10 years. He would just disappear. Well, it had been about 10 years that I was away from my dad. And I got a call. This is like, and I know we'll get into starting Mighty Oaks, but this is like my life's on track now after tons of stuff going wrong. I'm starting Mighty Oaks. I went through a major forgiveness to me personally in my life. And I get this call from the hospital saying, your dad's in the hospital. He had a heart attack, simultaneous heart attack and a stroke, and you're his next of kin. And I remember being like angry. Like, why would they call me? Like, why does he even have my name associated? Like, I haven't talked to him in 10 years. Like, why would they call me? Like, I'm just being real angry about that. But then realizing like this dude's like train wrecked his life. He doesn't have anybody else. And so I have to go and sign paperwork for him and be his next of kin for this situation. And that led me to like a real conviction point. And because I had just come out of a situation where people forgave me, and now I'm not wanting to forgive my dad because of what he did to me. And so I ended up going and seeing him, and that started. And he went from that state to very like almost like he just. What do you call the word where he was just like couldn't take care of himself. He was like had the stroke. He was stuck in a wheelchair. This is a guy that was like physically strong his whole life, mean, like super mean, violent, and just physically strong to like a guy that was bound to a wheelchair and couldn't wipe his butt. And so I went to see him for a couple of times and we kind of reconnected. I felt like I had some forgiveness there for him. I actually was new in my faith. Prayed with him, and felt like he was in a repentant point in his life, and then he disappeared again.
You were new at faith.
I was new in faith at the time, maybe like 2 years. Which you're kind of on fire in the first 2 years of your faith, and I say that in the first 2 years, mine had went out, but I was really like I felt like I have to share what I discovered with him. And he really like grabbed hold of it, but he disappeared again. And I didn't know why he disappeared and I couldn't get a hold of him. But then I got an anonymous call that he had hooked up with this woman, and they had to put him in. They were using a Social Security check, and they put him in this drug house, and he was just parked in this drug house in Oklahoma. And so I made some phone calls, found out where he was, and I got on a plane and rented a car and went and found him. And when I went into the house, it was in the middle of this bad neighborhood. I went into the house, and there was tons of people in this house. You could tell they were just hanging out, like some guys that were probably in their early 20s. And I went in, and I think they thought I was the police, because when I seen him, he was parked in the corner in a chair in like a hospital gown. He was filthy. He had a feeding tube in him with an empty milk jug that they were pouring stuff in, and they were just, and I'm just like, I just yell, everybody get the F out the house. And people were like, I think they thought I was the police, because they just ran out of the house. And when I went to him, he was like kind of like out of it. And I looked at first thing I looked at was his hands, and his fingernails were like really long, and they were full of feces. And he was like in a pair of underwear, and it was soiled, and he was just filthy. And I kind of panicked. I went to the bathroom, and I got somebody's toothbrush in this bowl that was on a table, and I got some water, and I went and started cleaning his hands. And I called 911, started cleaning his hands with somebody's toothbrush, and just washing my dad's hands. And then they came, picked him up, and Health and Human Services came from Oklahoma, and they put him in a nursing home. I was trying to get him to the state I was living in at the time. I was living in California at the time, but because of the way the medical system was, they couldn't move him. So he couldn't be in the state I was. So he didn't have anything. He didn't have a pair of underwear, clothes, so I bought him a TV, a phone with some prepaid cards, and I started calling him, and he would call, and he was like having dementia. So he'd call me on that phone, and he'd say, "Chad, this is your daddy. Like, I love you." And he never would say his whole life that he loved me, but he'd say, and he'd start crying and tell me that, "Hey, I'm sorry." And he'd say it over and over, and then say, "Okay." And then he'd hang up the phone, and about 30 minutes later, he called and had the same conversation again. Shit. And so he was very repentant at the end of his life. And I was pretty sure at that point from talking to him that he had found his faith. And then I got a call, not from the convalescent home, but from the funeral home that he had passed. And that was about 7 years ago.
Shit.
And so I of all the things that I've been through with my dad, I realized in all the years that I hated my dad, I realized that he was just such a broken person that I never had the opportunity to heal. And that really convicts me to do better for our veterans who are coming home, because that's a big part of my motivation of why I do what I do at Mighty Oaks for the veterans, because I was, not only did I go through that myself through my own experience of combat, but I was the recipient of that hardship as a son. And had my dad been introduced when he came home from Vietnam to what we do at Mighty Oaks, he would have not lived the life he lived. Our family would have not suffered the way what our family suffered. And so I feel a responsibility to take those lessons into what I do every day. And my dad was just a broken person that never got the healing. And I can say that truthfully and with compassion now, as opposed to like hating him for what he was. He was just hurting.
Damn, Chad.
So
that's some heavy stuff.
That's the foundation of my childhood.
Wow. Let's rewind.
Yeah.
What was he doing in Africa?
He was working in an oil field. So he when he got out of the Marine Corps, he went into the hydraulic engineering field. So he'd always work in the oil field and hydraulics. And so he'd always take these jobs overseas to make more money, tax-free money. And so he was always chasing money.
How did you find out he
ended up with no money in the end, right? He didn't even have a pair of underwear. But he chased money, women, booze, and so much to the point that when he died, I called his sister, I called his brother, I started calling people. I couldn't have a funeral for him because not one person would even go to a funeral for him. And so his ashes are in my house. I plan on doing something with his ashes. I still can't decide what to do with them, but he didn't even have a funeral because he didn't have one person that would even go to a funeral for him.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm speechless.
So I think I speak on Marine Corps boot camp all the time, and the fact that he was proud to be a Marine, I got permission already from the Marine Corps to put his ashes on the training grounds in MCRD San Diego, where he went to boot camp. And me and my sons went to boot camp as well. And so that's where I'll probably put his remains. But I just hadn't done it yet.
Did your kids ever meet him? Your wife, your kids?
They did. My oldest son did. All my kids met him, but as kids, and my wife did several times.
How did you find? Do you know who Victor Marx is?
Oh yeah. I've been knowing Victor for a long time. In fact, what's crazy is Victor and I. So I grew up in that environment. Victor grew up in that similar scenario. We grew up like 6 miles down the same street.
That's right.
Same street from each other.
Whoa.
We were like 6 miles apart. Yeah.
Man, I was going to say, man, you guys have a very similar.
He lived on Bayou Blue Bypass Road, I lived on the end of that. It's crazy.
I couldn't believe that he was able to find forgiveness for his dad. And so, I mean, how did you, shit, Chad, you're getting drowned as a 3-year-old, as a toddler, maybe possibly before that. The physical abuse, the abuse of your mother, your siblings, and who knows what you're not bringing up.
Yeah.
How were you able to, honestly, I think I personally struggle with forgiveness. I know a lot of people struggle with forgiveness. And some of the things that I need to forgive people for are, when I talk to a man like you, and this is what you're talking about, you were able to forgive your dad for that. The shit that I'm talking about is so minuscule.
Yeah.
Comparatively. And how did you find it?
I didn't want to give it at first because I had held that anger for so long. But, I believe in God's timing. When I got that phone call from the hospital, like I was living in this moment of grace at that point, because I had just had treated my family like a complete lunatic. Like I never physically abused them, but I certainly emotionally and mentally abused my wife and my kids. I was having, affair on my wife. I left my family, like had been the worst husband and father that I possibly could have been. And yet my wife and my kids had just forgiven me and given me a second chance. And so if they could do that for me in that moment, and now I get this call from the hospital to come and help my dad, how much of a hypocrite would I be to not be able to just extend that same kind of grace that I was given, and to know that the grace that and forgiveness that God gives us all, that offers for us all, that I had just been given that to this new chance at life, and by the way, I didn't have a second chance. I've had plenty of second chances in my life. Like I had just went through that in that moment, and so it was demonstrated for me. It was demonstrated for me by a wife that had absolutely no reason at all to give me a second chance. I didn't deserve it. I didn't earn it. And in my most despicable times towards her, she's going into church and praying for me, falling on her knees and praying for me, saying, God, let me see Chad the way you see Chad. Let me love Chad the way you love Chad. Let me forgive Chad the way you forgave Chad. That's what she was praying for me when she knew I was having an affair on her. Let me see Chad not the way she sees me. Let me see him the way God sees him. And so just having to just experience that, I knew that I had to be able to offer that same grace to the person who I felt in my life had betrayed me the deepest. And that was my dad.
Damn. And, what was it like for you walking into the hospital, seeing him?
I was still angry. I carried that during that rebuilding that relationship. I carried that for a long time. Bite my tongue. It wasn't like, okay, I'm going to do this and I'm going to be happy about it. No, I wasn't happy about it. I could be a pretty strong-willed person. My personality, I'm sure we were a lot like that way. I'm pretty strong-willed. I was very grudgeful and super cynical. I'm just going to open this up for him to hurt me again as soon as he gets healthy. And I knew that wasn't the reason that I needed to do it. I needed to do it as much for me as for him. I needed to do it for me because I didn't want to live with that anger anymore, towards him. I just needed to let it go. Man. And it was really just understanding what he had been through. And I remember when I first learned about why he joined the Marine Corps, and I met the sister. I met the sister of the kid that was killed in the car. I was speaking at church, and the kid that was killed in the car when he was driving, went off the road, hit the garbage truck. she came up to me in tears. She went to high school with my dad. I remember when that happened, and she's telling me how she forgave my dad for killing her brother. And she was crying. This is like years later,
Man,
40 years later or so. And it was just something I had to do. And like I said, I had to do it for me too, not just to forgive him.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think people confuse forgiveness though with sometimes we feel like, oh, if I forgive someone, I have to give them a clean slate and forget, and I have to, allow myself to be hurt again. That's not always the case. My father wasn't in a position to hurt me again, so that was easy, right? He's not in a position to hurt me again. He's not gonna physically abuse me. He's not gonna manipulate me or take advantage of me. I'm a grown man, and so that's a little bit different. But sometimes we're in a position to where someone could still hurt us and be vulnerable to us, and we feel like forgiveness means that we have to give them the green light to hurt us again. That doesn't always mean the case. Forgiveness could be like, hey, I forgive you. Like I'm letting this go for myself, but I'm not gonna, but that doesn't mean you're allowed to come back and hurt me again. That doesn't mean we have to be friends. Like forgiveness doesn't always mean that we're going to restore our friendship or a relationship. It just means like, I'm going to forgive you for that. And I'll pray that you go on and have are successful in your life and productive in your life, and don't do that kind of behavior again, but I don't have to let you back into my life. So forgiveness is one thing. I chose not only to forgive my dad, but to let him back into my life. And I did feel like I had the ability to protect myself from him ever hurting me again, because I was not in a position for him to anymore. And my family, like he wasn't in a position to hurt my family either.
Let's go back to your brother.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
So very, very broken family, split family, stepdads and stepmoms and all that stuff. So we went into our other families for a weekend. And we had just got there. Like he had just got home to his other family. I had just got home to my other family. And he had a half brother on that other side that was 11 years old. And they got in an argument. And apparently he had taken a shotgun, 20 gauge shotgun off the gun rack. I don't know if he loaded it or it was loaded. No one knows. And he was pointing it at him in the argument. My brother was on the phone telling someone what was going on. He had a fire poker in his hand and tried to knock the gun out of the 11-year-old's hand. And so again, no one knows. Did he shoot intentionally or did the gun go off? I would believe it was probably intentionally because of the fact that we all grew up around guns and just the culture, right? Everybody hunting from like 5-6 years old. So, but the gun, nonetheless, the gun either intentionally or unintentionally went off point blank range in his chest, and he died instantly. And no one else was there to witness it. Someone was on the phone. The person on the phone was one street over, told his father ran over in the house and he was already dead. And so, very, very, I mean, like I said, when you grow up in that kind of environment, siblings are who you're closest to. My brother was like every day, super close, and extremely devastating to me. I went in a pretty deep isolation, and that pushed me into just really focusing on running, swimming, martial arts. Like, the martial arts since I was a kid, we did it together. So I just kind of isolated in that environment.
How old were you when that happened?
I was 14. And by the time I was 15 is when my dad had left. And so from 15 to 16, I'm living with my sister. I get a job roofing, putting shingles on houses in Louisiana, and trying to work and go to high school. And I started failing high school. I wasn't going to graduate. And so I went to Marine Corps recruiter names. I remember his name to this day, 30 years later, Staff Sergeant Ronald Brown. And I always joke, most people remember their recruiter's name because they hate him. I remember this guy's name because I'm just forever grateful. Like, he heard my story, and I remember he was just like, I want to help you. And he helped me get in the Marine Corps without even a high school diploma, which 1993, 17 years old, you couldn't join the Marine Corps without a high school diploma. He wrote a letter to headquarters Marine Corps and said, this kid wants to be a Marine. His dad was a Marine. And this is his story. And they let me in. And I don't know how, but I took the ASVAB test, scored really high enough to be just like buds, you have to score, GT score has to be over 115. I had a 116 GT score, so I was high enough to be able to be recon. They didn't have a recon contract, so I got an infantry contract. And I made a promise to him that when I got out of infantry school that I would get my GED, and I kept that promise. It wasn't contractual, but I kept that promise. And when I went to boot camp, got out of infantry school, one of the first things I did was went to Copper Mountain College in 29 Palms, California, and I got my GED. And
Damn.
yeah, and all these years later, I got an MBA.
Yeah.
And I always joke when I'm speaking, I'm like, I can't spell MBA, but I got one. and now I'm, about to get my second master's from Harvard, which I don't need another degree right now. I'm not getting it for the degree. I love learning.
Yeah.
And there's some courses there that I want to learn from.
Before we move into your military career, as a man who's been through all of that in childhood, and like I'd mentioned, there's millions of kids that are in similar situations right now.
Yeah.
What advice do you have for them?
There's a book by I'm trying to remember the name of it as you're talking. Viktor Frankl wrote it. Are you familiar with this book?
I'm not.
Okay, Viktor Frankl was a POW in the Nazi camps, the Jewish POW, and he just talked about the one thing that people can't take away, one freedom people can't take away from us is our mind and our thoughts and our connection with God, and and people that you're talking about are in a different range of that, right? Some people go talk to a school teacher, or a counselor. Some people could go talk to their pastor at church or a counselor, but some people are like they have no one they could talk to. We can always talk to God. And God knows our circumstances more than we ever could. And he knows our hardships and hurts more than we ever can even understand. And I think, when you feel like you have no one, and that's just a lie, 'cause it's not true. You could always, have a relationship with God, talk to God, and plead your case to God that he'll open the doors and orchestrate miracles to get you out of that environment and situation. If you have the ability to talk to someone, most kids in that situation not only want to or scared. I think most people think they're scared to talk to someone else outside of it. Most kids want to protect their parents, because at our core, like, we love our parents. I still, man, what I'm doing right now, I wish my dad could watch this interview, because I want him to be proud of me. Like everybody wants their dad to be proud of them, no matter how terrible they were. And so at your core, you want to protect your parents. So a lot of times kids will live in that environment, not because they're scared to ask for help, because they want to protect their parents and shield them. And to me, the answer to this question, what I would tell those kids is, you're not protecting them by hiding that. You have to expose what's happening, not just for you, but for them too. They're never going to change. You're never going to get better unless it's exposed. And so you have to talk to someone. And whether it's a counselor at school, a mentor, a neighbor, someone you trust, or get connected in a church and a group and share that with someone, because a lot of times kids will think, I deserve this. I've been I'm not a good kid. I'm stupid. I'm bad, and I deserve this. You don't deserve that. No kid deserves to be physically abused.
Yeah.
Especially sexually abused. And I thank God that I've never experienced that, but I know that most people in those situations deal with sexual abuse as well. And, you don't have to deal with that. You should never have to deal with that. So you got to talk to someone.
Yeah.
As scary as it may be.
Well, thank you for that advice.
Yeah.
You'd mentioned two things that I'm piecing together already. And so, we talked about your intro, and you see a guy that moves fast, always keeping busy, always one-upping himself. I mean, that's what I thought when I read your bio too. I was like, man, this he's an overachiever.
Yeah, which is not always a good thing.
You had mentioned you'd want your dad to be proud. Mm-hmm. Do you think that you've accomplished so much? Do you think that plays a role in that, as you want your dad to be proud of you, and it caused you to consistently outdo yourself? Mm-hmm. I mean, Marine Special Operations, JSOC. I know you were over at DEVGRU for a while. Mighty Oaks Foundation, Save Our Allies, the new nonprofit that you guys are running, saving, 17,000 plus people from Afghanistan. You've offered over 3 books. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know how many books you've authored. You have an MBA. You're getting a master's from Harvard. I mean, is that the stem?
I don't know. I ask myself that too. One, there's a saying, tell me I can't, right? And and I had a dad and a stepdad that both told me I couldn't. I remember when my mom's married to this complete degenerate at the time, and I'm going to Marine Corps. I was 17, so my mom had to sign the paperwork. And we forged my dad's because he was overseas. And I remember my stepdad, who was just a total, like, when she met him, he was living in the back of a pickup truck, like, just total deadbeat. And usually what deadbeats do is they try to bring everybody else down to their level so they don't feel so bad about themselves. But I remember, like, telling him, like, I have an infantry contract because I want to be a recon Marine. He's like, what are you going to do when you don't make it? That was his first. What are you going to do? Because you're not going to make it to be a recon Marine. Now you can be stuck in infantry. And I'm like, and I remember like, oh, like, screw you. Like, if anything now, like, I'm going to do it in spite, like, to spite you. And then I felt like, even though I never made a promise to my brother, like, that I was going to do it, I felt like we had decided together and I needed to complete that for both of us. And then my dad, he also didn't think I would ever become a recon Marine. It was like a childhood, everybody has these childhood fantasies, and, we know that 80% of people that go in special operations don't make it. So, they just didn't believe I could. And I was like, kind of tell me I can't, I'm going to, it makes me want to do it more. But then there was something like that was so satisfying about achieving that you want that feeling, and then it's fleeting. It goes away. And so it's like, I have to get the next thing. And you see this so much as systemic in special operations. Like, this next school, what's the next certification? You start chasing certifications and you start chasing units, like, and being a recon Marine wasn't good enough. Now I want to be a force recon Marine. Why? Because I didn't even know what really the difference at the time was. Now I really understand what the difference was. But at the time, that was the word. I wanted the word force on the front because I knew that was the top 25% of the guys. I want to be a force recon Marine. And now, I heard that recon Marines had opportunities to go to JSOC and serve with, at either Task Force Orange or Delta Force or DEVGRU. They had slots there. Like, I want to do that. Like, I went as far as I go in the Marine Corps. Like, I want to do that. And so I was always, like, chasing the next thing, and it just was never fulfilling and never good enough. And people tell you all the time, and I know you hear it, like, thank you for your service. Like, man, a lot of my service, I'm a patriot. I love people. I love serving. I know now that I'm a servant more than anything else, but a lot of that was selfish. It wasn't about our country. It wasn't about people. It was about me, like, filling the hole inside of me that I couldn't put my finger on. Something was missing. And those jobs are great, by the way. But the problem when you do that is your identity becomes tied to that. And when your identity is tied to something, when it gets taken away from you, and it will at some point, either you're going to retire, you're going to get hurt, or something's going to happen, you're not going to do that anymore. It will destroy you. Mm-hmm. And my identity was so tied in those accolades and those titles and those positions that when I lost it, it almost cost me everything. So looking back now, like it's good to do those things. Those jobs are noble, and it's important. And we need people that have the courage and capability and the mindset to be able to do those jobs. But our identity should never be in that. And for me, it was. And it was. But as you're trying to build your identity around those things, it's always fleeting, and it's never enough. I mean, I don't have to know any of the guys. You name a guy in special operations that's been to those units, and it's the same trajectory. Yeah, they're just chasing. They're chasing something. They don't even know what they're chasing. It's just that fulfillment. They're trying to build that identity, and it's never enough.
Climbing the ladder, But looking back, after you just said that, would you have changed anything?
No, I wouldn't have. I don't wish the things I've been through in my life on anything for anyone, but I think if you took one of those things out, including the childhood trauma, I would not be who I am today, and I love who I am today. And by the way, like, I wouldn't have said that probably even 10 years ago at starting Mighty Oaks. I was ashamed of myself. I felt like a fraud. I always felt like a fraud, no matter where I was at, what unit I was at, where I was at. I felt like I didn't deserve to be there. When you don't feel like you deserve to be there, you feel like a fraud. I think it's always got to places early. I was always the young guy. I was always the guy that I was never the fast. I was never the best shooter. I was never the fastest. I was never the strongest. I was never the smartest. I was always just the hardest working. And so that got me to places that I probably wasn't ready to be at yet, but I earned my way there. And so in my subconscious and we're all self-conscious. We're all, and so I think underneath that you hide it, but I just never felt like I quite deserved to be everywhere I was. And so, just like this kind of like under the radar, like to myself, like I just felt like I had something to prove always. And I didn't feel like I deserved to be there. So.
Interesting. Well, Chad, let's take a quick break, and then we'll get into your entire military career.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil to drop the US dollar. And most Americans, including myself, feel that we're in a recession right now. But despite all the evidence, I can't tell you what's going to happen for sure. Nobody can. Yet when it comes to your money, you should understand what's at stake. That's why I partnered with Goldco to possibly help at times like this. Go to ShawnLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. The kit shows you how to defend your money with precious metals and how listeners of the show could get up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Go to ShawnLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. So go to ShawnLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD now. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. When I first started this whole podcasting thing, an online store was about as far from my mind as you can get. And now, most of you already know this, but I'm selling Vigilance Elite gummy bears online. We actually have an entire merch collection that's coming soon. And let me tell you, it is so easy because I'm using a platform that is extremely user-friendly, and that's Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. What I really like about Shopify is it prompts you all the things that you want to do with your web store, like connect your social media accounts, write blog posts, just have a blog in general. Shopify actually prompts you to do this. You want people to leave reviews under your items? You can do that on Shopify. It's very simple. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to the other leading commerce platforms. Shopify is a global force for millions of entrepreneurs in over 175 countries and power 10% of all e-commerce platforms here in the United States. You can sign up right now for $1 a month. It's shopify.com/Shawn. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Shawn now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's shopify.com/Shawn.
All right, Chad, we're back from the break. We're getting ready to dive into your military career. So I know you went in as infantry, reconnaissance, force reconnaissance, and it just kept going up from there. So let's talk about, what year did you join?
1993.
93. What was going on in the world?
It's peacetime. I came out of the Gulf War, Somalia, and so that not only was it peacetime, but last major war, and not in disrespect to the Gulf War veterans, but the last major war had been Vietnam. It was a sustained war, had been Vietnam, and so. The military was a lot different during the 90s when you go in a peacetime military. And I remember going to Twin Palms, California, which is where I asked to go because I'd never been to Twin Palms. I never seen Twin Palms, but I had just had this image in my mind that the toughest Marines came from Twin Palms because it gets 130 degrees in the summer. It gets down, freezing temperatures in the wintertime, there's tons of field ops going on. So I'd always heard the toughest Marines come out of Twin Palms, California. So I'm like, that's where I want to go. And then I get there and I'm like, holy crap, where'd I go? But they had all these guys that just got back from Somalia. So they were, war veterans. And which, again, no disrespect to that, because that was Somalia was crazy.
Yeah.
Thing. But I remember going to the barracks and I was like, holy crap, like this is like checking into prison. Like they're catcalling you from the barracks, on the top of the barracks. They're like, like you're gonna get raped. Like oh my gosh, like what is going on? Like go checking in the Marine Corps infantry unit at I turned 18 in boot camp. Checking in the Marine Corps infantry unit is a pretty crazy thing, especially back in the 90s. A bunch of guys that just came back from Somalia, like getting some fresh new meat.
Yeah,
And,
I'll bet.
So I my first unit I checked into, which was I was kind of being disappointed at first, because in Twin Palms you have what's called the line battalions, which is or line companies, and in the major infantry battalions, 172737, like 1st Battalion, 7th Marine, 2nd Battalion, 7th Marine, 3rd Battalion, 7th Marine, 7th Marine Regiment is there. That's where you assume you're going. But there's a few infantry guys that go over to 1st Tank Battalion, and they have these like cat platoons, which are like mechanized infantry units. One is like a mechanized weapons unit, and the other one is a scout platoon, tows and scouts, like tow anti-tank missiles. So that's where I went, because I was a tow gunner. That's my MOS was. And so I remember being disappointed, because I'm like, I want to go to one of the line companies. A weapons company. Ended up going to 1st Tank Battalion, and but actually ended up being a pretty cool place to be. And I was there for a short period of time. I tried out for recon in infantry school, passed the recon NDOC. I don't know why they gave it to us, because they didn't accept anyone that wasn't an NCO, which would have been everyone at infantry school that went through it. And so even though I passed it, I didn't go get accepted. And so when I got to Twin Palms, I tried out for a stay platoon, which, if people don't know what stay platoon is, it's surveillance target acquisitioning platoon, and that's the snipers.
Okay.
And so you have it at the battalion level. There's in the weapons company, it was a stay platoon in there, and then also at the regimental level is a regimental stay platoon. Tried out for stay platoon, got in, went to stay school, which is a 5-week school. There's like stay school, and then there's a division level sniper school where you get the MOS. And so I was there for about 6 months in Twin Palms when I tried out again for recon, and then went over. Tried out at 1st Recon Battalion, went through what's called now the program's a lot different now. But back then you went through what's called you did indoctrination, get in, get accepted, and then you go to recon indoctrination platoon RIP. And it's back then it was all like E4s that were gatekeepers, and they didn't want you in their community, so it wasn't really organized training. It was just total like hazing and a gut check, and then you make it through that, and then you go to basic reconnaissance course. Nowadays they have a year-long pipeline. You sign up, you go to BRPC or now they have it. It's called RTAP, a Recon Training and Assessment Program. You do 4 weeks infantry school. You do RTAP, then you can be there for up to a year just in RTAP, but you could also be there for 3 months. And then you go to basic reconnaissance course, which is 3.5 months. Then you go to pre-scuba, combat dive, jump school, free fall school, SEER school, and then you go to unit. So when you go to unit, you're schooled out. Back then, when I went through, after you go to recon school and get the recon MOS, then you go into your platoon, and eventually you're going to go to dive school and jump school, and later on you go to free fall. So
interesting.
So it's a lot different now. It's same, in BUDS now you have SQT, and they're doing, they're showing up at the unit with free fall. Where back in, I'm sure even your day.
No, you didn't show up with free fall.
Yeah, now they show up with everything.
So, what did you find the most challenging getting into recon?
I showed up in really good shape. I was running like 16-minute 3 miles, doing like 40 dead hang pull-ups. I was in really good shape. I was super small, but my body wasn't as tough as I thought it was. I was in shape, but I wasn't tough, and so the school broke me. Like, my IT bands were shot. I went from starting the school running 16-minute 3 miles to graduating running 21-minute 3 miles. Much different nowadays. Nowadays they build guys up. It just broke me. Yeah. I left that school like broken, and I went to a winter class in Coronado, and
nice.
It's so cold. I'm small, skinny, And so the cold was just really hard mentally.
How long is recon training?
Well, now it's a year-long pipeline, but BRC itself, the basic recon course, is 3.5 months.
Okay.
And that's outside. That's not the dive package. So typically you'll have RTAP, which they'll be there about 3 months, and then 3.5 months for BRC, 2 weeks for pre-scuba. The dive phase is 9 weeks, and then the jump and free fall, and SEER, that's all after it. But yeah, so that core training you're probably looking at 8 with RTAP and basic reconnaissance course. Take out the dive portion, you're talking about 8 months. Add the dive portion, you're getting close to a year.
So you get through recon school, you
Yeah.
show up to the unit. Mm-hmm. Where'd you go?
First Recon Battalion at first. They disbanded the battalion at that time in 94, put a platoon in every regiment. I went back to 29 Palms to 7th Marines, to the platoon attached to 7th Marines Regiment. And at the time, the commander of 7th Marine Regiment was Mad Dog Mattis. He was Colonel Mattis. And we were platoon commander reported directly to him. So we worked directly under Colonel Mattis, which was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So I didn't realize at the time how blessed we were, because he assigned a guy, a gunner. The Marine Corps has this rank called gunner. I don't know if you've heard of this. Have you heard of gunners? Not gunny, gunners. And as combat advisor. So this guy's a Vietnam veteran recon Marine who adopted our platoon and mentored our platoon. So we got tremendous amount of training, being in 29 Palms, field ops all the time. I really felt like I learned how to be a recon Marine there. I became an excellent navigator, and we went through all kind of foreign weapons training, and it was just really a good time. In fact, everybody that came out of the platoon, like a lot of guys came out of the platoon. One guy switched over to Navy and went to DEVGRU. A couple of guys, a bunch of guys went to Force. A bunch of guys went to MARSOC. One of the guys still in at 30. I think he's 34 years in now. He's a gunner himself.
Damn.
And so we had some guys that had some amazing careers coming out of that platoon. It was 24 of us that went to that platoon. And, I was when I went there, I was only 18 years old. I had no idea how privileged I was to be there and learn, work directly under, I had my platoon commander, this gunner, and then Colonel Mattis working. We were he had us reading books and reading Bravo 20 and doing case studies on Bravo 20. And I'm 18 years old, not realizing how much I'm getting pumped into me.
Damn. What was it like working under Mattis?
Oh, I tell you, there's a lot of great things because he took a lot of personal pride in that platoon because it was a new thing. He took a lot of personal pride in it, so we got to interact with him a lot. There was a lot of great things, but I watched him give office hours to two of our team leaders. And I was like, holy cow, I never wanted to get in trouble with the Marine Corps after seeing that. I was one of the other team leaders. There's 4 team leaders, and the 2, we had to go in there and watch. He made us go in there and watch. And guys get demoted, restricted, loss of pay. I was like, oh my gosh. That gunner, the Vietnam gunner had taught us how to do some snatch missions, snag and bag missions. And, we had recon teams are 6-man teams, so you had 2 guys on one side of the road and 4 guys on the other, and you flash the flashlight and get somebody to look, and you grab them and drag them off. Well, right behind the 29 Palms is a communication school, and so being young special operations guys, bullies, we were we're gonna practice and then do it to one of these communication kids. Well, it ended up being one of the instructors. They grabbed him and zip tied him, put duct tape over his mouth, and he pissed on himself and was crying. So they cut him loose and let him go. He went straight to a phone and dialed 911 and gave a description. Well, back then, the only people with short rifles, we were the only ones with shorter rifles. And so the MPs were smart. They went to the armory. There's only 24 guys on that whole base of 30,000 people that had short rifles, and they were checked out of the armory. And so we got back to the barracks. They were waiting for us, and we had a standoff with the MPs, and our platoon commander had to come. And I went into, all of us went and locked up in the brig all night. And
you had a standoff with the military police.
Yeah, I mean, it's a platoon of us, and there's like 10 MPs. That's and we're we're not going, right? And they wanted to talk. No one's gonna rat on each other. And so finally, our platoon commander to come in and, all right, guys, you have to tell them, this guy's pressing charges. You have to tell them who did it. And so so none of them ratted out, but the 2 team leaders fessed up. they took responsibility. And
shit,
we called it Black Wednesday.
Yeah,
it's a Black Wednesday. And so I had to go in there and watch Colonel Mattis give basically he was like, "You guys are bullies, and I'm not gonna allow it." And
yeah, something tells me Mattis had a very small tolerance for bullshit.
Yeah,
but I've never had the opportunity to meet him. But what's the attrition rate like for reconnaissance?
It's become like kind of like Buds, where it has a wide front gate. It used to have a pretty narrow way to get in a selection process. Now a recruiter could sign someone up for a recon contract. It's pretty easy to get there from the Fleet Marine Corps. You could put in for a lat move to recon, and so they get a lot of people that show up at there. And so about 80% attrition rate is what they're running.
Wow.
Yeah. So they, I tell you one thing that I'm super proud of in my community. I've been the guest speaker at 4 graduations. I just learned that I'm the only one that was ever invited back, and I got to do it 4 times. So it's like super honored to do that. And I just spoke at the last graduating class, and as a recon Marine, I'm super proud that all this political pressure, they never have lowered the standard. In fact, a lot of guys from my generation will be like, they didn't have it like we have it, like we had it harder and stuff like that. We had it different. But it's way more professional now, and it's better, and it truly produces a better product. It produces a better reconnaissance operator, in my opinion. The program is very professionalized, but I don't think in that professionalization they've compromised the standard.
That's good to hear.
In fact, I would even say it's higher. These kids, like I said, when I graduated, I was like a Holocaust victim. Now, as graduating, you hand a certificate in every one of those guys' hands. Feels like a professional athlete when you shake their hands. They're, rugged from the salt and sand, but they're strong. And I'm like, these guys are studs. They're like, they're like professional athletes when they graduate now.
That is,
and I see the same thing at SQT.
Buds.
Yeah, the guys, they're producing some solid guys.
That's good to hear.
Yeah,
that's good to hear.
Because you don't want to see it. I mean, the military itself has been softening and weakening.
I know, man. I try not to look. I talk to guys that are active still. Mm-hmm. I don't really want to get into it, but I mean, you hear about the gender stuff coming in, and it's just.
Well, every one of them are trying to push through a female, right, through every one of these schools. And they tried plenty of times at recon, and they wasn't doing it, and they got a female through. And I was like, my first response was, "There's no way, absolutely impossible that a female could graduate BRC." Like that was my. And so I called some buddies who are instructor there, and they're like, "She did, bro." And right but she's like a CrossFit professional. Like Division I water polo, like I don't know all the specs, but she was like legitimately like a mutant.
Yeah, I wasn't even talking about that. I was talking about the new age gender talk. You know what I mean? Like it seems like the woke agenda is just infiltrated everywhere, but
it takes the focus off what's important.
It's a great, it's weird. I feel like 3 years ago, we were debating if women should be in special ops. Now now we're way beyond that.
Yeah.
But what is your take on women in special operations?
Well, like in a 6-man recon team, I just don't play. Even not to disrespect this girl that made it through BRC, but and the other ones that made it through the Q course and I heard at Ranger Bat they lowered the standards at there. That's what I heard. I don't know, not taking anything away from any of them, but it just complicates things way too much. I mean, if I'm sitting in a hide, shitting in a plastic bag, like I don't want to do that with her there. I don't want to. I'm sure she doesn't want to do that in front of us. Like, and there's the emotional thing. Like men are protectors, especially the men in those communities. Like now, I have to, if we're going through a door and going in a room to kill people. Like now, my focus is on protecting her because men are gonna develop like a little sister.
Yeah.
Personality towards her. I mean, the people that are making these decisions never lived on a ship. They never sat in a hide for 6 days and shit in a plastic bag. And they're making these decisions not looking at all the different factors. This isn't Starship Troopers,
too.
Right? Like,
Yeah. I think it's. I'm not saying they don't have a place. at all.
No.
But, you know, when you break up a team dynamic, the other thing that people don't have exposure to is the camaraderie that happens within the team that builds that team cohesion, you know, and the minute another sex is injected into that team, it changes the entire dynamic. It inserts drama, it inserts jealousy, there's sexual relations, there's all the stuff you're talking about, and it breaks up the team dynamic. And, you know, the argument is, well, the guys should be more professional. Fuck you. The president of the United States several times has had affairs. Senators have affairs. CEOs have affairs. This shit goes on in every company, every aspect of government, all the way up to the highest level. So if you don't hold your own fucking president accountable for that shit, don't hold an operator.
Right.
You know what I mean? Fuck you.
It gets down to the fundamental level of why the military exists, and people would just overlook that for all these stuff. But the military exists to win wars, period. It's not a social experiment. It's not a boys' club. It's not supposed to be fair. Like, the best person for the job, the best dynamics for the team to mission accomplishment. The military is for our national defense and protect people around the world that can't protect themselves to win wars. And that should always be the first question. Is this better to win wars? This is better. If the answer is no, then
what are we doing?
No, yeah, exactly. It's,
you know, it does have a very high potential to break up team dynamic, and that is a horrible thing in a small unit like that, like you're talking about 24 people, you know, and but anyways, you know, so when you graduated BRC, became a Recon Marine, we talked about making your dad proud. You've carried that with you, it sounds like, your whole life. Yeah. How'd that feel?
It felt like like more than I wanted to be proud of me, like I proved that I could do it, right?
Who was your first call?
I don't think I called anybody in my family.
No kidding.
I don't think I didn't call anybody in my family. It would have been, all my adult life until probably about 4 years into Mighty Oaks, I was very quiet, very private. The fact that I'm like public speaking right now, or even on this show, is like, I would have thought, no way in a billion years I'm even telling anybody I'm in the military. I was just very quiet. I didn't write back to my family. I didn't call my family, tell them about the military. I was like, even my wife, Kathy, like, I think one of the things that probably was attractive to me about her is that she never even, and it's not now because it kind of backfired. I became bitter towards her, but that she never even cared about what I did. Like, I could have been a cook in the Air Force, and she was like totally oblivious to. She's like, oh, like, you know, she thought, you know, even like while she's around the, you know, platoon, the recon guys, she just didn't, not that she just didn't care. It's just not important to her. And at first I was like, okay, I like that. And then later on I got bitter towards it because I felt like disrespected and unappreciated by her. But yeah, so I never really, I just stayed close to the guys I worked with.
Interesting.
And that was enough. Yeah.
Interesting.
That was always, yeah, I didn't.
What time frame is this?
94 is when I became a Recon Marine.
So 94, I know you went and did some stuff down at the border. I don't know what came first. Did you go force and then go to the border?
No, the border was as a Recon, Amphib Recon Marine. They had what's called JTF 6, Joint Terrorism Task Force, or Joint Terrorism Task Force 6, and that was basically the U.S. military working with federal agencies for counter narcotics. I knew the SEALs back then. The SEALs were doing a lot, you know, out of wartime. And Recon was doing it quite a bit, and we would, you know, even go do cross-border operations. This is real world, like live ammo,
interesting,
everything back in then. And it's funny because President Clinton was the president at that time, and I remember people like getting on President Trump for sending troops to the border when he did, and I'm like, I was doing that under President Clinton in the 90s, like we were catching cartel guys bringing drugs across the border, and then you have to work around. The reason you have to work with the federal law enforcement is these laws called posse comitatus laws, which is where U.S. military cannot collect on civilians or be used against civilians. And
really, that used to exist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think they still do exist. They just don't.
They just don't follow
laws
the
don't matter
rules
anymore. They don't follow the rules anymore. I mean, we actually have border immigration laws too. If you look it up, if you look it up,
I had no idea.
It's immigration laws. It's all kind of laws.
Well, let's get out of the legal stuff. What were you guys doing down there?
Yeah, cartels bringing drugs into America. So we working a lot with the DIA, the DEA, and then DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the Border Patrol. We work with the Border Patrol directly as an asset, and so they'd employ us in primarily 6-man observation teams, and we'd set up with some of our equipment, some of our observation equipment, and catch people, tracking, set observation points, track people coming across the border in places that they knew they were coming across, and then walk the Border Patrol or DEA onto them. And then we also were in the, I think it was called San Clemente National Forest in Southern California, where they had these grows that were like these steel aircraft cables between two valleys, and built basically like a false floor of the earth over them, and they had all these grows underneath. And so we were tasked with basically patrolling and finding them, and we had a methodology of finding these grows that we would find, and so those were always occupied. So now we're going in, actually.
So hold on, they would find valleys or gorges, and put in a fake floor.
Fake.
So
you can't see it from aerial imagery, and so what they would and underneath there these grows, these greenhouses that they'd put inside, that they'd have inside there, and they were growing tons of weed, and this is obviously in the 90s when you couldn't do that, and harvesting them. They'd be totally occupied with illegal immigrants down there.
What was the floor made out of?
It'd be like aircraft cable. Mm-hmm. So I remember being these steel cables made like a grid, and they'd be like a canvas on top of it, and then dirt and vegetation growing on top of it. So it was like a complete like false floor, and there'd be a whole like underground grow underneath these. And so obviously you need irrigation to it. So one of the things we do is move perpendicular to the flow of water, and look for these black tubing lines, and then follow those into the grow. That's how we were finding them. And then these things would be booby trap. Like I remember stepping and there was like a rat trap with a 12-gauge shotgun, like shell, and then they have like a fishing wire with like hooks hanging in it and stuff like that. Like
damn.
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
I had no idea that stuff was going on.
I was like 19, 20 years old doing that. It was, yeah.
What
peacetime military get to do,
Were you guys rolling guys up too?
No, we were. So we basically go in, we detain people. We had no arrest authority because of these laws, right? We detain people, hold them, and then the DEA or Border Patrol, depending on different operations. That operation, we were doing the grows, that was DEA. And so DEA would come in, detain them, harvest all the stuff, pose a big picture. We'd be behind the camera, and they're all like, holding bad guys, holding marijuana, taking a picture. The DEA just made this big bust, and I thought that was kind of cool, actually. Like, they're posing for the paper and all that stuff, and
and you guys did it.
Nobody knows that we were out there doing it.
Man, that's incredible. How long were you doing that for?
I think I did like 6 or 7 of those during my time on active duty, because we never deployed, right? There was no deployments. Yeah. So that's like 6 or 7 of those, and they were like 30 days at a time. So we'd go down. Actually, we'd stay in Coronado, at the barracks in Coronado, and we'd leave right off. We'd fly right up from the airfield. The helicopter would pick us up there, take us down to the border, and so we'd go. It was super cool for like real world training too. Like you're actually inserting, you're doing insertions and live amp, so it's when you're not getting to operate in combat, really great experience.
Damn.
Yeah.
You got an award down there.
We got several like accommodations for like certificates accommodation from Colonel Mattis. So for the operations we did down there.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Where did you go from there?
I went to 3rd Force Recon Company on their I&I staff. That's a reserve unit, but they have an active duty component. And so I went there, and then I decided to switch to the reserves because I wanted to go to college and come back in as an officer. That was kind of my plan. And so I went to work as a police officer in New Orleans during the time. Went to college. I was doing about 10 days a month at the reserve unit. And then
let's rewind real quick. Why did you leave?
I wanted to be an officer. I thought, hey, I'm gonna make this a career, and best way for my family. I got married. Hunter was my first son. He was born in Twin Palms, California, and I'm like, this is probably a good career. I love my job. I love what I'm doing. This is everything I wanted, and so I want to be an officer. So I had applied for the MECEP program, but it was while I was waiting, I just decided, hey, I'm just going to go into reserves, and I'm going to go to college. And because I wasn't in the MECEP program yet, I decided just to get a job. So I got a job as a police officer. Ended up figuring that was a better way to do it. And then when I get my degree, I'll get commissioned, and I'll go back in as an officer. That was my plan.
Interesting.
Yeah.
When did you meet your wife?
I met her in 1994. We got married in 95, a year later. And so we were dating when I went through BRC, through Recon school, and we spent the weekend on Coronado Beach because you don't get many days off.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
how'd you guys meet?
I had a friend that was in the barracks, and he grew up in the same town as her. She lived in Paris Valley, if you know where that's at.
I don't.
Riverside County, California, between San Diego and Twin Palms.
Okay.
So it's kind of between there. He grew up there, and he was in the barracks, and he didn't have a car, and he's like, and I did, and he's like, hey, will you drive me home for the weekend? I'm want to go visit my girlfriend. And so I wasn't doing anything, so I drove him home. And then I met, while he was at his girlfriend's house, my wife was friends with her parents. And so she came over there, and Kathy came over, and I met her. Right away, I was like, California girl, blonde hair, blue eyes. I'm like super interested in her. And so I talked to her that night, and then I told my friends, like, hey, I want to meet this girl again. I want to really get to know this girl. And they told her, and she's like, I'm not interested. He's too short. So so she wasn't interested. And so my friends felt bad for me. So like, hey, in like 2 weeks, come back, and we'll set you up on a blind date. So that was what happened. And so they set me up on this blind date with this girl, and this girl was supposed to be like pretty like wild. So they were like, you're gonna get lucky tonight. And I remember them saying that. And anyways, I go there, and the girl and my friend's girlfriend are in the back getting ready. I hadn't seen her yet. They're in the back getting their hair done and makeup, and I'm sitting there, and my wife pulls up. She sees my truck and realizes I'm there, and she comes in and she says hi, starts talking to me, and then she realizes like I'm about to go on a blind date with this girl. And when she realizes that, I think the competitiveness came out. She's like, I thought you were interested in me. She didn't say that, but that's what she was thinking. And so me being, a young Marine, I'm like, I invite her on my blind date with us. I'm like, what are you doing tonight? So this girl's in the back getting all pretty, and she shows up in sweats. Her hair's in a bun. She's not. And I'm like, invite her on this date with us. And so she comes as the other girl is the fifth wheel. And we were all these young people out that night. And
hold on, how does this go? How does this conversation go?
I invited her, and she said, yeah, I'll come. And then the girl comes out and realizes now there's another girl coming on this blind date. And, and they got one girl that's probably willing to do whatever I want. And the other girl, Kathy's like super, like
not
conservative.
willing to do whatever you want.
Yeah, she's super conservative. She's like very like, and not that way at all. And that's what I chose at night. And so I ended up kind of ignoring this girl the whole night and spending attention to Kathy. And we probably spent every moment that I wasn't training or doing something for the next year together. And then a year later we got married. So, yeah.
Awesome.
So. not every meeting story is the romantic way. It's
you want to come on this blind date with us?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it's kind of typical young Marine like
right
shenanigans, right?
Right on.
I'm like, I never seen what's behind door number 2.
Yeah,
but I know what's behind door number 1. So I'd rather take you.
Man,
now, if she would have said no, then
So you went to force. Did you have to do any training to get in there?
No, you don't do any extra training to go to force. Usually it's based on experience. You like guys that have like did a whole stint in a recon platoon, kind of a standout.
Okay.
And in a way, for people that are wondering, like recon, force recon, in a recon battalion, you have Alpha Company, Bravo Company, Charlie Company. So you have 3 companies. The 4th company is force. So that's 25% of the recon battalion will be force. And so it's usually the guys that kind of stand out. It's been around a little longer, a little more experienced, a little older. Maybe nowadays there's probably a couple of deployments under their belt.
Gotcha.
Back then it wasn't any deployments every new belt, so it's just the kind of standouts.
How long were you at force?
1997 as a reservist and active duty of that same unit till 2003 when I went to JSOC.
Okay. So you were reservist.
Yeah.
You were reservist.
Yep.
So you leave. You didn't want to become, you weren't going to become an officer.
Yeah. That decision came on 9/11.
God.
That it wasn't going to become an officer.
You went into the PD.
Yep.
Correct? Well, all right, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Let's talk about leaving force.
Yep.
And focusing more on police work.
Well, yeah, at that time, the reason I was at the police because I'm in the reserves, going to go to college. When I'm going to leave the police department or sheriff's department to go back in the Marine Corps as an officer. But I graduated the police academy, go work undercover in narcotics because I come from the military, special operations background. I look super young. I go work in narcotics for a year, move over to patrol, and then about 2 months out of FTO, I get in a pretty serious shooting incident where where I shot and killed someone on duty, and it was a pretty significant part of my life, to be honest with you. It's probably one of the more like milestone, like traumatic things that I've been through in my life, even outside of combat, because things like that aren't supposed to happen.
Let's dig in. Why was it so significant?
So I'll tell you how it happened. So I'm at by the way, where this happened, to give you some geographical context, if you fly into New Orleans airport, you actually don't land in New Orleans, you land in a town called St. Rose. And so in St. Rose, that's right. I mean, probably like 2 miles from New Orleans airport, this happened. I heard a guy named Steve Cantelli get a call. He was working a beat over. We had beats. So I was working 203. He was working beat. No, I was working beat 202. He was working beat 203. And I was the beat 203 was gone. So it had a gap. He was 204 actually. So there was a beat going between. When I heard Steve Cantelli get this call, it was a domestic violence call. You start paying attention, right? You just want to listen to what's going on. And he was one of my field training officers, Marine Corps Gulf War veteran, like a kind of a bigger than life kind of guy. He was a SWAT team at Jefferson Parish guy. He'd been around a while. He was like pretty solid guy. And so I'm listening on the radio, and I hear his voice come over the radio, saying that someone had a gun, and that he was calling for backup. And when I heard his voice, I knew something was significantly wrong, because he's like such a composed guy, like something went wrong. And then the radio system, as timing may have it, was brand new for our department, and it went dead. Comms went down. And so I kind of like had this imminence, like I have to get to him. So going down River Road across the Mississippi River, and as I'm going, got my lights on, got my sirens on. People are stopping in the road, right? They're not pulling over. And I remember just being like panicked to get to him. And when I pulled up, it was kind of like not really a trailer park, but like a modular home community. And so the houses were elevated, and there was about 30 people outside of this house. And I could see that Steve's on the porch of the elevated porch with this woman yelling, but he's looking inside. He's yelling with this woman, so I could see he needed help. I make my way through the crowd and get there. And I knew exactly this house before. We had been there before. The guy's name was Russell Stebbins. Always domestic violence, always, giving the police a hard time. So it was a very familiar place. And Steve's like, get this lady out of here, because the guy just barricaded himself in the back room with a gun. And so I start trying to talk to her. She's being argumentative. I talk to some guys down. I'm like, hey, grab her. So I grabbed the lady by the back of her shirt and her pants, and I pushed her over the rail, like forced her over the rail. And some men grabbed her and pulled her over. And I remember, like, after she went over, they were trying to pull her, and she like fell in this barbecue pit and fell over. And then her kids were there. Her kids were like, probably like 5, 6, 7 years old, two kids right there, and they were scared, and they grabbed a hold of her. And so when I seen that and those guys had her, I went back to the front door where Steve was, and Steve went to the window of the room that the guy was in, so he wouldn't shoot out the window. And so he's watching the window. We're trying to get the radio working, and I'm standing in there in the doorway, and as I'm standing in the doorway, I'm looking into a living room. To my right is a kitchen table, and I remember seeing like food still. They were just having dinner. Their plates are on the table, family pictures, toys on the floor. Like, this is not like the environment. This is not Afghanistan, right? This is like, I lived a few miles away, like, and when Russell came out of the hallway, he stopped right before the end of the hallway. It was catacornered to me, so I'm in this door, living room, catacorners, the hallway. I could see a mirror, and when he came to the edge of I could see him. He got he's barricaded himself behind the wall, and he had the rifle in front of him, and he reaches down, and I could tell he press checked it. And I'm like, he's checking to see if he's got a round in the chamber, which, to me is like pretty significant. Mm-hmm. He's thinking he's going to get in a gunfight. So I was yelling at him like, hey, put down your gun. I'm talking to him like a policeman. Put down your gun, come out, let's talk. He's like, you guys need to leave. I want to talk to my wife. That's not going to happen. We're not leaving. You can talk to your wife, but you need to put down the gun. We'll facilitate that. Just put down your gun. Like, do not come out with that gun. And if you'd asked me that day, like even a minute before that happened, if a guy pointed a gun at me, what would I do? I'm going to smoke him, right? That's kind of like, as gunfighters, that's what we think we do. Like, but when he turned that corner and he came out, he had the gun over his shoulder. He didn't have it shouldered. He had it over his shoulder, and his hand was holding the receiver, and his finger was by the trigger well. I remember seeing like his finger's not the trigger well, it's by the trigger well. I don't know why he was holding it that way, but he's pointing it right at me. And based on lethal force, like I could have killed him right there. But, and that's what I would have probably said if you'd asked me that question, like quiz me before, that's why I would have shot him. But like I said, looking in this guy's home, his kid's right behind me, his wife's screaming behind me, there's still food on the table. I felt like I still had control of that situation, and I felt like I didn't have to kill him in that moment. And I'm like, he had too much to drink. He's taunting us. By the way, Russell Stebbins was 6'3", 263 pounds. I know exactly his height and weight. I was about 125 pounds. I was training a lot. I've been training my whole life in jiu-jitsu and MMA. And so even though he's bigger, I just felt like I still was in control. But at that point, I went from being a policeman to like just being two dudes. And I remember telling him I'm gonna fucking kill you. That's the words I used. And you don't hear me curse, so I probably won't curse much on this show. But that's the words I said to him. I wanted him to know it was serious. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Put down your gun. And he's like, you put down your gun. And I'm like, not gonna put down my gun. And so I moved towards him, and I pulled my gun in, like my pistol in, to retain my weapon. And I grabbed the barrel of his gun and pointed it away from me. And when I did that, I kicked him in the nuts, like not like a football kick, but like a push kick to disarm him. And when I kicked and pulled, like nothing happened. He was like holding on that thing so hard. And I did it a second time, and my arm must have came away from my body, and he grabbed my arm. And so now I got this giant man who's mad, and I'm like way smaller than him, being overpowered, and we're fighting over two guns. And I in that moment, I remember realizing like he's never gonna give up. Like I have to kill him. And so I just rolled my wrist over to break his grip, and I came over and I fired one round, boom, like right in the center of his chest. He stepped back, and I pulled in, and I fired 5 more, 6 shots, all, right in front of me. I remember watching the rounds go into him, like hit his body. And Steve, I didn't even know Steve came behind me, but Steve came in. He was shooting right over my shoulder. He shot 6 times as well. I could hear his gun. I could watch the casings come out of my Glock. I was watching the casings come out of the top, Glock that come out of the top. I was watching them like roll out. I could hear the mechanics of my gun. I could separately hear the mechanics of his gun functioning. I never heard a bang. I just heard like that pop. And my ears never rang or anything. And so we hit him 11 out of 12 times. I didn't drop the round, by the way. That's an important point. That he turned and he landed on his knees, and he looked right back at me conversationally, like totally calm, and he's like, "You killed me." That's what he said. He's like, "You killed me."
That's what he said.
That's what he said. Yeah. He wasn't in pain. It was emotionless. Before he was mad, angry, riled up. It was just like total like composed. He just looked right at me and said, "You killed me." Like he knew he was gonna die. Like at that moment, and I pushed him down. And when I pushed him down, he fell, and I pulled the rifle out from under him, and I pulled his hands back to handcuff him. And I remember feeling like because his other arm came up when I broke his wrist. His other arm came up in front of him, so one of those rounds went through his wrist. And so when I grabbed his wrist, it was like a noodle, and it blew the bones out. And I had blood. Like I remember, it was super slippery. I had blood like everywhere on me. And I handcuffed him. And while I was handcuffed him, I heard him like breathe out like his last breath and die. And then me and Steve started clearing the house, making sure no one else was in the house. I think some guys from down there came up and blocked the doorway. But I remember looking back before we cleared the house. Actually, I remember looking back. For some reason, my first thought was to look back at the wife, and I just seen her screaming, and I wanted to like go out to her, like because we were there for her, right? And but obviously she was probably hated us in that moment. The kids were just like in shock. It was perfect view. Everybody's seen everything.
Damn.
And cleared the house, and then we were there. Every police seemed like at that time, heard sirens, all the police came and separated Steve and I, took our guns away, went back, did polygraphs and interviews. And then the next day, the newspaper, headline said, cold-blooded murder. Sub-headline say, police say justified. Went in about a pretty long period of investigation. And then I went because the DA didn't want to make a position on it, election year. I went before a grand jury for second-degree murder, and was cleared. And then after we were cleared, then Steve and I got the Medal of Valor from the governor of Louisiana. So,
man.
So yeah, it was like the reason I say it's such a significant thing is because you just don't think things like that would happen.
Yeah,
I know they do every day, but for me, like I was mad at him that he made me do that in front of his wife and kids. I was just so like pissed that he made me do that in front of his wife and kids.
Is that the first life you've taken?
Yeah. And the most intimate. Yeah.
How do you feel about that today?
Oh, it's still to this day, like sometimes I'd like be thinking, like in those moments of stillness, right? I think about that and I'm like, why did that guy do? Like I think about his kids, like I don't know, like where'd those kids end up? They saw that, I don't know who those kids are or where they ended up, but they saw that and like, why couldn't he just put that gun down? Why did he have to do that? He knew he knew we weren't gonna leave, like, One of the things that came back in the autopsy was that corroborated my statement of trying to disarm him and trying to save his life, was that his testicles was like the size of a bowling ball from kicking him. And that's like what, I don't say that to say that I kick hard, but I say that to say like that's how determined he was not to give up that gun. I kicked him twice, like blasted him. And I was training Muay Thai at the time. He felt it, but he was determined not to give up.
Damn, Jed. So. What? Had he had a history of this stuff?
He had a history of being belligerent at the police, but never anything like that. He had too much to drink.
Do you feel like maybe there's a possibility that you saved those kids?
I think so. I think he was I think if he would have got past me, he would have. That weapon was loaded. It was off safe. It was chambered. I think he wanted to shoot his wife, and she was in a crowd with the kids, and there was about 30 people in that crowd. And so, obviously, that's why I wasn't going to get out of the doorway. he wasn't going to get past that doorway. And, and so I think about, if Steve or I would have let him come out of that house and have access to those people, he would have fired a rifle at his wife or into that crowd of people.
How long did the investigations go on?
About 4 months or so. So about 4 months, and I was on administrative, like working at the detective bureau doing administrative work. That's how I ended up in the detective bureau, because after we got that award, the Medal of Valor, I'd already built a reputation. People liking me in the detective bureau doing administrative work, and then the chief was just like, they never promoted anybody to detective that young. I was only 23 years old, and they promoted me to detective.
Did you feel like he deserved it?
No.
Why?
I felt like I got it because I got an award. But then I went in there and crushed it. I remember you got people that have been in the department like 20, 25 years putting in a detective, and there was 2 slots open, and me and Steve, the 2 guys that get the award, get it. Right. And so people were obviously not happy, bitter, and, going to run their mouth about it. And so that made me realize, I got to go out and earn this and prove it. So I worked really hard, did a great job, ended up going from general investigations to violent crimes task force, investigating homicides.
So hold on. You kill a guy who's potentially determined to kill his wife, possibly his kids, maybe more.
Mm-hmm.
They put you under a 4-month investigation on it, try to burn your ass, wind up giving you a medal, put you in this new unit, and you don't feel like you deserve it?
Well, doing something like that doesn't make you a good detective, so.
What does?
Good investigative work, like be intelligent, smart, experience, a lot more experience than I had. But at the same time, like I said, I had the opportunity to do that, and I'm going to embrace it. I ended up outworking, I outworked everybody there, and I ended up in my time there in that year there, I worked. I think I worked like close to 30. Like violent crimes, either murders, attempted murders, shootings, and had the highest conviction rate of any detective on those types of cases. And so my last year there, right before 9/11, I ended up moving over back to special investigations and became the senior detective at special operations and special investigations, which is like narcotics, spice, stuff like that. And so,
damn, man.
Yeah.
You rise to the top everywhere you go.
I just, like I said, I just work hard, man.
Yeah.
And
lots of people work hard.
Yeah.
But so 9/11 happens.
Yeah. Yep.
Changed everything for you.
Yeah, man. I was still in the reserves. I was the military free fall team leader at 3rd Force. I was a sergeant. And so I remember watching those planes fly into a World Trade Center buildings, and I'm like, dude, my life just changed. Like, one, I want to participate. 2, I don't want to go back in as an officer. Like that was my goal, and that immediately changed my goal, because I know, and obviously I'm very thankful and respectful to all the military officers, but in the recon community, if you're a reconnaissance officer, you're an administrator and a planner. You're not an operator. Those are needed, but that's not what I want to do. And so, despite having the ability to get commissioned at the time, I decided to go. Within a week of 9/11, I resigned from the police department, the sheriff's office, and I went to 3rd Force Recon on an active reserve contract, because it was the fastest way to get back on active duty. And I thought we were going to deploy right. Everybody that was in the reserves, everybody thought everyone's going right. And the attitude of the military at the time was not like, oh my gosh, we're going to war. Everyone's like, hey, what's up, sir? Like, let's go do this. The military was like super motivated. The country was patriotic and charged up to do the right thing and retaliate for what happened in the Twin Towers and the Pentagon. And so I thought we were going to deploy right away. And we didn't. And so the air marshals came, very smart. I had a friend, Danny O'Toole, who was former DEVGRU guy, retired at DEVGRU, and he was one of the original 45 air marshals at the time. There was about 45 air marshals before 9/11. And so what they did, and it was really smart how they did it, they tasked those 45 guys to build a force up of, I won't say the number, a couple of, a pretty significant force of air marshals. How do you do that, right? It takes like about a year and a half to get someone through a federal hiring process through OPM to get somebody a top secret clearance and then go through FLETC to get trained. So that's the best way to do that. Target the reserve units for guys that already have TS clearances but aren't military, contractually obligated to the military. And so that's where they focused their recruiting efforts. It was pretty smart.
Yeah.
And so they came to Third Force as well as, so that's why the first wave of air marshals were all guys reserve, a lot of team guys, and a lot of SF guys, and then a lot of recon guys. That was the first wave of air marshals. Were all those type of guys. They got to be able to pass the shooting standards because at that time the air marshals had what's called. They changed it after about 2 years, but it's called the TPC, Tactical Pistol Course.
I've heard that is.
It was brutal. It was crazy.
Insane.
It was the hardest pistol course I've ever shot.
Can you talk about it a little bit?
Yeah,
I'm super interested in it.
I think 30 rounds in less than 30 seconds, and you can only drop 3 rounds. You can't drop them off the paper. You can drop 3 rounds out of the center A. What do you call it? A thing?
A box.
A box. Yeah.
30 rounds, in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, at 7 yards. And so the drills are different drills from concealed holster, 1.65, 6-shot rhythm drill under 3 seconds.
Oh, so it's not 30 all combined.
No, it's every drill. Back turn, 3 targets. I think back turn 3 targets in 1.8 seconds. So pivot drill, boom, boom, boom.
This sounds very familiar to my qualification to get into the agency.
Yeah, it was good, man. And
I wonder if that's where it came. I'll bet that's where it came from.
There's a lot of pressure. Now, after about 2 years, they dropped it to the ATPC.
Why?
Why? Because the Secret Service took over the leadership, and so of the air marshals, and anytime the government gets control of something, they ruin it. And so basically, they said they said, hey, this is too much. So instead of bringing the shooters up to the standard, they bring the standard down to the shooters, and they want to bring other federal agents in, and that opened the door for people from all over federal agencies to lateral and have a better paying job, something a little more sexy. So then you got a ton of guys from like the Bureau of Prisons, Border Patrol, and it wasn't the best of them. So it deteriorated pretty quick after that.
Damn.
Yeah, so it was a good thing at first. And so I went through the second class of that, a couple of guys from my unit, and then I got to the Denver field office, myself and Dave Lamone, who's a Navy SEAL. We became the head training officers. I built the combatives program that they started using in the beginning for the air marshals wide, and then Dave was primarily handling the firearms training, and although we worked together to do both, and then but I still want to deploy.
Yeah.
And I wanted to go, and then some of my buddies went, and a deployment came up for Iraq, early deployment, like pre-invasion deployment.
Nice.
And so I had the opportunity to do that, and so that's where I was going. But then while I was preparing for that, then I had some friends from the unit from Delta Force. I don't know if you knew the guys from Somalia. Rich Kachocho, Norm Hooten, Brian Morgan, all those guys from the original. I was friends with a lot of those guys. And
Tom Satterley?
I don't know him.
Okay.
Pat Savage. Mainly Rich Kachocho was the Q. If you watch the movie Black Hawk Down, the AFO on a bicycle pretending to be a journalist. Mm-hmm. That's Rich Kachocho, Q. And he was a really good friend of mine. And he's like, hey, there's the selection going. They're looking for some certain qualifications for some guys at JSOC. I think this would be a really good fit for you. I know what you really want to do. He's like, I don't think you should do it because I think you should. Air Marshal's a good gig. I think you should. You got 3 kids at home, but I know it's what you want to do. And so if you want to do it, it's probably the perfect fit for you. You got a degree. You have worked undercover, like in as a civilian, and you have all this other training. Like I think you'd be a really good fit for it. So I trained up for it, and I went and did this selection, and got selected.
So you went to. You basically, you're probably not going to say this, but I will. Mm-hmm. So you got recruited specifically to go to Delta Selection.
Yeah.
Made it through Delta Selection.
Yeah.
And did you go to OTC?
No. So I thought,
For those who don't know, Delta, the Delta training pipeline is called OTC.
No, I thought I was going Delta selection because the Delta guys recruited me. So that's where I thought I was going to. And it ended up being a selection specifically for this program. And I didn't even know what the program was until after I got selected and get read into it. So I thought we were doing Delta selection. We did not do Delta selection. So I did not actually do a Delta selection. It was a JSOC task force, and it ended up being at the other unit. That's where it went. The reason I
wound up being a dev group.
Being a dev group, yeah. The reason why the Delta guys did it is because they had the experience in an AFO program, and they were also they weren't only tasked with recruiting for it, they were tasked with running some of the training for it. And so that's how I got. And luckily, I say luckily because had I not known Rich Cachocho, there was no way I would have got the opportunity to try out for that. So,
what was selection like?
Basic skills of being able to do all your fundamental navigation skills and stuff like that. Checking for a lot of different things that
Was it the long walk?
It wasn't a long walk.
It wasn't.
There's portions of that
Okay.
because these guys are putting it, so they want to see that same. They're looking for those mental attributes. For me, nothing physical was anything. It was the interview process that I thought was very significant. Like asking different decisional making criteria.
Give us an example.
Silly stuff like how you stop a vehicle, right? Shoot the driver, right? Like stuff like that. But then also putting your scenarios like if you're, and I didn't understand all the scenarios first because I didn't know. I mean, you're going to do something like that, so I'm thinking I'm trying not to be an assaulter. I'm thinking I'm trying not to go and be an assaulter at the unit. And so they start asking questions about, being in a business environment and what kind of decisions you make in a business environment, a foreign business environment. And they're looking for your business aptitude and basically asking questions like in a compromise scenario, like not really looking for the right answers, looking for how you process.
They want to know how you think.
How you think, yeah. And so I was actually really taken back, because I wasn't expecting those type of questions at all. And then, and so I thought I bombed it. I thought, man, because you're expecting one thing, you get blindsided, and so you automatically think, I wasn't prepared for this. I totally bombed it. And then I find out that if I'm interested, that I could go to the read in, and I got read in, and that's when I found out that it was the other unit, and actually what I'd be doing. And to be honest with you, it was a pleasant surprise. I was stoked.
Really?
Yeah, I wasn't like, oh man, I thought I was gonna be doing this. It was like you're expecting to open. It's Christmas morning. You're expecting to open the present and get a bicycle, and it's a freaking Honda 250. I'm like, hell yeah. that was my response. I was like, this is amazing. This is like a tremendous opportunity, and I still look at that today. I'm like, every special operations has this competitiveness between them, and I think that probably the closest is because the closest Recon and SEALs, I think the closest compatible mission wise, and so there's always this fun competitiveness.
Yeah.
But everybody knows that at the premier NSW unit, there's a difference.
Yeah. So what were you excited about? Were you excited that you were about to attach to Development Group, which is SEAL Team 6, for those that don't know?
Yeah.
Or were you excited about the job description, that it wasn't an assaulter, that it was some under the radar?
Yeah. I'd say both, but the second more so. Because I just felt that, first of all, that AFO job, Advanced Force Operator job, the clandestine logistics job, sounds super sexy, but no one wants to do it, especially the assaulters. No one wants to do it because it's you're not kicking in doors. My job wasn't kicking in doors, shooting bad guys in the face. My job was the job of AFO is to go as a singleton or maybe a small team, in bed with local nationals, build a plausible reason to be in a non-permissive area, meaning where U.S. military is not. You're by yourself. You don't have a radio. You don't have you truly are alone, and now you have to clandestinely build infrastructure and operational plan to put assaulters on target and safely get them off. Like, it sounds super sexy, but the assaulters that know, like, no one wants to do that job. But for me, this is like exactly right up my alley. This is like exactly what I want to do. Like, I love the independence to be able to think outside the box on my own, to be able to problem solve. I loved undercover work when I was working undercover. I feel like put me in Washington D.C., working in Congress. Like, I could talk to anybody, I could get along with anybody. Put me into projects, I could go hang out with drug dealers. Like, any environment I'm in, I feel like I could get along with anybody and work with anyone. And so I love that environment. I love to be able to just be with different people and do different things, do different types of things. And I loved the idea of that job, and I wanted that training. And I'd always kind of somewhat heard of it, but I didn't know that job existed in the way that it did. So now I'm being exposed to what it is, and the more they're briefing me, the more I'm like, this sounds like the coolest job on the planet.
Yeah.
And the training was incredible. The guys that put together the training, they had input came from Green Team on some of the stuff that they wanted us to have.
Green Team, for those that don't know, is the training pipeline to get in Development Group Team 6.
Yeah. So we had input from Green Team on our training package, and it was being built for us. For the first wave of guys that came in, it was being built for us. And then the unit guys, the CAD guys that recruited me in, they had a contract from our command to build that program. And so we went high-risk SEER, which is like corporate cover, then all the corporate cover training, and then lone operator course, like, you're by yourself, the medical stuff that you need to know by yourself, the, singleton operations, working by yourself with one other guy, for your basic gunfighting skills and stuff like that. And it was just really good training. And I learned a lot in a really short period of time. And then learned the rest of it on the ground as we went.
How many guys showed up to that selection? How many guys got recruited?
Know.
Did you see them?
No, I didn't see them. No, it's not like a lineup or anything like that.
No shit.
Yeah.
The selection is just you.
Yeah, and I couldn't tell you who I was competing against, or I could tell you the guys that they picked. In that wave, it was 12 of us that got picked. Three DEVGRU operators, 3 guys from SF guys, 2 CAG guys, and 4 Recon guys. So,
damn, dude.
Yeah, and we're the first wave of all the training.
So you're basically a plank owner of whatever you call that.
Yeah, whatever they want to call it. Yeah, we were the first ones. So, and it was out of necessity because, Dev Group had the mission in Afghanistan. At that time, Delta's focused on Iraq, and who that mission skill set was probably more capable for Delta, but Dev Group had to stand that up.
Can you talk about some of the training once you got in?
Once I got there,
yeah.
I mean, we did recurrent training. But after everything else was like as we went. Like I did about the initial training was about 6 months, and then I went at the end. I went right to Afghanistan. And
on the job training,
yeah. And
figure it out.
The recurrent training was every year. We did driving training. You didn't go back to high risk SEER, but you did a scenario based training. SDRs, we always did recurrent SDR training because that's what keeps you alive when you're operating as a singleton.
Can you explain what an SDR is to the audience?
Yeah, like surveillance is counter surveillance and surveillance detection, and then SDR is surveillance detection routes. So surveillance detection is being able to detect if surveillance is being conducted on you, which is very important when you're operating as a singleton, because if surveillance is being conducted on you, then you're going to be able to know that the next phase of surveillance is if you're going to be abducted or attacked or something like that, it's going to come behind surveillance usually, and especially in the Taliban doesn't traditionally. You might think like, oh man, if you're out by yourself as an American and you're in Jalalabad, like walking around, like the Taliban is just going to grab you, kill you, shoot you, kidnap you. Probably not. They're probably going to go out, let somebody know you're there. Hey, we see American here, and they start surveilling you, and then they can decide they want to make sure who you are. It's a slower process. You go, downtown Chicago here, you're the wrong skin color, you're probably just gonna get shot, right? So there's not really like a lot of violent crimes of opportunity in that scenario. So surveillance is usually going to come first. So surveillance detection is being able to detect surveillance. So surveillance detection routes is using a strategy, and I won't get into TTPs, the techniques, tactics, and procedures of SDR routes, but it's basically you use a surveillance detection route to expose surveillance. So you do certain methodologies and you put them in your daily agenda to be able to expose any potential surveillance you have on you. And so it is a survival tool for people that operate in singleton capacities.
So what are they briefing on? What are they briefing you you're going to do when you get to Afghanistan?
Well, I mean, and it would be no secret to say that, that command's agenda was the top 10, right? Mm-hmm. Bin Laden, whoever's on the top 10 list, they were in the menu. That's who they're going to get. That's the whole focus of that command being in Afghanistan. And so the assault forces are going to guys that are going to go in and capture or kill those guys. And so most of those targets are going to be in non-permissive areas, either eastern Afghanistan in the mountains of Afghanistan, and areas that don't have conventional military, or over into the FATA, the Federal Administered Tribal Area, or even further, across the border into Pakistan. So our job was to set up infrastructure through building a plausible reason. You could probably use your imagination of how you would build a plausible reason for Americans to be in certain areas. So I have to create a reason. Not a shallow one, because you got to have some legitimacy to it. Create a reason to be there, create a presence there, create a footprint of traffic that you can hide real operations in, and then build all the clandestine infrastructure to be able to put assaulters on target in a non-conventional way. When I say non-conventional, I mean fast roping into a compound, with a CH-46 is pretty conventional, but how do you do that in a non-conventional way where guys can slip in and slip out? And that requires a lot of on the ground in advance prior logistical coordination, like safe houses, then you staging local national weapons and procuring local national weapons, going in and buying local national weapons, procuring them, building safe rooms that could be fortified, it could be fought from, AK-47s and PKMs and hand grenades and RPGs, and building fighting positions in those safe houses, having money, clothes, passports, blood. Like the assaults, what's everybody's blood type? Let's get blood. Let's have blood standing by. A cache type facility and capabilities inside of a safe house, and then all the routes to and from, like all the contingencies that could go wrong in an operation like that. All that has to be in place from the moment you move them from wherever that staging area is to the target, to the back off the target, to the back on Bagram Air Base safe, and we're still out there. We stay out there all the time.
So you're basically you're a facilitator.
That's it. Yeah.
You're a facilitator that sets up every aspect surrounding the actual operation with plausible deniability.
Yes. Yeah.
For everyone.
Yeah.
Foreign weapons, foreign IDs, foreign everything.
Yeah. I mean, in Afghanistan, every town you go in, you probably, like a lot of different areas, you have a different license plate. You go to a different checkpoint, you have to have different permits for different areas. If you don't know any of that and don't have that in place, you might have the best operation in the world, but you get stopped at the first checkpoint and everybody gets pulled out of the vehicle, it's over. Right now, all that has to be facilitated in advance. And by the way, you can't do that without local national element involved. And a little bit of I did with Aziz, who was my teammate and interpreter. I did about 100 of those in my 8 deployments.
You facilitated 100?
Yeah, operations like that.
Operations.
Yeah, not all, and I'll say it just so people don't get confused, not every one of them was a capture kill hit, but over 100 operations facilitated.
Is there anything in particular that stands out that you want to talk about?
Number 6. Aziz and I put the command on number 6, and they killed him. So that's the highest I got up on the list. We tried for number 2. Obviously, we're all after number 1, and but number 6 we got, and but we almost didn't because of We did.
You want to go into it?
Yeah. So Batakut, Afghanistan. Batakut's a little farming village. High. Everybody thinks of Afghanistan as like desert, right? Like Kandahar. But man, Afghanistan's. When I think Afghanistan, I'm thinking Rocky Mountains, Colorado. Gray granite, rocks, pine trees. Smell of pine, creeks, beautiful. That's Batakut. High mountain farming villages. Very cold. We were there. So Aziz and I had been there a couple of weeks, and to set up the operation. And we've been working together for a while. And Aziz, not just assigned to me as my teammate, my friend. He's my brother. And very like when I say witting, like as witting as there's parts of the operation that I couldn't say here, but I could definitely not say on this show. He knew and seen and was aware of. This dude, I won't get into this story, not that I can't, but not to get off track, but he's the only Afghan I know that was recognized by Congress for the rescue of four SEALs, DEVGRU guys. And it was me and him. We got a call from the command to go clandestinely extract these 4 SEAls. Not that DEVGRU couldn't have went and get him, right? They could have sent a QRF in and killed everybody in the village and got those guys out, no problem. But they wanted to maintain the operation, and they didn't want any civilian collateral damage because it was a Taliban-infested village. And so they asked us to go in and get it. And Aziz was like, it's the middle of the night. Aziz didn't know these guys.
Hold on.
I'm getting into they're a totally different story now.
Let's just do this story.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the entire thing, then we'll go back to number 6.
Yeah.
Actually, let me stop right there.
Okay.
I think this is a good point in time to talk about who exactly Aziz was and why he's so important to you.
Yeah.
And how he plays a role in your life.
Yeah. So when I get to Afghanistan the very first time, I land at Bagram Air Force Base. I'll start there. I didn't fly. Most people might be picturing like you fly there with your unit on deployment. That wasn't the experience I had or the type of job I had. I flew an unmanifested plane out of Norfolk with a couple of other operators I'd never met before, with a rafting bag with $2 million in it, cash that I snapped to my ankle because some big Neanderthal named Mo from the command was like, "Hey, I got some Ambien right here. Why don't you take 2?" They all knew I had that money, and so they were they didn't know me, but they knew who it was, and they were just giving me a hard time. You know how guys are; they give me a hard time, and so I curled up like a cat on top of a pallet. Flew there. Those guys, those guys, the assaulter guys, went off, did their thing. They had been in and out. They were being in and out of there all the time. And I was told to wait there to meet the XO was coming to meet me. So I was sitting there waiting, and I was standing on the edge of, this is 2003, so I'm on the edge of the airfield, and there was these HESCO barriers and concertina wire, and I remember like in that moment, being by myself in the dark. I remember my first moment was like, this feels like 29 Palms, like something about it. It felt like familiar, like 29 Palms. But then I remember like thinking like, holy crap, like this is real. They like hit me like I'm in Afghanistan. I've never been to war before. Not only am I in war now, but I'm doing this freaking crazy job that that I've never done before. I've just got training in it, but it's just the reality hit me. Like somewhere on the other side of this, in the dark on the other side of this, HESCO barriers and concertina wires, the Taliban, like the enemy. And over the next few months, I'm going to try to facilitate killing them, and they're going to try to kill me. And that's really what's about to happen. And like, you kind of ask yourself, like, am I ready to do this? Am I ready to do what the Marine Corps entrusted me to represent them at this incredible unit that I'm like feeling like super privileged, like honored to be able to be a part of? Like, am I ready? And we were talking last night about these 4 pillars of resiliency, and mind, body, spirit, and social. Like, if I'd have gave that inventory mentally, I was motivated. I knew my job. I had tremendous training in my job. I really had a confidence in myself. Physically, I was in the best shape of my life. Socially, I'm with the premier special operations unit in the world. The support you get there, like, why am I excited to go there? Man, what can't they get? Like that, any resources you need, right? You can get there. But spiritually, I had the word Christian stamped on my dog tag. But the truth is, that was a chink in my armor. Like I was I believe looking back now, when I got there, I made this decision because my wife was like pressuring me, like you're going like I'm praying for you and stuff like that. My wife was like pushing me towards like God, and I was like, you know what, like right now in my life, I have to choose between being a warrior or being a person of faith, because I believed that the two couldn't coexist. I believed that was something you had to choose between, because I thought I'm gonna have to be violent. I'm gonna have to, and as AFO, I'm gonna have to lie to people, manipulate people, not just the Taliban. I'm gonna like take good people, civilians, buy cars in their name, because I'm getting trained to like buy houses in their name and set them up between my command and me and the Taliban. So when the chips fall, they're gonna be the ones that some manipulating people, lying to people. Like, so I just felt like I had to pick between this job, being a warrior, and being a person of faith. So I believe I made a deliberate decision to put God out of my life in that moment, something I could do when I get older and be a warrior. And I wish I would have knew the truth. What the truth is, there's nothing more powerful in the battlefield of Afghanistan or life than the men of God and people of God. And the two not only can coexist, but when they do coexist, they're the most powerful people on the planet. And I wish I knew that. And because I chose to put that aside, I believe that it left a giant hole inside of me that over the years filled with anger and rage and bitterness, and just a real darkness took over me. But back to Aziz, like through all that, I had a partner, because while that job, again, might sound kind of cool to some people are like, that's I would never want to do that job. You spend a lot of time alone. Out of those 8 deployments, I probably spent 2 weeks on Bagram. All my time was off. I was off base. I lived out in the community. I wore civilian clothes. As awesome as the guys at the command was, and I was proud to be at that unit, I rarely got to work with them except putting them on target and putting them off target. And so Aziz was besides a few guys that I worked with on my team, primarily Aziz was my teammate. He was assigned to me as my interpreter, but he eventually worked his way into being, a number 2 guy and our teammate, and even part of planning operations, and someone I really became the trust and lean on how to pull off some of the stuff we were doing. Because there's no textbook for doing it, and even if you have one, you go in a new environment, a new combat environment, everything changes, right? You have to be adaptable and be able to create it as you go. Yeah. And not only that, like we were given complete, like talk about enough rope to hang yourself, like they're like figure it out, like I remember like I won't say the name of the CEO or XO like telling me like, hey, we need to establish a presence here. And I'm like, we can't. There's no presence. Like there's no plausible presence there. And they're just like, yeah, good luck. Like figure this shit out. Like, and you gotta make it happen, because that command's depending on you giving a plausible reason to be there. So when those assaulters get on target, they're gonna be safe, and they're gonna not only be safe, but they're gonna capture or kill whoever they're going after. And so you got to figure it out. And they give you tons of like all the leeway. You got all the resources and all the money to make it happen, but you got all the leeway to succeed or fail. And you got to figure that out and by yourself. And you sit in the meetings and you're like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I don't know why they trust me to do this, but I'm going to keep that to myself and I'm going to figure it out. And then when they leave and the briefing's over and they leave, you're like, Aziz, help me out, brother. Like, how are we going to figure this out? And every time he'd figure it out, we'd figure it out, man. So because of that, we became someone that I tremendously trusted. And I watched him over the years put his life on the line for Americans that he never met before, for me, saved my life multiple times. And again, we'll get into sharing the numbers, the mission for number 6. But one example was with those 4 team guys. They were doing an operation. I can't say what asset they had an asset, a technical asset that was part of this program. That again I can't talk about exactly, but because they were with this asset, they couldn't leave this asset in place, and they couldn't just leave it there. So they couldn't just beat feet and move. They had to stay with it. If they would have put a QRF in there to get those guys, the operation would have been compromised and needed the operation to continue. And they probably would have killed a lot of people in that village that need to die. And so the command called us and said, hey, 4 team guys, they're here. They need you guys to go get them. And we're looking at we knew the environment. We're like, this place is like freaking a hornet's nest for Taliban. And I'm like, Aziz, how are we gonna do it? And he's like, came up with, I won't say exactly the details, but he came up with a way to go get them. And I'm like, I trust you. And he and I got in a car, and we drove through the night and scooped those guys up and got them out of there. And man,
what was it like when they figured out? I mean, how were they when you found them?
it was actually pretty funny, and not the most tactical or sexy scene. Like, we're looking for them where they're supposed to be, and we're like, where the heck are these guys? And because we didn't have any comms with them, and we had one of those they like behind this bush like a caca.
Are you kidding me?
I'm like,
here we are at DEVGRU.
most elite guys in the world, caca behind a bush, and we're gonna
It works.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's hilarious.
I'm like, don't freaking kill us, because they're like waiting for them to kill us, you know. It's me. And but man, like, it was nothing super technical. Like, you know, if you're looking for like a super technical, like, operational story with that, if it's just who he was, like, I remember his words when he's like, I'm like trying to figure it out. I'm like, you're down. He's like, those are my brothers that he never met before, but because he felt part of the unit that he was at for 16 years, by the way, those are my brothers. Like, and he wanted to go get them. And, I mean, it was sketchy. The area was sketchy just going in that area. And you know, he had to get us through all the checkpoints to get us there. And we had to figure it out. We didn't have weeks to figure it out. We had a couple hours to figure it out. You know, making phone calls, making it happen, putting himself at risk. And that's why we made sure that he got recognized for that that movement. He got recognized by Congress on the House floor for the movement of those 4 SEALs. And I was super proud of him to see that when he got that, man, because I think he's the only Afghan interpreter I know to be recognized at that level.
Wow.
For that operation. And you know, he deserved it too. I cried when they were reading that thing.
Oh man.
So
that's incredible, man.
Yeah. And then fast forward, number 6, we're there weeks before setting up the operation. We're in Batacoot, again, this, you know, forming village. And I remember we parked like in these pine trees. We're in a Hilux, parked in these pine trees, and he wanted to walk across this field. And I remember being kind of irritated with him because it was freaking cold, windy, like snowing, and his field was like muddy. And I'm like tromping through wet, snowy mud. Like, I'm like, what are you taking us through this mud for?
Are you guys dressed in local garb?
Oh yeah, totally local.
All that stuff.
Yeah, and not trying to just throw man jammies on and like it wasn't like dress up normal. That's how we dressed every day. Mm-hmm. Like I don't mean like some like cargo pants and shoes and like not all Afghans wear man jammies, right? So so just dressed like a normal Afghan. I had a pretty gnarly beard, like my year-old, and always had peanut butter from protein bar stuck in it. But and you know those things are like super important too. Like, hey, you can wear a pakul in this area, and you're cool. You wear a pakul here, and you're getting pulled over. Like, I mean, don't walk there. Don't eat that. Don't talk to that person. If you talk right now, they're gonna know you're not a Dory speaker, and they're gonna kill us. Like he saved my life every single day through just that. Right? Don't wear that hat. This little picture of Masood we're gonna have hanging on our windshield, on our rearview mirror, which works in this town, but take that crap off in this town because we're gonna get shot for having it. All that stuff, like every single day, like he kept me alive. You know, not just in those, you know, life-saving moments.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we're walking across this field, and I'm being a total like butthead towards him, like giving him a hard time, and we get across this field, and there's this old man that's like, you know, sitting on the side of the road in the middle of the snow in the wind, just squatting there. I don't know why Afghans do that. Like, just sitting here squatting on the side of the road in the snow, and we see him, and Aziz starts talking to him, and I could tell like it was a pretty serious conversation. I couldn't understand everything they were saying, but he was telling Aziz like, you need to get me out of there because the Taliban was in the area and they're looking for the foreigner, which was me. There's no other foreigners in Batacoot, Afghanistan, besides me, and so somehow they knew I was there. Probably just being seen there, and they were looking for us. And so he's like, hey, brother, we have to go. Because it wasn't like they're around the area, like he had just seen them. And so we start walking back across this field. You warned me, I don't want to tip your table over. Yeah, we start walking back across this field. And, when you find something like that out, by the way, like it's easy for me just to say that. But if you think about the mindset of that, like I'm in Bandicoot, Bagrams. If you drove to Bagram, it would take a day and a half. I don't have a radio. There's no QRF coming to get me. I have a AKS. Aziz has AK-47. We have a few magazines in our bags, a hand grenade in our bags, a pistol in a waistband. That's it. And so imagine that, that's the scenario. You're by yourself, like in that feeling, and like the Taliban's here, a couple of truckloads, and they're looking for you, and so walking back across that field, that's a large open danger area now. And so the first thing I tell Aziz is like, because again, these guys are in the area, like, hey man, like if we get hit through this field, because it's a big field, if we get hit through this field, like we had trained before together, like we're gonna have to bound out of here, like we're in this open danger. We literally were talking about that, and we're about 100 yards from that road, and they drive behind us, 3 trucks, and the 3 Hilux trucks, by the way, they were so confident in being there, they had their black flags flying with the white writing on the Taliban flags. I still can't remember. Usually I have vivid memory of these things, but I can't remember if 1 or 2 of the trucks had a PKM mounted on the top. But they hit the brakes, start backing up, and now buttholes puckering, right? And they stop and they get out, and me and Aziz still talking. During that time, by the way, not that it matters, but and no reason to get into details. Me and Aziz changed guns and gun bags because that AKS was having some problems, and he felt like I was a better shooter. He's like, "Here, take this rifle," and I didn't argue with him. We just switched guns, and he we were talking about basically bounding out of there if anything happened. But at the time, I went from being nervous to like super calm because I was thinking like maybe my confidence overtook me. I wasn't complacent, but my confidence overtook me. Like what I was talking about earlier is I don't see random violence happening. They can't drive in that field. That field I was complaining about, now I know they can't drive in it. So I felt good about that because they would get stuck. And they're not going to just randomly kill us because they don't know who we are, right? So I'm like, if we just ignore them and keep walking, we're good to go. That's what I was thinking. So I hear them start yelling, and I didn't understand what they were saying. They were definitely speaking in Pashtun, not Dari. But then I heard the word stop, Bosh, like Bosh, and so now they're yelling it aggressively. So they're yelling at us to stop. And probably the only thing that stopped was my heart, like in a moment. But I still was like, we just keep up. Aziz just like, hey, brother, just keep looking straight, keep walking. I'm trying to walk towards the tree line. And I heard, I don't know what I heard first. If I heard the gun go off or that boom, over my head, the air crack over your head. I don't know what I heard first, but I remember hearing both distinctly. Like I heard a gunshot and I heard the air crack over our heads. And in that moment, man, it's like, if I run, they're going to kill us. In that muddy field. And if we give up, they're going to capture us or kill us. And so I just felt like the only option to do was to fight. And that's really is the only option. And so I told Aziz, man, get ready to move. And I just did an about face. And the first person I saw, I shot. Like as I turned and as my gun came up, I saw a red Hilux truck, a bunch of guys, but I saw this guy standing there, and he has AK in his hand, and he's just standing by the passenger door, and I just shot 2 rounds right center mass. And when I did, I thought I missed him because the first thing I saw was the window behind him, and so I thought I missed him and hit the window, and but then he fell. I think he went back and hit the window. He fell, and when he fell, I fired those 2 rounds, and I was kind of didn't know what to expect, but I was expecting like a gunfight, and I'm yelling for Aziz to move. I'm expecting a gunfight, and they all just like stopped. I think they didn't think we would fight back, and I think it shocked them. So everybody just stopped, like if you shoot a deer, and then one deer falls, and all the deer are like, that's kind of what it was like. And then they all rushed. Instead of shooting back, they all converged between the 2 vehicles to go get cover behind the vehicle. And so I just went between the two. I didn't aim at anybody. I just went to the convergence point and just started emptying my magazine in that convergence point. And I'm just yelling at Aziz to move. As he starts moving, and I
What distance are you?
100 yards, super close for that.
Yeah.
And then after they got behind the vehicle, before Aziz got set, I started hearing the gunshots. It started slow. It started pop, 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 and then just like chaos. And then when I heard Aziz start shooting and he yelled, I started moving. And I don't know how, like, we're in the mud, so normally you would see like dirt flying up everywhere. I didn't see any of that. Like, I've seen that before. I didn't see any of that. And I can't explain how. Like, God protecting us, whatever. I never seen dirt fly up. Nothing from around us. 100 yards away, 20 to 30 guys. Never seen any of that.
Holy shit.
And so the third iteration of us starting to move, I remember, like, and this all happened obviously very fast. As I'm shooting, I saw Aziz stop. And, you know, for those that know about lateral Australian peel or bounding, and the reason we're going laterally is backwards was this field. We were just going down range, so we were going laterally to the tree line. We were going laterally, staying right in front of them. And the reason you're holding a base of fire is not just to cover the guy, but to draw fire to get attention off that guy while he's moving. And so you never stop, you never shoot. You don't shoot and move because you want me to draw. I want to draw fire for him to move, and we're doing it right out in the open. And so I seen Aziz stop, and I remember in peripheral thinking, why is he stopping? And then I seen him shoulder his rifle, and I'm like, what is he doing? And then he shot, and when he shot, he had seen something I didn't see. It was a guy come up with an RPG, and he felt like if he would have kept moving, I was drawing the fire to me, the guy would have fired an RPG and hit me. So he stopped, exposed himself, and shot that guy before the RPG went off, and saved my life.
Damn.
I didn't see it. He would have fired it off. I would have 100 yards. I would have been dead. And when that happened, and I realized what happened, I think at that point I seen we were close enough to the tree line, and the tactics went out the window. I'm just like, run, and we just ran like neither one of us shooting anymore. We just ran to the tree line, and when we got to that tree line, we got to our truck, went back to the safe house, and got in touch with the command. It took us a little while to figure out how to communicate. But told them what happened, and the command was like basically trying to decide, was this a compromise or chance contact? Right, that's important.
Yeah.
Right. Is the operation compromise, or was this just Taliban out there? There's a foreigner. They want to know who it is, and it was Aziz that said he could have got us out of the operation, got himself out of it, but he's like, nah, man, these guys don't know anything about what we're doing. We need to stay here. We got to finish this. Not even a question. And the command trusted his decision off that. And I don't think the command told. Really, it was like, I think everybody was like, hey, let's not make it a big deal because we don't want to
sweep this one under the rug.
We don't want to let it get in the way of the operation.
Yeah.
And because everybody wants, when you get a top 10 guy, everybody wants him. So they kept going. About 10 days later, I couldn't, not exactly, but about 10 days later, we launched it, and then they killed him. They killed number 6. Yeah, and that's who Aziz is, and that was one of like 3 times that, probably that specifically, that he saved my life, but he saved my life every day, and then the unique thing about Aziz was that Aziz and I, like, I didn't go back to base, and when he went home when we were done operating, I went to his home. I lived in his home. Like, I mean, I was telling somebody the other day, like, what's the longest I've been ever with a shower? I'm like, probably like 5 weeks, like me and Aziz out in those cold mountains. That's before my cold plunging days. I didn't want to take a bath in the river. And when we were done, like, and you just crave like a real warm, good meal. And it was his wife, Hatra, that made that first warm meal coming out of those mountains after operating. And I didn't go back to the chow hall or anything like that. I went to his home and ate there. And I held Mashoud and Mashuda, his oldest son and daughter, when they were born as babies. Like, this dude's my family. Like, he's my brother. And he's one of the most important. It's like few people in the world that I would like. I mean, everybody talks about like laying your life down for somebody, but like, it's few people in the world that would like lay everything down for. Like, just no questions asked, lay my life down for, and Aziz is one of them.
Man.
Yeah, like he's one of the most incredible human beings I ever met. And people talk about patriotism and freedom and democracy. This dude, I remember being like blown away. Like obviously we're in these long drives all the time. We're living in a car together, and we'd be driving, and he'd just be talking about freedom and democracy in a way that I never even heard it before. And I'm thinking, like, this is a guy that never even experienced it and gets it more than I even get it, or people here get it. And it was willing so much to lock arms with Americans so that his daughters could be teachers or journalists, anything but a sex slave, right? His daughters could be free, and he did not want his sons to have to be forced to be Taliban fighters, and grew up the way he grew up, and he was willing to give everything for it, and he did. And and I think he's one of the most phenomenal examples of the allies, the wartime allies that fought beside of all of our troops, not just special operations, but all of our troops for the last 20 years.
Yeah. Man, he sounds like a hell of a guy. I'd love to meet him.
Yeah. He's smart too. He speaks, I think, 8 languages, and he's an incredible human being.
Well, Chad, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll just pick right up here.
Right on. Cool.
You all know that preparing for the future is something I'm a big believer in. Looking out for my family's physical security has always been important to me, but ensuring their financial security is also a top priority, and it's why I chose Fabric. Fabric by Gerber Life was designed by parents for parents to help you get a high-quality, surprisingly affordable term life insurance policy in less than 10 minutes. Look, life is full of unexpected changes. My kids are growing up, my business is expanding, and it's been easy with Fabric. You could go from start to covered in less than 10 minutes with no health exam required. With over 1,800 5-star reviews, Fabric is rated as excellent on Trustpilot. So don't wait. Make this your top priority too, and join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to protect their family. Apply today in just minutes at meetfabric.com/Shawn. That's meetfabric.com/Shawn. meetfabric.com/Shawn. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company, not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions. Folks, we're getting closer to the edge of collapse. Why? Because they're hiding something big. With recent media distractions, most cannot guess what's coming, but some know it. Their guts are telling them something wrong is on the way. Folks are fighting back and investing in emergency food storage. You should be too. Never get caught off guard by unreliable supply chains like we have been in the recent past. With My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, you'll be ready. Start getting prepared at mypatriotsupply.com. Over the years, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of Americans prepare for emergencies. Each emergency food kit contains delicious breakfasts, lunches, dinners, sealed inside ultra-durable packaging to last up to 25 years. You'll get over 2,000 calories every day. My Patriot Supply also offers biomass stoves, off-grid heaters, gravity-powered water filters, heirloom seeds, solar generators, and much more needed survival gear. Go to mypatriotsupply.com right now and get ready. Your order ships free in unmarked boxes. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
All right, Chad, we're in Afghanistan. We just talked about the number 6, going after number 6, and the gunfight you had with Taliban. Let's talk about, there's another significant thing that happened over there.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah. So I started dealing with like a lot of like the pressure of it, right? I started dealing with like a lot of anxiety and stuff, but I was able to hold it together until we had what I would say is a major compromise in our operation. We had a number of local nationals working for this program, obviously because of what we were doing, and a lot of them were recruited from the Northern Alliance. They were OGA trained for a specific program and then given to our program. So guys that were vetted, right? And so we had a number of them, and one of them flipped over to the Taliban. His name was Bashir. So Bashir flips over to the Taliban, and don't know why. when I say like this guy and I slept on the side of a mountain together, like we built operations together. He was one of my favorite guys outside of Aziz to work with. He was just super solid, tons of combat experience. But for whatever reason, maybe they started his family, whatever, he flips to the Taliban, compromised our operation. 12 of our teammates were captured, held, and then killed. 2 Americans, contractors, and 10 Afghans. And, people listening may not, you hear about Aziz, so maybe a little more context, but may not think it's as big of a deal for these Afghans to be killed and not Americans. But man, these guys were like my brothers. Like these guys that played soccer with their kids, slept in their homes, ate dinner with their families. Like these guys would have died for me and I would have died for them. And I do believe they did die for me in trying to protect our operation and died for everybody, every American on here listening. That these guys were solid dudes. So when that happened, Aziz's family was contacted and he was targeted. So now he's compromised. And he chose, at that moment, I watched him choose to stay on the program, continue operating, and move his wife and kids into hiding and not have contact with his father, his in-laws, anyone. They chose that for us, to continue operating. That's how committed he was. In addition to that, we had a V-bid driven in one of my houses in vehicle born IED to blow up our house. The intent was obviously to kill me and my friends. Luckily, we weren't there at the time. But we do believe that one of our guards were there. We never heard from him again, so we assumed he was killed the house was level. And then at that time, we had all been pulled out to be briefed. Everyone across the board was like, okay, that happened, but we're still in. Like, we were like, this is too important. And so I went back into a neighboring country that I've been working in. I won't say the name because it's in my book, Saving Aziz. The Pentagon reviewed it and redacted it, and they redacted the name of that country, but not very hard to do the math, right? I'm in this neighboring country, and then I get abducted by a foreign intelligence agency.
How?
About sunrise, I had a knock on my door, and I knew, first of all, the guy who led this abduction wasn't like a stranger. As soon as I went into that country, I started working with their country's like Bureau of Business Affairs, and they immediately attached him to me. And I knew he was, that from that intelligence agency. I mean, it was very easy to figure out.
So this is this country's version of CIA.
Yeah. So he was basically, he would have been like assigned to me, and he's supposed to be a business guy. He wasn't very good at his cover. It was very obvious. He was always, all over, coming in our house, like taking things, took a thumb drive off my desk. It was just constant. And then I had another
sloppy tradecraft.
Very sloppy tradecraft. I mean, like, we went to hey, come in my office. I do the same business as you. I go in this office, and like the flyers for the business is still warm. like the picture's like fresh on the wall. And the secretary behind the desk is like she, it's, very sloppy. And we were walking. I thought one of the most interesting things is we were walking. I had a suit on. You might not, I'm wearing a suit, and I'm walking across this courtyard, and I walked in the dust, and my shoes got dusty, and I did this. Like military, like shine my toes in. And he stopped and he goes, "Why'd you do that? Were you in the military?" And I was like, "Yeah, I was. Were you?" But he was just, that was like day one with him. And, always leaving phones, listening devices. He's like, "Hey, your house, like, I'm really worried about your security here. So I have a cousin, he's a retired general. He's going to put an alarm in the house for you." I'm like, no, I'm good. He's like, "No, I insist to put a listening platform inside your house." And so it was that constantly. And then I had one person corner me at a hotel and say, "Hey, I got something to tell you." Took me to an American hotel, tell me. And I'm like, "Please don't tell me. Like, I don't want you to tell me that Jack is this guy." He said his name was Jack. Jack is a spy. Like, and please don't tell me. And sure enough, he told me he wanted to confide in me because he wanted something from me. And then now I have to act like a normal person would act. So I have to get on the phone and open line and call and, hey, you sponsored my visa and you sent me here. Now I got the government after me. I'm trying to do business here. And so so it was a lot of pressure all the time. And so you ask how the abduction happened. About sunrise, I had a knock on my door. It's Jack. He's got another guy with him, both in suits. And when I open the door, two big dudes, both in suits as well, come out, and that is four of them, and force their way in the doorway. And they're like, "Hey, we want to show you a piece of property." I'm like, at 5 a.m, you want to come show me a piece of property? Who are these guys? And they're like, "It's some property that we think you'd be interested in buying." And I'm like, "No, I'm not going." Right? Like, I'm kind of refusing to go. And they're like, "No, you don't understand. Like, you're coming with us." And so I didn't put up a fight because it was a fight that I felt like I could maybe talk my way out of. But when I got in the car, I realized that I probably shouldn't have gotten in the car. And two guys in front, I'm in the back, in the center, and they start driving and start asking some questions, and then they stopped and everything got silent. I said a few things, and I realized we're not having a conversation now. They're driving me somewhere, and drove out of the major city into the woods, on the side of a mountain, and they stopped the car and took me out of the car, and I was thinking, I don't have anything to defend myself with. If a gun comes out, I'm gonna fight for my life. But I thought I thought I was gonna die right there. I thought they were gonna question me, interrogate me, and kill me. I was pretty convinced in that moment.
Have you ever been in another situation where you thought you were that certain that you were going to die?
No.
What's going through your head? Other than you're going to die, because eventually that wears off.
Yeah, I said no, but there was moments like around that time that I had such imminence that I would put sticky notes in the lid of my suitcase for my wife, telling her loved her, give her permission to move on with her life. My oldest son, like, you're gonna have to be the man of the house now. Tell my daughter, my other son, that I love them. I'd put those sticky notes in the lid of my suitcase, go out on an operation, come back, and I'd throw them away because I didn't want anybody to find them. And then I'd do that over and over again because I think of my personal effects on making home. So I put it in the lid. I was doing that. So I probably had that sense of imminence that I was probably going to get killed because things were getting so sketchy. But in that moment, like, I knew I was going to die at that moment. Like, I mean, in a gunfight, like, you might live, you might die. Mm-hmm. You shot, but I'm like, I'm like 1,000% convinced, like, they're going to kill me. Yeah, they're going to kill me right here.
This is where it ends.
Yeah. And it's one thing, like, when you believe that and know you're going to die, like, and it's not happening, I mean, like, it's a pretty heavy thing. People talk about it all the time, like, lightly, but, like, it's a pretty heavy thing. And I believed in that moment I was going to die. That's the only time in my life I ever, like, believed in that moment I'm going to die. I always, like, I'm going to work myself out of this. I'll figure it out. But I didn't feel like I figured I could talk my way into delay it, but I didn't feel like I could talk my way out of that situation at that point.
At what point you realized when the conversation stopped, you're about to get assassinated? In the car ride.
In the car ride, yeah, in the car. When they stopped talking and we left the city, I knew they were bringing me somewhere to where they were gonna kill me, and that whole time I'm thinking like, do I try to jump out the car? Do I try to, like, fight right here? And but I just didn't feel like that was the right moment, and like, because like I said, I always before thought I could work myself out of this. I kept thinking and looking and plotting for the right moment. But I just felt like that was never the right moment. And so get out. I was hesitant to get out of the car, but I'm like, if they want to kill me, they could kill me in the car. So I just get out, at least maybe I could run or something like that. And they, some heavy questions, very direct questions. Not so much about me, about the program manager who had been in that country before, who they had received who I knew they had received information and know who he was. I don't want to say how because I don't want to get the guy in trouble. And he's a friend, but they had information and know who he was, so the questions were more about him, and they were, they were very direct. They knew things that they shouldn't have known, and they basically also validated, insinuated that they were going to kill me. Right there.
How did they say that?
Well, they said I wasn't, you're not leaving this. You're not going to leave this side of this mountain. And they were sort of saying things like that. And then they start shifting to, I know a couple of times he talked about being in a prison. The reason I know that because I've had dreams, I've had terrible nightmares about since being in a prison and the kind of things that they do to get information out of people in a prison. They're like saying, this is a kind interview. Like basically if we take you down in one of our prisons, it's not going to be the same way. And so I thought that's when I kind of a little bit of hope, like, okay, maybe they're not going to kill me here. Maybe they're going to take me to a secondary interrogation in a prison. But then that actually probably was probably a little bit more scary to me. But then there was just a moment at that time I felt them kind of concede. I mean, look, you could get anything out of anybody. If people think they could hold up an interrogation, you can get anything out of anyone you want. I got some missing toenails right now. I mean, imagine you start sticking pins in those missing toenails right now. But they never went that far. And so I don't know why they didn't. I couldn't tell you to this day why they didn't go that far. They didn't physically abuse me. It was just intimidation and threats. So and so because it never got to that point, I just felt like they don't know what they think. They know, but they're not certain. And they're gonna, and I started seeing this hope that they're gonna let me go to let this play out. And that's exactly what happened. They told me to get in the car, never say anything again, dropped me off they didn't say a word when they dropped me off back at my house. It was like 2 hours. And at that point, obviously I went to Dubai, met my program manager in Dubai, gave a debrief, talked to guys in CI. The CI guys wanted to talk to me, did a debrief with them. And then knowing what I know now, I don't know how this happened, but we proceeded and I went back. And
you went back?
I went back. And honestly,
as a compromised operative, you went back.
I went back. I didn't.
What was the reasoning behind that?
Because of who was next on the list, and the operation that was pending. It was too important to everyone. And so I'll tell you this, like one thing I didn't know at the time.
Hold on. Yeah. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
You're a compromised operative.
The whole operation is compromised, in my opinion, at that time.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
But especially you.
Especially me.
So what is the rationale sending a compromised operative back into?
So I think so much was invested, and they were so target focused that nothing else mattered besides the mission. Nothing else mattered besides the mission. I believed at that time the RSO would have known, the chief of station would have known of that country, the ambassador of that country would have known I was there. I later found out after this compromise that none of them even knew I was in that country. So, which is obviously ended up being a pretty big deal and pretty problematic for the some of the people at that time in the command that had me there operating without none of those people knew. So obviously you're in somebody else's territory doing operations, and so for me being you could call it interviewed or interrogated or abducted, whatever you want to call it, by a foreign intelligence agency in that country, and then the ambassador, chief of station, RSO, to not know that person was there ended up being a pretty big deal.
Chief of station's the head CIA person in any particular country.
Yeah, yeah.
They didn't even know you were there.
They didn't know I was there. And the whole time.
What are you thinking when you get sent back in?
Well, they did ask me.
What did they ask you?
Am I willing to go? Right? And of course I'm like, yes, because I'm so bought in as well. I flew in I did a layover in Beijing, and when I landed in Beijing, they came on the plane and sprayed for bird flu, and I didn't know it at the time, but I had a panic attack. I thought I had an allergic reaction to whatever they sprayed, and I wanted to get off the plane, and they wouldn't let me in the plane. I couldn't breathe. That was the first panic attack I ever had. I landed in that country, and I didn't go back to my house. I went because I didn't want to go back to my house because of what had happened. I went to a little hostel and like a little bed and breakfast kind of place. And that whole night, I dealt with panic attacks for the first time. And I did one more operation there, and I was in such distress that I couldn't even remember what happened. And I called, executed a E&E contingency for leaving that country, and bought a round trip ticket for in case anybody's watching. I left all my personal effects, all my operational stuff, went to Dubai again, and that was my basically E&E. I was inside, like I remember being at the airport and going through customs, and I'm like, I was trying to play it off like, because I wasn't having this panic attack. I'm like, every policeman there's for me. Like, I'm like, there's more police here than normal. Like, every policeman's there for me. And then the flight was delayed. I remember like that movie Argo, like watching the clock tick, like because my flight was delayed leaving. I'm like, they're delaying the flight for me. And when I got on that plane and it cleared those mountains and I was heading to Dubai, I was like, just this relief. And then I get there and I think, okay, if I get there, I'm gonna be good. But when I land, they're like, sit in your hotel and stay there. And I'm like, I'm going to die. Like right now I'm dying. Like if anybody's had a panic attack, like physically, like I am 1,000% convinced I'm dying right now. They don't call anyone, stay in your hotel. I call my grandmother, who's like my mom, and basically telling her like I'm dying. I'm not supposed to, but I did. I call my wife and my wife freaks out. My grandmother comes to my house to watch my kid. My wife buys a plane ticket to Dubai. Somebody from the command goes to my house to stop my wife, like trying to shut it down, and they're like trying to calm me down over the phone. And I'm there for like 4 days. I went to a little pharmacy, bought a Valium, took some Valium to try to calm me down. I could not calm down. And then finally I get back to the States and had a CI debriefing again, got polyed. And then at that time I was no longer in the military. I was actually on a contract to my command. And after about 2 weeks I got read out. And so I'm dealing with being ratted on my program, which for those, that means I can't do my job anymore. I don't have access to that job. Not only that, but all my friends, I don't have access to talk to them about it. I get put before a clinical psychologist. They diagnose me with PTSD, severe chronic PTSD. So I'm dealing with these panic attacks. I literally feel like I'm gonna, like the only way I know to describe it is like if you're drowning to death, like, I mean, that imminence of panic, but you never die, like that state of panic 24/7. Like that's where I was at.
Shit.
And on top of that, I was embarrassed, right? Because I'm like, I worked my whole life to get there, like, and I felt privileged to be there, and to be getting the Marine Corps and infantry and recon and force recon and go to that unit and be there and then get put in its premier operation. And be on where I was at in that operation, like the point where we're at. And then I felt like all the eggs were in one basket on me. And I felt like it was like if I played football and made it to the NFL and it was a game-winning play, like I fumbled the ball, like I was just embarrassed, like I was ashamed. And so to be like panic, like shame, failure, like I was just freaking a mess.
What was the mission? Can you talk about that at all?
I can't say who, but it was on the top of that list. And so my job at that moment was to do a feasibility study. And so I had just did, right before that, I had just did a feasibility study. They had, the target was in this area of, in the Fodder region, but on the other side of the Afghan border. And so he's in this area and they said, can you get in that region, basically about 20 miles from the target, get a rifle in there and fire that rifle off without any kind of like compromise. And so I went and got hunting permits, got all the permits, got a rifle, traveled for a couple of days through the mountains, spent 2 weeks up in the mountains, and went on an ibex hunt and killed the ibex in a small mountain village. And that was a successful feasibility study, which green lighted operation to go get that target. And so it was a feasibility study, and I got to shoot ibex.
What the hell is an ibex?
It's one of the pretty prestigious like hunt for the big game hunters, big mountain sheep.
Nice.
It's cool, really cool horns. I didn't even know at the time that I was shooting something that people pay a lot of money to go to go hunting. But yeah, so my job was doing that feasibility study, and then that green lighted operation. So I would have been doing all of the clandestine logistics to put, probably a sniper team in that same area. And so I was so vested in doing that, and we were the whole program was so vested in doing that because we were so close, and I felt like they put all those eggs in one basket, and I had to hold it together till the end. And
Damn.
And so because I felt fell apart, I felt a tremendous level of guilt to my friends, to my country, like to this operation. And it was embarrassing, man. I mean, there's no other way to, like, I can't describe it any other way, but I was just embarrassed. I was ashamed of myself. Like, I felt like I failed, and for a long time I felt that way.
Shit.
I know now that I gave all I could give, and,
Yeah.
there was nothing more I could give, but at the time and for a long time I was completely ashamed. I didn't want to show my face around any of my friends or anybody. And by the way, some of the guys that I worked with validated that and told me that I failed. So, the community, like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. I mean, they're like counting on you. Like, yeah, I know you did. Like, so it stung like deep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You get home.
yeah.
How's your wife receive you?
My wife, I think that's the only time in my life that my wife says she's ever seen me weak. She's always looked at me as strong, as a protector and provider. And she said I was just completely broken and docile, and she didn't know how to handle it. I mean, literally, like, she would just play cards with me. We played cards, like a card game I grew up, just to keep my mind busy, because if my mind stopped, I went straight into a panic attack. The first medicine they gave me made me feel like a zombie. The second one,
What was it?
started with S,
SSRIs?
nose, Seroquel. I think Seroquel, and then Ativan. They had me an Ativan like every day, and I just felt like a zombie. And then they put me on Lexapro, which not that Lexapro was a bad thing for me, but in my mind, my paranoia, I felt like it was killing me. I felt like it was poisoning me. So I'm like, I don't want to take it because it's going to kill me. And then any physical activity, I thought I was going to have a heart attack. And so my wife and my counselor were like trying to snap me out of it and get me to do something. And that's when they talked me into getting into mats and doing jiu-jitsu. For those that don't know jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, grappling-based martial art. I'd say I did it since I was little, but I'm still little. I did it since I was 5 years old. And I was already a professional MMA fighter on the side. So at 5 years old, I started judo, traditional jiu-jitsu, martial arts, trained my whole life. In 1995, I started Brazilian jiu-jitsu. I'd already fought professionally MMA. So for me, like, getting on those mats was something that I was familiar with. And when I got on the mats and grappled for the first time, it was like I found the cure. Because you can't think about Afghanistan and do jiu-jitsu, right? You got to be mentally present, or you get beat up. And so I just really felt like it was the cure. But I always say when I do a lot of speaking on this, but
Let's rewind.
yeah, go ahead.
Before we get into jiu-jitsu, how bad was the home life?
I was a mess.
Were you drinking?
No, because the reason I wasn't is because I was scared of it. I was scared that if I would start drinking, I wouldn't stop. And if I would have not been so, like, I thought my body was failing, and so I thought, like, if I drink too much alcohol, it's gonna kill me. Like, I just felt this imminent sense of like death. I felt like my body was gonna stop working in any moment, and so alcohol scared me. And so I'm thankful for that, actually, because it probably would have numbed me, and I would have probably stuck with it. And that's why jiu-jitsu kind of worked, because.
What was going on at home?
Well, at first, Kathy just wanted to support me, but then that's very hard to do with somebody that's not accepting it. And my behavior manifested in was frustration, which resulted in anger and outlashes. Even before that happened, coming home from Afghanistan, like, I would yell at my wife and kids like a Marine Corps drill instructor, slam doors, punch holes in the wall, break things, like throw a temper tantrum. I remember, like, being in traffic one day, and I don't even know what my wife said, but my 3 kids are in car seats in the back, and and I like flip out and yelling. I start kicking in the dashboard, and she's trying to drive off, and I tried to kick the shifter off the thing. It was totally like temper tantrum, like a 15-year-old child. Like my kids in the back screaming, grabbing the freaking visor, ripping it off. Like I would just lose control, and that's not. But like anybody that knows me knows that's not my behavior at all. I'm like a super kind. Like I could be a violent person, but I'm a pretty like gentle person. I'm just that way. And so it was so out of character for me that she really had a hard time. Like she would just start crying. She didn't know how to handle it. And one time I was home for my daughter's birthday party. I always love to share this story. Not that I love to share it because it's super embarrassing, but it's just like, to me, one of the most grotesque illustrations of how I was behaving that day was that time. My daughter's having a birthday party and she's like super opinionated. And she didn't like the icing on her cake. Something super simple. And I like grabbed my little girl's birthday cake and pick it up and I threw it against the wall and destroyed my little girl's birthday. And like in that moment, I remember thinking like who behaves that way? Like what kind of dad like behaves that way and ruins their little girl's birthday? And in those moments like that I did that, because that was just one example. In those moments that I did that, like I knew I was wrong, but I didn't want to have that admission of guilt. So I would justify it and double down. Like, yeah, like, but everyone's an idiot. Like she disrespected me. Like she should learn to be more respectful. Like you guys are idiots. Like, and so I would just double down and dig in. And so recognizing that behavior before that crash and during and after, instead of correcting that behavior, I just distanced myself from my family. I just figured that was better, safer option was to distance myself from them. It was more deployments, training between deployments, staying busy. After I came home and was diagnosed with PTSD and dealing with these panic attacks, it was still like, okay, now it's the mats. I'm just gonna stay in the mats as much as possible and train as much as possible because it's gonna keep me away from them. And it progressed into starting to fight again, fighting professionally, and using that as avoidance. And by the way, like, and speaking of jiu-jitsu, like I love jiu-jitsu. I think physical outlets are a great cure for the physical and emotional and mental stuff. But I also think you could have medicine for being sick and abuse that medicine. And that's kind of what I did with jiu-jitsu. Like, man, like even now to this day, like being in veterans ministry, like, man, I have a bad day because it's so difficult dealing with freaking veterans. Like I go to a gym and I find like some 20-year-old stud and I choke him out and it makes me feel better. Like, I love jiu-jitsu, but at that moment, I just used it as a place to hide and not get better. And my family, because of that, my wife, who was trying to support me, it became more and more distant, and she became more and more bitter towards me, and a meaner. I was still being mean and spiteful to her, and eventually the distance grew. And I'd sleep in the gym, I'd sleep at friends' houses, I'd sleep in my kid's bedroom. Probably the loneliest place Kathy and I would say we ever been is in our own beds with our backs turned toward each other, and just this dead marriage. And we both would have said at the time that we just despised each other and hated each other, and were there for the kids and just coexisting for the kids. And
how old were your kids?
At that time, they would have been 7, 9, and 12. 7, 9, and 12. That's
so they remember.
In that time range. They remember, yeah. And especially my oldest son, because he's like always been like my best friend, like attached to my hip. And I was coaching them at the time. They were doing jiu-jitsu. They've done jiu-jitsu since they could walk, and so they were always around me. They were at the gym all the time. And I mean, when you get in an environment like that, it's not. There's a lot of girls around, and I'm starting to be successful. My jiu-jitsu school ends up very quickly with like 1,000 students in 2 years, and opened a business and just crushed it. And then I started fighting professionally again. I win a world title. I'm ranked number 6 in the world. I'm fighting on Showtime and MTV and NBC Sports, and fought in all these big shows, and ended up being 18-2 as a professional. So on the surface, it looked like everything was successful, but below that false facade of success was still just broken home and broken person. And then, with this broken marriage, it wasn't hard to start stepping in relationships with other women. Ended up in a full-blown affair. And when Kathy found out, instead of saying, let's fix this, I said, you know what? I'm glad you found out, because now gives me a reason to leave. We sold our home, filed for divorce, signed 2 separate 12-month leases on 2 separate apartments, so we're pretty committed. I remember like packing our house. This is pretty, like, sounds pretty twisted probably. We're packing our house. Our family sits together. We're crying together, holding each other, supporting each other. And they're leaning on me as a dad and a husband. And I still put stuff in that U-Haul and separate our family. And because I thought the problem was, I thought the problem were different things. I thought she didn't understand, and I'm too destructive, and this can never, be sorted out. And it was better for the kids. That's what I was believing. It was better for them. That's a lie that most divorced people think, right? It's going to be better for the kids. They're not going to have to get 2 Christmases, and I got to do the fighting anymore. They got to be exposed to all these things. It's going to be better for them. We all know that's a lie. The statistics show that's a lie. Unless there's violence in the home, it's usually not better. It's better to fight for your family and work it out. But we did anyway, and so my wife and I had 2 very different responses. My wife went to a church. She switched churches to a small church where she felt she could be connected, and that's when she started praying for me. That's when she went, and I don't mean on Sundays. She went like almost every day of the week praying. That prayer. God, let me see Chad the way you see Chad. Let me forgive Chad the way you forgive Chad. Let me love Chad the way you love Chad, despite what I was doing to her. Meanwhile, I set up this apartment, and within 2 or 3 days, I had my bachelor pad. Like, it's all decorated, stuff on the wall. It's actually makes me very embarrassed to say this and super disgusted to say this about myself, but I think it's important for me to be transparent about it. Like, I didn't even put my family pictures out in the living room because I didn't want girls to come in there and see that. Like, I had a shelf in my closet that I put all my family pictures on because I wanted to look like a single guy. That's the state of selfishness that I was in. And I signed up for a fight on Strike Force because I wanted something to work towards, and I took that fight. Tim Kennedy and I were fighting. Daniel Cormier was it was an amazing card. Like, Daniel Cormier is in the card. It's when the UFC owned Strike Force, and it was like a pretty big deal. I focused on training for this fight, and I fought a kid named Roberto De Leon. I was undefeated. He was like a stud coming up, and I had submitted everyone at a time, so they were talking about me not being able to strike, and Tim, and so I fight Humberto, and I decided I wanted to stand in the middle of the cage and strike with him, and 10,000 people in there, Toyota Center, Houston, Texas, and every round, like, if you like fights, like, this is like my Rocky Balboa, like, every round I kicked him in the face, knocked his mouthpiece out, knocked him down. He punched me in the head, knocked me down, it was back and forth. And so for the first time in my professional career, I go to a decision, and I'm asking my corner, like, who won? And they're like, I don't know, it was close. And the first judge calls for Humberto, and I'm like, I just lost my first professional fight. Second judge calls for me. This could be a split decision. The third judge calls for me. My hand's raised, and it's a very surreal feeling, right? You're in the middle of that cage, 10,000 people. It's super loud. Everyone's screaming. All the weight's off because I just won this fight. I've been training for 3 months. And then I remember, like, having this moment where, like, time almost stands still and everything gets quiet. And I remember looking around thinking, like, of all these people here, my family's not there. Kathy, who had been in my fights before, the kids, like, Kathy's not there. And I remember thinking, like, I just fought so hard to win this stupid fight. I love the sport, right? But stupid in context. And meanwhile, I hadn't been fighting for my family. And I probably walked out of that cage with my head held low that night. And Tim Kennedy and I had an after fight. He fought Jacare that night. He lost a very controversial, I thought he was robbed decision. So we had an after fight party. Ranger up through after fight party for us at Buffalo Wild Wings. I stopped in and said hi to Tim and told him that I thought he won the fight, and tried to lift him up, and everybody's congratulating me on my win, and I just wanted to go home. So I got in the car, I went home by myself, and I remember, like, I got home, and I got in bed, and I'm laying in bed, and my mind starts spinning, and I'm thinking, like, of all the damage I caused, like, everybody in my life I was mad at, like my father, people in the military, right, for the way I left the command, and people that didn't understand or trying to make me feel guilty. I was, like, just mad, and my wife for never understanding me. Like, everyone's an idiot. That was my mentality. But in that moment, I'm like, you know what the common denominator is? It's me. Like, I'm the problem. And in that moment, this thought came over me that that maybe my family would be sad without me, but they would be better off, right? Maybe my family would be sad without me, but they'd be better off. And I think probably everybody listening to your show probably knows that the same hopeless thought finds a home in the hearts of, whatever the stat is, 17, 22, 40, 45, or, one a day is too many, but that same hopeless thought finds a home in the hearts of people every single day, that maybe my family and my loved ones will be sad without me, but they'll be better off. And veteran suicide's like kind of a weird thing. Like a lot of people say that it's a coward's way out. How selfish could you be to take your life? I do believe, and I'm not defending it by any means. This must have been my life, committed my life to fighting against. But I do believe a lot of people, and I say this not just in my situation, I'm just talking to survivors. I believe a lot of people believe that they are the problem, and if they remove themselves from the situation, it's going to be better for those around them. This Marine Pete that I know, stood in the back of his pickup truck, surrounded by police. And the last thing he said was, "Tell my wife I love her, and I'm doing this for her." And he blew his brains out. And Heather, his wife, I talked about, putting her head on his chest at the funeral, demanding to see him, even though he had shot himself in the head and they didn't want her to see him. And at the, not funeral, at the morgue. And she said something that really stuck out to me. She said, Pete thought he was taking away the pain, but all he did was transfer it to everyone who loved him. And that really stuck out to me, because in that moment, that's what I believed. I believed that I was going to take away everyone else's problems by taking my life. And I thought that was a solution for my family. That's the best thing I could do. Like, I had my time. I did something cool and important in it, but that season's over. I can't do that job anymore. The MMA thing's fun, but it's not, it's nothing that's significant in the world, right? It's a sport. I'm never going to be able to do something as important as I did again. And I don't have a purpose anymore. And I'm just ruining the people that loves lives. That I'm ruining the people's lives that I love most. And so I made the decision. And I had a Glock 22 pistol, a 40 caliber pistol. And I would sit in the floor of my closet, and I pull those pictures of my family off that shelf. And I'd put them on a circle on the floor around me. And I would just stare at them for a while. And I tried to build up the courage to pull the trigger. I was so deliberate about it that I didn't even think about the angle. Like, I want it to be fast. But I do believe this was divine, because every time I put the gun to my head, I would have a vision of who was going to find me, because someone's going to hear it, or you're not going to show up somewhere, or you're going to start smelling, right? So eventually someone's going to find you. And the only other person that had a key to my apartment at that time was my oldest son, Hunter. He was 13 at that time. And the thought of my son being part of finding me that way was enough to pump the brakes. But I was in such a dark place that that I would be back like that day or the next day. And for a period of almost 2 weeks, I was just battling back and forth, trying to make the decision. And there was one morning, I was in that closet. I didn't have the gun to my head. I remember having it on the floor, like kind of holding it on the floor. And I had those pictures, and I was looking at those pictures, and my mind was just spinning. And I heard a knock on my door, and I wasn't going to answer it. I was just going to ignore it. I didn't know who it was. But when I heard Kathy's voice announce herself, I totally panicked. She would have never came in my apartment. She didn't have a key. She certainly wouldn't have came in my closet. But I think I was so ashamed that I hid the gun under a blanket. Even though she would have never came to see it, I hid it. That's probably how ashamed I was of what I was doing. And then my next reaction was, and this probably sounds pretty twisted to people, but it's just what happened. I was just so mad that she interrupted me killing myself. Like, how dare her come there to my apartment that I didn't ask her to come to and interrupt that. And I ran to the door, and I was just like, open the door and totally berated her. And she was standing there. She's not a very calm arguer, by the way. But in that moment, I think God gave her like this calmness, and she was super calm. And because she was so calm, I was trying to get her out of there. And I literally I grabbed her purse out of her hand, and I took it and I threw it over the balcony, like out in the parking lot, like just to get her to leave. Like, all her stuff went everywhere. Total like D-bag for doing something like that. And I was just trying to get her out of there. I was telling her to leave. And she asked me a question. Again, she's like super calm, which is totally out of character for her. Now I'm the calm one now. She's just like, how could you do everything that I've seen you do in your life? I mean, we were 17 and 18 when we met. She saw me go to BRC. Like, you've been through buds, like what it takes. She saw that, right? She saw me writing 80-page patrol orders on my only day off. Like, she saw me doing training for operations and pre-deployment stuff and going to schools and training and how committed I was to do stuff. She saw me get my MBA when I was already working 80 hours a week. Like, she saw me like train for fights and cut 35 pounds of weight and the discipline it takes to do that. And when no one's around, I won't even lick the nacho cheese off the back of a chip because I'm like that kind of discipline. Like, she's like seen all this stuff of my professional work, and she's like, how could you do all of that, and when it comes to your family, you'll quit? And I don't know about people listening, but man, to me, there's no more soul cutting word than to be called a quitter. And she was absolutely right. I had been successful at professional things, but when it came to the most important things, like being a husband, being a father, being a young 17-year-old kid that raised his hand and made a commitment to do something important, I quit in all those things, including my will to live. And I'm a pretty radical decision maker. And in that moment, I made a decision to get back in the fight. But I knew I couldn't do it alone. And I knew I couldn't do it with the people I'd surrounded myself by. And I had, in that jiu-jitsu gym, black belt, winning MMA fights, everybody told me everything I wanted to hear and not what I needed to hear. I had systematically pushed accountability out of my life, and I had no one to tell me the hard things I needed to hear. And somehow, like, inside of me, I knew that. And so I asked Kathy, is there someone at this church you're going to, some man that could hold me accountable to trying to put my life back together? I didn't care about God. I didn't care about her church. In fact, I didn't want anything to do with that, but I wanted someone outside of my circle. And she called the church, and there was an elder on call named Steve Toth. He is not an MMA fighter. He's not a jiu-jitsu guy or military guy or anything like that. In fact, he was going to meet me to connect me with a retired SEAL named Mike Charbonnet. I don't know if you know who Mike Charbonnet is, but he's a retired SEAL. His sons are SEALs, and he's also a pastoral counselor. So that's who he was going to meet. But I ended up never meeting Mike. I know Mike Charbonnet now, but I ended up not getting counseled by Mike because me and Steve just clicked. I met Steve at a Starbucks coffee shop, and while he wasn't a retired SEAL or anything like that, what Steve had was the gift. He's got ADD, like really bad, and that was a gift. That was a perfect gift for me. And when I say he's got ADD, like when you go eat lunch with Steve, like still to this day, I hang out with him. He's worked up together a lot. He'll like go to eat lunch at a restaurant. As he's getting up, he's pulling his keys out of his pocket, and he runs across the parking lot because like his attention deficit's so bad that he feels like walking's a waste of time. And so the reason that's his personality. He's a total weirdo. But the reason that was such a gift for me is because I had already decided in my mind, my new goal was to get my family back. So I was like, what do I have to do to manipulate this situation, sweep everything under the rug, and get a clean slate? So I wrote a 5-paragraph op order of how I was going to fix my life. It was super good. I'm kind of academically orientated with stuff. And it was super good. It was very impressive. And I went to this meeting with Steve prepared to do that. But because he's freaking got ADD, he wouldn't even look at it. Like, I put it on a table, I slid it over to him, and I'm like, hey, check this out. Show it to my wife so I can get her back. She knows I'm serious now. She's going to forgive me. Everything's going to be good. He puts his hand on that paper without even looking at it, slides it back over to me, and tells me I'm going to fail. And I remember being like, who is this jerk? Like, he didn't even look at it. And he tapped on that paper, and he said something that was probably the most important thing I ever heard in my life. He said, if your plan doesn't have anything to do with your relationship with God, I'm not going to waste your time, and I'm not going to let you waste mine. The person that Steve had mentored right before me, I didn't know this till later. The person he had mentored right before me, he had been passive with, and the guy took his life. I'm the next person, and he knows he has to be direct with me and bold with me. So this plan doesn't have anything to do with your relationship with God. You're going to fail. You're going to fall on your face. You're going to end up right back where you are. And, in that moment, Shawn, I had tried everything, man. I had been through counseling. I had been on medication. I had been through VA counseling, civilian counseling, programs, medication, jiu-jitsu, winning in MMA, making money. Some of those things are good. Some of those things are bad. But none of those things changed my situation. And from that, we have a saying at Mighty Oaks Foundation now. It's, if what you're doing isn't working, then why not try something different, right? Everything I tried didn't work. Why not try something different? So this guy's telling me, that I have to have faith. And back on that airfield in Bagram, standing on that fence, I knew that was the one thing I didn't have. There was a chink in my 4 pillars of resiliency. That was the chink in the armor was I didn't have that spiritual pillar. And I'm like, thinking like, what do I have to lose? I tried everything else. What do I have to lose? Why not try? And so I made a decision at that moment to trust this guy, Steve, and I surrendered my life to Jesus, became a Christian. I didn't really even understand what that meant. But beyond that decision, Steve discipled me, or, for those that aren't familiar with the disciple word, Christian disciple word, mentored me for a year in biblical living. And what was so profound for me looking back at that was at the end of that year, what I realized was that all these bad things that happened to me, losing 15 friends over my 8 deployments, Foster Harrington, who served in my wedding and was there when all 3 of my kids were born. We did 3 units together. We were on Black Wednesday together with Colonel Mattis, where he was standing there across from me when Colonel Mattis gave those office hours. Like, Foster was like one of the greatest people I knew, and when he died, we were both on our first deployment, and like just being so angry, and that was one thing. And like all these bad things that happened in my childhood, Afghanistan, all this stuff. As bad as those things were, those things didn't lead me to be in a closet with a pistol in my hand. What led me there were the choices that I made in response to those things, and I never lost the power and ability to make choices. I was just making bad ones. And so what the Bible had taught me, and it's the mentorship that Steve had taught me, was how to make better choices. And I think we were talking about this last night, right? The Bible doesn't. I mean, people say life doesn't have a handbook. It actually does have a handbook. We just don't read it, and that's the Bible. It's our handbook. And by reading that, like, yeah, man, and learning. Did I still get anxiety? Did I still get depressed at times? Did I still get angry and frustrated? Of course I did. I've been through a lot of stuff, and I'm human. But I was able to have a blueprint to make better choices in response to that. And by making better choices and being super intentional about biblical living, the result was restoration in my marriage and my family. 28 years of marriage now, 3 kids that are married, 3 granddaughters, a grandson on the way, my brand new daughter, Summer, that we just brought in our home and adopted, and into our family. This is is my daughter now, and 2 of my kids went to Bible college. 2 of my 2 sons went in the Marine Corps and served honorably. They were in ministry now full time. Like I had restoration in my family. I had restoration in this PTSD, anxiety, depression. Those things were able to be resolved. I found hope again, and ultimately I found purpose. And purpose is what we were created. Whether people listening agree with my faith or believe in God or not, like, the truth is you were created to have purpose. And if you don't have purpose in your life, like, we wither up and die. That's why veterans kill themselves. Not because we were seen or dead. It's because you had important purpose, a mission. You get out and that purpose is gone. And a mission is gone because your identity was tied in a job and not who you were created to be, and not something deeper in a foundational relationship with your creator. And it wither up and die because we have to have purpose. Mark Twain is one of my favorite quotes. The 2 most important days in a person's life are the day that they're born and the day that they find out why. And when Steve Toth introduced me to a life that I believe I was created to live, I found out the why. And God put a deep burden in my heart to pay that forward to others. And that manifested in what I do today in the founding of Mighty Oaks Foundation.
That is incredible, man. Yeah. That is incredible.
That's why when I say I have the second chance I have, like, I'm just blessed for it, man.
We're doing a hell of a job. For somebody that is veteran, first responder, just anybody, that's going through a tough spot in life. And, there's a lot of people nowadays that are turning towards faith, the Bible, Christ, God, and they don't know where to start. But there is a wave happening. I'm part of it. I mean, I'm recent, and but you've been here a lot longer than me. What advice would you have for somebody that's looking to dig in? Where do they start?
It's one.
How do they build the relationship?
One, there is no real faith unless through a relationship with Jesus. Like that's and everybody there's millions of faiths, not millions, there's thousands of different faiths around the world. Why Christianity? And I'd point to people, to someone I told you about. Vodi Bakum has an incredible message. Vodi Bakum's a Christian apologist. He has an incredible message called "Why I Choose to Believe the Bible," or "Why I Believe the Bible." I'd point people to go listen to that. It's one of I can't tell you in a few words what that message. If you're questioning why to believe the Bible, why to believe Christianity, that is the most powerful, succinct message on why the Bible. Secondly, faith is sustainable in those pillars, right? You could have the mind, body, spirit, social. You could have all those other things, but faith is a sustainable one. I believe there's a million ways in this world to get injured, to get hurt. Veterans do not have a monopoly. First responders do not have a monopoly on trauma. I believe there's only one way to get well, and that's through a relationship with Jesus and aligning your life systematically with the life you were created to live. Most of the problems we have in our life are because we're not living life the way we were intended to live it. It's like if I had a brand new Corvette and I went and drove it off road in the mountains, and you're like, this thing's a piece of junk, it's a piece of crap. No, I'm not using it for what it was meant to be. It's meant to be on a hardball road, and so you're not using it you're not living your life the way it was meant to be lived. And so when we align it, that's why I say when you align your life, and the only way you're going to align your life with the life you're meant to live is to read the handbook, and that's what the Bible does. So I'd start there because you don't need anyone else to do that, right? You could start by reading God's word and understanding.
Where would you start?
I would start in
2,000 pages.
Yeah, I would start in the Book of John. In the Book of John is 21 chapters. Because it's the most succinct message of the gospel. So I do the Book of John, and then maybe read a Proverbs a day for a month, because Proverbs is 31 Proverbs, one for every day of the month. And by the way, you can go back and do it every month for the rest of your life, and you're going to get something out of it.
Interesting.
It's called the Living Word because it's going to be different every time you read it. And that's where I would start reading. And then you need to get connected to someone who has, like you said, has been on that path a little bit longer. Someone that's trustworthy that can mentor you along that path and share that journey with. And I could tell you the one thing that I've learned through my faith journey is that I will never do it alone. I have put myself alone plenty of times, and I don't trust myself enough to ever do it alone, especially my faith journey. When I was a young recon Marine, I learned this thing called plus minus equals. And the analogy is that I always train with someone better than me. That's the plus that I could learn from. I always train with someone a little bit below me so I could pour into them, because it makes me anytime you teach something, you're going to be better and giving back. So you're not just building yourself. Now you're building in the community and the next generation. And you always have that equals, someone that you go neck to neck with, because they push you to be in a competitive realm, push you to be better. And so I actually carried that into jiu-jitsu. When I go train every day, I find someone that's better than me, that's going to smash me. I don't want to just walk out of the gym winning all the time. I want somebody that's going to smash me, someone that I'm better than, because I can refine my technique and I feel better, like builds my confidence up a little bit, and I'm investing in the team and the next generation. And then someone equal to me that I'm like, before we go, I like wipe the sweat off my palms and slap hands, because I know we're freaking about to go to war. Like Tina Martinez in California, Jared Chafian, like I know my guys, and everywhere I train, like that's the guys that we're gonna, Sam and Rob in Prescott, Arizona, like we're about to get after it, and we just like push each other and grind, and so I took those things into my Christian walk, and so now in my life I have someone that is always that plus person in me, mentoring me, something I can lean on, discipling me, someone that I can pour into, and that person I'm just like doing life with. I want to have those three people in my life all the time, and that's a rule that I'll probably never, till the day I die, not implement in my life.
Man, do you mind if I add something?
Please.
When you decide to take that leap, mm-hmm. you have to remember always, because people get really judgmental.
Yeah.
In this realm, and it's about your relationship with God and your relationship with Christ and your relationship with the Holy Spirit, not anybody else's. You shouldn't be feeling guilty. Shouldn't be feeling judged. Yeah. It's about you and your Creator, and that's it.
It is, and you have, like, people have to understand, like, you can't be who you're created to be unless you have a relationship with the Creator. There's no shortcuts around that, and so it starts there. Like, a lot of people look at churches and you say, like, oh, man, the church is full of hypocrites. Hospitals are full of sick people. Like, that's what they're there for. Like, church is full of broken people. Don't look at the church. Don't look at the pastor. Don't look at humans to evaluate your view of God. Like, those are good things to be a part of. In the community, we're supposed to be part of community and a community of other believers. And I know last night we talked about different ways to do that, but the primary and fundamental relationship should be your relationship with Jesus, and that comes through prayer and studying God's word, and then surrounding yourself with like-minded believers that are gonna challenge you and take you to the next level.
Thank you.
Nah, man. I'll say it again, man. Your profession of faith like encouraged so many people. I hear it all the time, and I'm super proud of your courage to do that.
Thank you again.
Yeah.
The Mighty Oaks Foundation.
Yeah.
How was it born?
Well, it was born out of that. It was born out of that desire to pay it forward. Like, really, so like I'm in this dark place, and when you're in a dark place like that, you feel like you're all alone. Like, no one could be struggling like me. No one could feel the way I feel. No one's marriage could be so bad no one's life could be so bad that they don't live anymore. And I realized coming out of the side that I wasn't the only one. You know, people were killing themselves every day. People were divorcing every day. People were in depression every day. I'm like, not only am I not the only one, but this is an epidemic. And I found the solution. And I believe that I found the solution. And it was like, if you were dying of cancer and someone gave you the cure, you don't just keep that for yourself. You get on a rooftop and you tell, hey man, the cure is in here. Like, come on, like come get some. And that's why I felt like I was obligated to share that with people from my community and everybody who might be infected by this belief and system that they, are going to make permanent decisions, temporary problems, and take their life and destroy their families and lose hope. Like, I want to share hope, and God just really burdened me to do that. And so I felt like the best way to do that was to walk away from everything I was doing in my life. I'm at that peak of my MMA career. I'm making money in my gym, but I didn't want to dabble. I figured if I dabble with it, there was a safety net to fall back to. I wanted to cut the tether, jump in the deep end, and go all in with this. And so we started Mighty Oaks Foundation, and that was 12 years ago. And for those that don't know what Mighty Oaks Foundation is, we do 4 things that we stay pretty narrow focused, and we do 4 things really well. We do resiliency events where primarily I go to bases around the world by request to the active duty military. I speak on resiliency, suicide prevention, spiritual resiliency, that spiritual pillar of those 4 pillars. And I've spoken to over about 500,000 troops over the last 12 years. One of the places being Marine Corps boot camp every quarter for the last almost 10 years, 9 years or so at San Diego. I've spoken to Marine Corps boot camp. And now for about 2 to 3 years now, I've been in Paris Island, been to tons of SF groups, all the Recon infantry battalions. I've spoke at the highest level, 1st Marine Division, did a division-wide, all hands commanded by CG event, and NSW, done tons of different types of commands, and it's just been incredible. And then we've written several books. I have 3-book series that you got in your bag called Path to Resiliency, The Truth About PTSD, which is a creation perspective of PTSD, and Not the Solution, Winning the Battle Against Suicide. In those 3 books, we've given away about 400,000 copies to the troops and equip them. We make them to where like 45-minute reads can fit in your cargo pocket, and we distribute those all over. In fact, just this morning we had a bunch sent out to we not just in my speaking events, we sent events, but we send them. We just sent a bunch out to Korea. I got a text this morning to Korea. It's some troops there. And so that's the prevention plan. And I really believe in that because an ounce of prevention beats a pound of cure. Mm-hmm. If you stop it in the front end by inoculating people, by being resilient and being ready. Then we have a recovery program, which is where we have our camps, and we have ranches in California, Ohio, Virginia, 2 in Texas. And we bring active duty service members, veterans, first responders, and spouses. And we pay for everything, including their travel. We do about $8 million a year in programming. And that's, just a grateful nation of patriots donate to Mighty Oaks as a nonprofit. And we make that free. And those programs are a week long. And they're non-clinical peer-to-peer mentoring, teaching people essentially how to make good choices and take responsibility for their situation and make better choices every day in response to their trauma, not just relying on medication. We're not like saying no medication ever. We're saying that if medication is the only part of your plan, it's probably not a good plan. You got to be able to take responsibility. You got to be able to make better choices and take control of your life. And that is the ultimate solution through, aligning your life with the life you create to live. And then beyond that week, they could sign up for our aftercare program. And we manage about 80 outposts around the country where people can meet weekly, but we have partnered with about 1,000 that people can meet weekly. And then we have a leadership program that graduates, alumni could come through, get trained by us to pay it forward, whether in their communities or through our program. And about 28% of our graduates sign up to that leadership program and paying it forward. So we have that. By the way, we've had 5,500 graduates over 12 years, but now we're doing about 1,000 per year. So we've got exponential growth. We have we're building our global headquarters in Texas. The successes we've had in faith-based program have allowed me to go to D.C., testify before Congress and Senate. President Trump had appointed me as the chairman of a White House faith-based coalition for veteran affairs, and I was able to consult with like deputy director of VA. We got executive order signed. We worked in the Prevents Bill for President's Roadmap to empower veterans and the national tragedy of veteran suicide. We were really impactful with getting faith-based programs available to active duty service members of veterans. Because without getting into the super history of it, like President Bush made the Opportunity and Faith Initiative, brung faith-based programs and community programs available to veterans. President Obama signed an executive order in 2009 that killed that. And then in 2016, when President Trump was on the campaign trail, General Boykin, if you know who General Boykin is, he's been a great mentor and friend of mine. He was leading a town hall for veterans, and candidate Trump was coming through, and 6 veterans were going to get to ask candidate Trump any question they wanted, and so I was selected to be one of them, and so I could ask any question I wanted. And the question I asked was that, and the reason I asked this because when President Obama signed that executive order, the suicide rate was 16 a day. They killed the community and faith programs. They put billions of dollars into add 1,500 new clinical programs, and the suicide rate went from 16 a day to 22 a day. Between that, from 2 years from when he signed the executive order, it spiked. And so for me, I'm like, man, we're faith-based programs work. We know they work. And even if they don't work, the veterans of anybody should have an option, right? They should have the freedom to choose that route. And so when I got to ask candidate Trump any question, it was that, if you become president of the United States, will you overturn this executive order? And he said yes. And then he kept talking, right? And so the media kind of twisted it, and I had the opportunity to defend him. I went on Bill O'Reilly, defended what he said on Fox News, and then General Flynn called me. They put me together with the team. I was part of the VA transition team when he took office, and eventually was able to come and help get some of those things done for that executive order mainly. And so our advocacy side in Mighty Oaks has been very impactful for policy. And then the last thing we do is our international program, and that's where we take some of our Mighty Oaks graduates, train them, and allow them to go around the world and pay it forward to our ally partners around the world by teaching them how to do the same programs we do. And we've done that all over the world. Peru, we just got a team come back. My son was on it, and they just trained. I think right now they've trained and certified about 100 chaplains in Ukraine, because they don't really have a chaplaincy. And so you got all these civilian conscripted soldiers, and now the pastors from their community want to be able to go and provide chaplaincy service to them, but they're just pastors from an Orthodox church. They don't really understand chaplaincy or how to work with military trauma. And so we're going in and training those chaplains and certifying them through Mighty Oaks.
Man.
So that's Mighty Oaks in
amazing
a nutshell.
work.
Yeah.
Amazing work, man.
Yeah.
It's wow.
Yeah.
You're really making a dent, and not just a dent. You're 450,000 plus people have gone through there.
Yeah, through our resiliency programs and then recovery programs, I think we're approaching about 6,000 now in our recovery programs. Man. And that's our guys that come stay with us.
Wow.
And again, we pay for every bit of it, and there's no strings attached at all.
How can people help?
Well, I mean, MightyOaksPrograms.org, people could donate there. And as important, actually probably more important than people donating, is if any veterans, first responders, or spouses are listening and need that help. You don't have to do it alone. You're never meant to do it alone. And again, you don't have to reach out to us. You apply online. There's an application on the homepage, application button, MightyOaksPrograms.org. Click the application button. The application is super simple. We make it simple on purpose. We'll get everything we need later. And one of our team will contact you. And we have, I think this year we have almost 50 programs going. So there's lots of dates to choose from. If anything, you're going to go to amazing facility. Our facilities are insane. So nice. And the food's amazing. So if anything, you're gonna go to an awesome place for a week, and you're gonna get fat with amazing food. And but you can be around good people who've been where you've been, and maybe a few steps ahead, and help you lead you in the right direction, to find hope again.
Solid work, brother.
Yeah,
very solid work.
Yeah. One of the most incredible things to tie all those 4 things we do in perspective. Remember, I mentioned this guy, Pete, that stood in the back of a pickup truck and shot himself. He was in a church service when I gave an invitation. I was in church service in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. I gave an invitation for all the veterans of that community to come to Mighty Oaks. Pete turned, and his wife, when on a pulpit, you start talking, you say something like that, you see the wives nudging the husbands. So Heather probably nudged him and was like, you need to go to that. But he told his wife that, I know I need to go to that because he's diagnosed with PTSD, but somebody needs it more. He chose not to go. And he killed himself.
Damn.
In that same congregation was a guy named Reed Hasty. Reed chose to come. Reed came to Mighty Oaks. It took us months to get him there because he couldn't fly because his panic attacks were so bad he couldn't fly. And he spent usually like 1 day a week. He'd go to inpatient VA. He talks about how humiliating it was because he was like a sergeant in the Army, responsible for millions of dollars of equipment and men. But when he'd go into VA inpatient, they'd take away his shoelaces because he couldn't be trusted with them. And how humiliating that was. And so through his anxiety, we were able to get him on a plane, got him to California. He comes to our program, has a radical encounter with Jesus, becomes a Christian, comes back to our program, flying no problem, becomes a team leader, does 50 programs, becomes a team leader, instructor, trainer, starts training our team leaders, goes home in his community, builds one of those weekly outposts, starts building it. He said some weeks he would go there, there'd be one person. Some weeks he'd go there would be no one. He talked about endurance, and he just reads the Bible by himself. He'd study by himself. Another week he'd go there, there'd be 2 people. Today, this was 8 years ago, he has 13 outposts in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. 300 men meet once a week there. He's still team leading for us, team leading, instructing for us. He's broken into the Tulsa Police Department. 130 police officers from Tulsa Police Department have come to Mighty Oaks because of him and the people he's brought through. The chief said it's changed the culture of that complete department. On top of all that, this guy who couldn't get on a plane to come to California program last year gets on a plane with me from Houston, flies to Krakow, Poland, gets in a car. We drive across when everybody's coming from out of Ukraine. He drives across the border into Ukraine. We go all the way across, 18 hours across to Kiev, spend the night in Kiev, then drive to Kharkiv, which is under attack every single day. We drive into Kharkiv. I remember driving into Kharkiv in the middle of the night and Reed and I in the car, and the Ukrainian guy with us said, the radio, he comes across the radio and he says, the only thing that lives in Kharkiv is Will Smith and his dog. Everything's just blown up and dead, and it's like the end of the world. And we spend the night in this old bunker, and we get IDF indirect fire in the middle of the night. Hits about 400 yards from us, and I wake up and I go out and Reed's cool as a cucumber. The next day, we go out behind Russian lines to speak to these Ukrainian troops, and Reed pulls up a chair and starts sharing his testimony in front of these Ukrainian troops. And I was sitting there watching him, thinking, this guy couldn't fly to California. He went all the way over there to share his testimony and with these guys in Ukraine. Like, that's the full scope of like finding purpose again and mission again and what we able to do. And when I seen that was like the most full circle moment for me to watch Reed do that. Like,
that's incredible, brother.
Yeah, that's super cool. Super cool. I get to work with some amazing people, man.
Yeah, well said. Wow, that's I mean, that's one of the most impressive organizations that's after the suicide epidemic that I've ever heard of. Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. It really is. Like, we've always said from the beginning, we want the hardest cases. We want the guys that, when the Wounded Warrior Battalion from Marine Corps calls and said, hey, man, this guy tried everything, he's going to kill himself, instead of locking him behind a piece of glass, like, we want to send him to you. To have that confidence from the Marine Corps Wounded Warrior Battalion, to know that they could send him to the psych ward, or send him to us and trust him with us, like, that's a privilege.
Yeah.
We have one, to reference one of your guys, a SEAL. We had a guy, Colin Fields. We get so many judges that send people to us, wives and judges, and he was his wife and the judge said, you go to this or you go in the jail and you're getting divorced. He's facing jail and divorce. I don't know if you know Colin Field, he's a SEAL.
I think I do.
So he's
an East Coaster.
What's that?
Was he an East Coast guy?
He's an East Coast guy and a corpsman. He was a corpsman as well. So he's been in Ukraine a lot with us, but he would allow me to share the story. But he tells the judge and tells his wife, tells the judge for his wife and tells his wife for his kids. But he's gonna drive to Mighty Oaks. We wanted to fly him, but he said he didn't want to fly. He wanted to drive. The reason he wanted to drive is because he was telling them that, but he was going to crash his truck into a tree on the way there and make it look like he killed himself. Make it look like he accidentally died and was going to kill himself. Took a seatbelt off, left, and drove 10 hours to our ranch and looking for a tree the whole time. He said, I kept looking, and I ended up at this ranch. And he was the graduation speaker at our class and became one of our best team leaders, and has been going to Ukraine with us and sharing that story.
God is definitely working through you, brother.
I never hit that tree.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's move into the Afghanistan withdrawal.
Yeah. Yep.
You brought out, not just you. I don't want to make you uncomfortable by giving you all the credit, but you guys, a very small number of you guys, evacuated over 17,000 Afghans when the U.S. government had completely failed and decided they're going to start working with the Taliban.
Crazy.
It feels, I can't even believe this is coming out of my mouth, and, but it was the veterans that served there that made shit happen, and you were a huge part of that.
It was, I'll start off with saying, crazy to think that the entire international community were participating in the fighting the Taliban in Afghanistan. Bagram Air Force Base, unarguably, is the most strategic place in the globe between Iraq, Iran, Russia, and China in today's current climate, right? That is the most strategic piece of land. The entire international community were participating there, supporting and advising the Afghan National Army and Afghan National Police to fight the Taliban. So this all stems on this lie that the American people in the mainstream media, American people were told by the mainstream media in the White House that America was in a 20-year war, in this endless war, and we have to withdraw from Afghanistan immediately. The right thing to do, if they actually cared, would have been to claim a victory, the war on terror is over, and continue to share that Bagram Air Force Base with the international community, turn it over to the international community, and continue to support and advise the Afghan National Army like we do in that all over the world, right? We had 2,500 troops there at one time. We had 4,000 at the time of the withdrawal. I can name 12 places right now that we have 2,500 troops all over Africa, everywhere, right? So to lie to American people and say we can't keep killing America's sons and daughters, total bull.
Yeah, we can't keep killing America's sons and daughters. Let's start two more wars.
Let's start two more wars, right? In contrast to some people may be listening and be like, "Oh, you just want to stay in Afghanistan?" Look, there's 80,000 troops still in Japan since World War II, 40,000 troops in Germany since World War II, 45,000 troops in South Korea, sitting on that 30th parallel, keeping the North Koreans from coming over. America having contingencies like this doesn't keep us in wars; it prevents wars. It creates international stability, and it's very important. From America's the leader in that way. We want to be a leader in that, not we are. And one of the things you said was, we worked with the Taliban. We didn't tell the international community we were withdrawing. We didn't talk to the Afghan government about it. We coordinated. When I say we, the White House coordinated with the Taliban, and they signed what's called the Doha Agreement, which means the Taliban will not allow terrorism to happen in Afghanistan in exchange for us leaving Afghanistan. Now, that's a conflict of terms, right? Because the Taliban is a terrorist organization. If I go over there and give the Taliban a bag full of cash to move SIV out of Afghanistan, I'm going to jail because I'm funding a terrorist organization. But the White House is able to say that they're a legitimate government. So they planned it both ways. And so we should never have left Afghanistan. We could have declared the war over. We should never have left Afghanistan. And I believe the American people were lied to. And the only beneficiaries of that, and I know this would be a whole separate episode, the only beneficiaries of that were Iran and China and all of our, the world, the enemies of the United States and of freedom. China wanted the Hindu Kush mineral rights. I said it in 2021, the beginning of 2021, that would be the beneficiary of they would be the beneficiary of this and I was called the conspiracist. I
said it too, man.
Yeah. And then what happened? The day we left, the Taliban gave China the mineral rights for the Hindu Kush, trillions of dollars worth of lithium. They were able to move sanctioned oil.
When we're trying to do a green initiative.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
We could have used that.
Yeah. And
it
now,
shows who's pulling the strings here.
For sure. China.
At the White House.
Yeah, China is.
Yeah.
I mean, they moved sanctioned oil from Iran through Afghanistan that was blocked by U.S. military, it's not now, into China. So China's able to move sanctioned oil, without having to do it by ship. So there's lots of things that I was upset about with the withdrawal, and I think everybody who gets it or pays attention was. But I couldn't change any of that. But the one thing I could do was not allow my friend Aziz to be there, be left behind. Him and his wife and 6 kids, I had been putting through the SIV, Special Immigrant Visa process, for 6 years to get them their visas. And by the way, that in 2009, we had an agreement, a contractual agreement with our interpreters that if they've completed their commitment to service, that they would be in a 9-month process to have access to the United States under Special Immigrant Visa. We did not uphold that promise to them. And Aziz had been in a process for 6 years. Someone who served at a Tier 1 Special Operations Units for 16 years, saved American lives, was not given that. So I knew people in Congress, I know people in Senate. I was pulling all the strings I could. It wasn't going to happen. And so I made a decision that I was going to go get Aziz, his wife, and 6 kids. And in that decision, I knew that the people I had to call on would be veterans that I trust from the special operations community that had a couple of key criteria I was looking for. Mature guys who already had their combat lust sown and cared about actually going and getting Aziz out and not going there and getting in a fight with the Taliban. Mm-hmm. And that was super important to me. The first person that I called was, who recently came on a show, was Tim Kennedy. And, and Tim, I've known Tim for a long time. A lot of people don't know Tim's not just a Green Beret, ASO level 3 guy, has done clan log stuff before, very mature human being, very mature combat experience. Tim, everybody thinks Tim is a big braggadocious guy. Tim does not brag, because if Tim bragged, you probably wouldn't believe half the stories of some of the stuff he's done. He's got some amazing experience in combat. And man, I remember calling him, and I knew he was getting asked to be some jobs with Afghanistan, and he was turning stuff down because he has so many businesses he runs and he's busy. And when I told him I'm going to get Aziz and his wife and family, he was like, I'm in. Where do you need me to be? Let's go get him right away. No questions asked. And we ended up putting a team together, probably about 12 guys initially. It built a little time. I don't know exactly how many at that time. And Sarah Verardo, contacted Sarah Verardo she runs the Independence Fund. Her husband was catastrophically wounded, a guy from Afghanistan. She knows a lot of people in D.C. Started putting this plan together, go get Aziz, his wife, and 6 kids. And as we were putting it together, one of the guys brung up the fact that there was these 3,000 orphans that were being left behind. And that was kind of a game changer of information, because everybody was fleeing. People were surviving because that thing was happening faster and faster. And we knew at that moment that we had to do more than help just Aziz and his family. I think everybody that was involved in this thing was people of faith. And so we all felt like God really burdened our hearts to help as many people as we could. And that's why we originally called it, Mighty Oaks started the Save Our Allies Coalition, which ultimately we used the Save Our Allies Coalition from Mighty Oaks and founded Save Our Allies as its own entity. But it started as that in the operation force that we called it Task Force 6-8 from Isaiah 6-8. Here am I, send me. And that's why we called it that, because we all felt God just burdened our hearts to go help those people. And we made a decision hey, let's just lean in and see what happens. Let's help Aziz, his wife, and 6 kids, but as many Americans, as many interpreters, their families, women, children, Christians that are persecuted. Let's see how many people we could help. And so the first thing was see, can we get on HKIA, Hamid Karzai International Airport, and be able to go outside the wire and rescue people? Because right now we know that the White House took the NEO operation, non-combatant evacuation operation, away from the DOD and gave it to the State Department, which, by the way, that should never have happened. If you want to know why a lot of problems happen, it's because of that, because now the State Department treats HKIA like an embassy, and the military is used as a protective force of the embassy or the airport, and then the outer perimeter is given to the Taliban. Well, when the Taliban was given the outer perimeter, anybody that knows combat knows that whoever controls the outer ground space controls an access to that ground space. And so now they have the White House telling Americans, if you want to leave, go to the airport. Well, you got some 21-year-old girl who went there to teach English or be a humanitarian aid worker or be an evangelist, and she's going to show her blue passport to the Taliban who's executing people in the streets because that's what was happening. Of course not, right? So that's the environment, and the military is not being allowed to go outside the wire to go rescue their own civilians. And so, how are they going to allow us? It's an impossibility. So the reason I say that is this, and I appreciate you saying that, about not putting the onus on me about doing this. Like we felt that burden, and we were obedient to lean forward. But what happened in rescuing Aziz's wife and 6 kids and 17,000 other people? I want to make sure everybody that ever hears me talk about this knows this. Like, I am not smart enough, capable enough to pull that off. Logistically, it was an impossibility. There was so many obstacles that made this thing impossible. And the only thing I could point to when people ask, how did we do it? It was a modern day miracle from God. God orchestrated something that was completely impossible. Starting with us being able to have access to the airport. So many amazing veterans and organizations wanted to move people, and a lot of people did a great jobs doing that. But for some reason, we were the only ones that got access to get on the airport and go outside. And the reason why is because we had got permission from the Joint Chiefs Office to do that. And again, I don't know how. You would think, why would they not allow the military to do it? Why would they allow us to do it? Maybe Sarah Veroro has pictures of General Milley in high heels. I don't know. I don't know why.
She's probably not the only one.
Yeah, I don't know why, but we got the permission to be able to do that, and Shawn Gabler and Sea Spray on the ground, able to get our own airstrip to be able to move people. All this stuff was happening at one time, but now that we have permission to do this, right? And not only that, but vet people, manifest people through those protocols. Now we have to move people who don't have visas across another country's border. That's illegal, right? I get people in the airport. Once they get to the airport, what good is it? The U.S. government's going to only be there for a little while, right? Eventually they can leave, and those people that got inside the airport will be gone. We have to be able to move them out. And without visas, I can't move them. A lot of people gave us a lot of crap in the beginning because everybody's arm track quarterback. You guys are moving people. Who you bring into the States? Like, we don't even know who these people are. First of all, I'm not the State Department. I don't have any authority to bring anybody to the United States. I could get somebody out another country, but I don't have any authority. Only the State Department could do that. So secondly, we vetted more people than the U.S. government did. So the people we were moving were vetted. The people that are going on those planes that the DOD were moving, no fault to the troops. Fault to the White House and State Department. They were not vetted. So we were moving people that we were vetting. We had a process to do it, and we're doing our due diligence. But now we have to move them across border. How do you do that? We need to be able to find another country. The only place you can move people across border without a visa is Laredo, Texas. And but in the real world, you have to follow rules and laws. And so we contacted the UAE, the country of the UAE. We had a connection there. We had 2 connections, actually, but Joe Robert, who's a Recon Marine that I knew, and then Shawn Gabler had another backdoor connection. Joe Robert grew up with the Royal family, with the Prince, and we was able to secure me a phone call. I got a phone call, guy named Santa Six, got his name Santa Six. Dan O was on the phone call. Joe Robert was on the phone call. We had, I think Shawn Gabler was on the phone call. We had a couple of senators and congressmen that I got on for credibility, and we got on the phone with the UAE, officials there and the royal family and presented the plan, and they listened. And at the end, they said, not only will we support you to bring them here and give you a humanitarian center, we're going to give you a C-17 plane and pilots. Let's help.
You've got to be shitting me.
Yeah.
That plane was a UAE plane.
The main plane that we had was UAE-2, and we got 2. And then so now we have ability to go rescue people. We have a place to bring them. We have aircraft to do it, but we knew the problem was going to be bigger. And so this is not going to cost thousands of dollars. It costs millions of dollars to be able to pull something like this off. We don't have time to ramp up for this. This is happening like now. And I'm going to need more aircraft. And those aircraft, by the way, are like $500,000 to $800,000 a flight. So I'm like, now how do I solve this problem? And all this happened in 3 days, by the way. I get a random call from someone I've known for a while, Glenn Beck. He had heard I was getting involved. And so Glenn called me. And Glenn said, Chad, I want to do something. I didn't know what to do. I just felt like it was wrong what was happening. I got into radio to raise money. I thought I'd raise a few $1,000s. He's like, I already had $21 million come in.
Those of you that have been around SRS for a while know that we take mental health very seriously here. So seriously that in almost every episode, you'll find a segment where we discuss how to improve your mental health. And part of improving your mental health is keeping your mind sharp. And part of keeping your mind sharp is giving it the fuel that it needs to balance energy, focus, cognition, and just regenerating your brain. That triggered me to go on a journey to find the supplement that supports brain health with the cleanest of ingredients on the planet. And I found it. I was actually going to start my own company and do this, but I found Laird Superfoods. I've partnered with them. Now I'm a partial owner, and I really believe in these products. Here's my favorite product. Performance Mushrooms by Laird Superfoods. Brain Fuel. You can put this in your coffee, you can put it in your tea, you can drink it raw, you can mix it with their greens, you can do all kinds of stuff. Bottom line is, this is the best possible supplement with the cleanest ingredients, all sourced in the United States that supports brain health. And here's 2 other products that I'm a fan of. Laird Superfoods Creamer. Guess what? Contains functional mushroom extracts. Put this in your tea or coffee. And most of you know I'm not a caffeine or coffee drinker, but a lot of you are, and they just happen to have Laird Superfoods coffee, organic Peruvian coffee with, you guessed it, functional mushrooms that support and regenerate your brain. Go to LairdSuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. You'll get 20% off. Guys, this is the real deal. These are the finest of ingredients. Check it out. LairdSuperfoods.com. Promo code SRS. 20% off. I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you guys. You are our top supporters and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So, we do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind the scenes content from the actual Shawn Ryan show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So we get, right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset. We talk about defensive driving. We have an end of the month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing, or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of, it's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/vigilanceelite, or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there.
And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show. Thank you.
Like, what do I do with it? Ultimately, he had over $40 million come in. And I said, we need to start chartering planes. And so Mercury One's his organization. They partnered with us at Mighty Oaks. They've been a great partner at Mighty Oaks. And a guy named Rudy Atala started working aircraft for us. And so that was a lot of the other NGOs and veterans that were working. They were getting people in aircraft, were all in those aircrafts, like coordinating through us to get on those aircraft. And so, man, everything happened so fast. But when I say like a series of miracles happened, none of those things independently are possible, and they all had to happen in the right sequence. And that allowed us the ability to be able to logistically pull this off. And we got in the UAE, and we were in the UAE. In Abu Dhabi at the Humanitarian Center running operations. We have a team back in Washington, D.C. taking people that are sending information. People are coming in, help us get out. Veterans are hearing about it, so veterans are sending their interpreters. We're telling them, hey, this is the paperwork we need. And they were getting us the right paperwork. On the ground, we're doing the bona fides and making sure there's the right people. Our ground team on the ground at HKIA, Shawn Gabler, Tim Kennedy, Dave Johnson, Sea Spray on the ground. Sea Spray and Shawn Gabler are like the main like heroes of this thing. They're on the ground going outside the wire. Like literally, like from the guys in Abu Dhabi to the ground force to the guys. If anyone stopped for 5 minutes, like you were literally trading 5 minutes sleep for someone's life. Like that's how fast everything was happening. Like Sea Spray, he lost 37 pounds in 10 days. He just would not stop. And talking about a guy like, I told you a little bit yesterday, I can't say in details, but traded his career that he worked his whole life for to stay on the ground and help those people he didn't know himself. Like the level of desperation, like people seeing airplanes, people falling off airplanes. The best description I have is imagine 100,000 people swarming a gate to get in. That kind of chaos. Women get trampled to death. Not everybody was, not all Afghans are good. Like not all everybody's anywhere is good. So you got the men pushing to the front. It's just chaos. Taliban are in there shooting people. It's total chaos. And women are so desperate that their babies won't grow up to be sex slaves as little girls or Taliban as little boys. That they take their baby, kiss it goodbye, knowing they're never going to see it again, put it in a crowd of 10,000 people, crowd surf it like a beach ball to the wall. And then someone grabs that baby and throws it as hard and as high as they can, hoping a U.S. service member catches it on the other side of that wall. What they didn't know was on the other side of that wire was 6 feet high and about 20 feet deep of concertina wire, razor wire. My buddy Joe counted 6 babies that were bled to death in that wire. Like that was the level of like desperation on the ground there. And we just kept pushing to get as many people as we could. And then at day 10, we didn't realize at the time we had got 12,000 people out by day 10. And in a suicide bomber hit Abbey Gate. 13 of our service members were killed. And the U.S. military was forced to weld the gate shut. And the ground evacuations there were over. I remember when that happened, Tim was just at that. Tim and Sea Spray were just at the Abbey Gate. And we thought, and then we got a thumbs up. They were good. But at that time, we, when that ends at HKIA, I thought, man, like, the U.S. military is being forced to leave, but hey, we don't have to. And my big thing at that time, because Aziz is already out, his wife and kids are out. But at that time, like, the White House is saying there's 100 Americans left out there. And I knew, anybody on the ground knew, there was thousands of Americans still out there. In fact, the White House before had said there was 16,000 Americans there, which they were guesstimating because they don't register. No one registers with the State Department. They were saying 16,000, but we got 6,000 out. So I'm not that great at math, but 6,000 minus 16,000 isn't 100. But the truth is, even if there were 10,000 or 100, you don't leave one American behind, like ever, anywhere. Like
this America does.
Yeah, not me, and not where we came from, right? Like, I mean, man,
I can't believe how much the country's changed, Jed.
Where I come from, like, we'll scorched earth to go get an American.
Yeah.
Like you trade, like if there's American somewhere, right? Like a team run, like, hey, we're gonna lose. We could probably lose somebody.
Yeah.
Let's go get them. Like that's the promise that every American should have.
That was another time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the president had got on television and said that right before. We're not leaving American behind. Well, how'd that change so fast? Like, so I don't know how those numbers were okay, and 100 would be acceptable, but we knew there were thousands. And by the way, it came out later in the Senate hearings. There was thousands of Americans we left behind, and that's not to mention our allies, right? How do we ever defend our position in the world again when we come into a place and say, hey, we're going to be in this region and we need wartime allies. We're going to do you right. No, you won't. Like, your word means nothing. Like you did it right for the people in Afghanistan that you fought beside for 20 years. We chose to stay, and everything shifted to a place called Mazar Sharif. We led a coalition there, amazing organizations, Task Force Argo, Scott Mann, Pineapple Express guys, everybody was participating, and helping to get people out. And we ended up getting another, I think total on that coalition, got another 5,000 people out. That's where, total number of 17,000 people. But when that was over, we had heard that the resistance force, Ahmad Massoud's son, was leading a resistance force, and they were moving all the women and children to a place called the Panjshir Valley, and they want to cross them over into the country of Tajikistan. And when I heard that, I'm very familiar with that region. I operated in that region before, and mountain peaks are like 20,000 foot peaks. You might make it through a valley and get to the Panjshir River, which is the border, and that might be 1,000 foot cliff. If you make it in the river, it's Category 5 rapids, ice melt water. Afghan women, by the way, don't swim. They're not going out in the bikinis on the weekends, and usually they're pregnant or have a kid. So geographically, to be able to cross that river would be like impossibility for Afghan women. And then in addition to that, the Tajik border guard was there. The Taliban saturated the area to prevent that. And then the Russian military was there in force. That wasn't on the news. The Chinese military was there. Chinese special operations was on that border. So what I knew we had to, that was the best thing we could provide, was to go on the other side of the river, come into Afghanistan, and help provide information of where to cross and how to cross. And in our world, that's called thwarting reps. Thwarting rep is how to telling people how to cross the information needed to cross a river. And so there's a guy named Dennis Price, who's staff sergeant in the Marine Corps, Force Recon sniper, and he really wanted to be involved, and he was really bugging me to be involved, and I felt like he had the right skill sets to do it, and so but the problem was he was still in the reserves, and because he had just switched from active duty to reserves, and I'm like, man, you're not about to go because you're in the Marine Corps still, and so I called this commander. I know his commander well, Lieutenant Colonel Tommy Waller. He was commander of 3rd Force Recon Company, and I was like, hey sir, I got this Marine, Force Recon Team Leader of the Year, he's a stud, he really wants to get involved and help. What's the chances you cut him loose? He's like, impossible. Marine Corps is not allowed to send anybody. So and I kind of went in a little bit longer, and he's like, you know what? Just put it in writing. So I did, and he approved it. God bless him. He approved it.
Oh shit.
And so Dennis Price came with me to Tajikistan. In fact, he's been nominated and is going to get the Navy Marine Corps Medal, which is the highest non-combat award for military service, and for this. So Dennis Price and I fly into Tajikistan, and we go about 12 hours through the Tajikistan mountains and get on that border. And for 10 days, we did about 97 miles of border reconnaissance, route reps, lots of spot reports. I had to border a deal with our intelligence agency to say, hey, I need imagery on that river, and because they wanted spot reports of the Russians and Chinese there. And I'm like, I'll give you spot reports, but I want something in return. I want imagery, and so we were able to get some imagery of where that river, and get some good real time imagery of where the Taliban checkpoints were and stuff like that. So we had that going into it, and able to trade that information back to to our intelligence agencies, and then provide it to other NGOs and to the resistance force that were trying to get their women and children out. And so for over those 10 days, we every night we'd identify a spot that we thought was a good crossing, and when under darkness, Dennis and I would swim across the Panjshir River in Afghanistan and do a fording rep, figuring out how deep the river is, how fast the water is, how cold it is, how wide it is, where's the cover and concealment on both sides? What do the entry points look like? Where are all the bad guys? What's the routes to and from? And where the anchor points are for rope bridges. And then if we identified that as a crossable place, then we'd stage the right equipment for them and give a 10-point 10-digit grid coordinates of where that equipment was staged with instructions how to cross. And so we did that every night for 10 days. And,
Wow.
And it's close. Like sometimes, we've had some. It's in the kind of outlined in the book Saving Aziz. We had some very close proximity within 30 yards of the Taliban at one point, and it was a pretty. The build up to doing that was I had to really deal with Afghanistan from the first time in dealing with that. Go and get Aziz. By the way, who actually grabbed Aziz was a PJ unit. So we were able to, we were walking. It took Aziz like eight attempts, and you got to hear it from Aziz's side of the story of him getting to the airport and his personal story with all this. His perspective and stories are amazing. But when we got Aziz to the gate, Shawn Gabler was on the other side of the airport. Aziz went to the wrong side, and he was not going to be able to make it. His wife was bleeding. She had a ruptured appendix surgery. The kids were scared to death because they were getting shot at. And so we had a PJ unit that was working with us and went outside the wire and got him in through the gate. And so getting Aziz was like one thing, but staying there was something else on me personally and especially on my wife. Because my original intent was just to get Aziz, his wife and kids. And this all kind of grew and developed. And as God kept opening doors, I'm like, man, God's opening these doors and creating this opportunity. I got to keep helping. And it just kept growing. And then it came a point to where we're just moving forward. And we're going to cross that river. And my wife's driving me to the airport for Dennis and I to go to Tajikistan. And she's like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? You got Aziz. You got his wife and 6 kids. Like, you guys got 17,000 people out now. Like, what are you trying to prove? And she was scared. And why are you doing this? And I'm like, if God's opening these doors, we have to keep helping. And she just couldn't understand that. And I said this, and this is the best way I know to explain. What if it was us? What if it was our sons that would be forced into madrasas to become Taliban? What if it was our daughter Haley that'd be raped and sexually enslaved the rest of her life? They'd already started taking girls as young as 9 years old to be sex slaves the rest of their life. 20 million women and little girls left in Afghanistan to be subjected to that. Like what if it was us? Wouldn't we be praying that someone somewhere would come help us? I know I would be.
Yeah.
Like there's a dad, there's a mom, there's a little girl praying that we're going to come. And as long as God opens these doors, we're going to walk through them. And if the door gets shut and it feels like I'm making it happen for my own pride or ego or my own desire to do something, then I'll stop. And she actually at that moment, she's like, you know what? Like with that, she's like, you need to go. And I got on a plane, and because of what she was saying, I remember flying, and I had this fear come over me. And anybody that's dealt with anything like that knows when fear starts creeping in, if you let it take root, it'll destroy you. And I started, the fear was, what if I get out there in those mountains and I have a panic attack again? And Dennis is out there with, what if I have a stroke? Like, right? Because I've been in an ER with blood pressure 200 over 130 than when I was having those panic attacks. What if Dennis has a wife and 4 little kids at home? Like, I started thinking that. And then when that fear came in, that pillar, that fourth pillar, I said, man, I've been for 12 years, or at the time 10 years, I've been going based around the world, speaking to hundreds, thousands of troops, selling in this story that with the 4 pillars, you have all 4 of those pillars, mind, body, spirit, social, that you're about to endure anything. And I talk about a time when I was in Afghanistan, I had just the mind, the body, and the social, but I didn't have the spirit, and it almost cost me everything. But now I've had the 4th pillar, right? I could do it. And I'm like, now here's my chance to test it. And my mind's not quite where it used to be. My body certainly isn't. I tore my freaking muscle off the bone right before this operation, by the way. My longest muscle off the pelvic bone. So I'm going out there injured. Mind's not there. Body's not where it used to be. Socially, I love Dennis, but he's not JSOC, right? And but the only pillar I do have is that spiritual pillar. And in that moment, I just prayed in that flight. I'm like, God, if you're burdened on my heart, to do this, I feel called by you to do this. If you want me to be here to help these women and little girls, like, you need to take away this anxiety. I need to be able to do this without fear, without hesitation. I need to be able to be focused and do this. I'm not going to sleep while I'm there. I need you to give me energy, keep us safe. And when I prayed that, like, I just had just tremendous peace come over me. And I told Dennis in that moment, like, we landed, and I told Dennis what had happened. I wanted to share with someone. He's like, bro, I'm dealing with the same thing. Like, let's pray. And we prayed together. And we got in that plane and we flew there. And then there was one moment we were going to swim across. And I know there's arm track quarterbacks everywhere. So somebody listen to this and probably tell us we're stupid for doing that, because I've heard it all before. But we were about to swim across, and there was a point in the river. Like, when you're doing a 4 rep, it has to be that Goldilocks spot, because the rope bridge has to be close enough for the rope bridge to work. If it's too far, right, then it's too far. It's too far for the rope bridge. If it's too narrow, the current's too strong. It has to be at Goldie. So this was like the perfect spot. Perfect covering, concealment on both sides. There was like a little mud wall, and there was a tree line on the other side. I mean, this spot's perfect. But right now, in this moment, there's 3 Taliban on this roof, about 100 yards from that crossing. To the left, to the right, on this side of the river, there's a Chinese BMP with a PKM, heavy machine gun on the roof, and a spotlight for people swimming across the river. We have to get this information now, and when that BMP moves and the Taliban aren't there, this could be the perfect spot to cross. And so we're gonna have to swim between these people. And that was the only time during that whole week that I felt that fear creeping back up. And I walked off by myself, and I stood on the bank of the river, and I didn't have my Bible, because you don't want to bring a Bible, obviously, that part of the world. I had a burner phone, and so my Bible app, my Bible verses that I have, this little verses on there. And so I went to memory. And that's what I always tell people, like Viktor Frankl talks about in the book I said earlier, you got to memorize God's word, because if it's in your heart and it's in your mind, your soul, then nothing can take it away from you, right? Because you control that. And I recited Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd; I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me in the right path for his name's sake. And even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, because he is with me. His rod and his staff, they comfort me. And he prepares a table for me in the presence of my enemies, and he anoints my head with oil, and my cup overflows. And surely his goodness and love will pursue me all the days of my life, and I'll dwell in the house of the Lord forever. And one of my favorite parts of that verse is the very first words, like, the Lord is my shepherd, I lack nothing. I don't need anything else, right? If he's my shepherd, I don't need anything else. And that gave me this tremendous peace. And Dennis and I, we swam across the river that night in our underwear, clothes and rafting bags, and did that route. And that ended up being, from what I know, best of my knowledge, the route that ended up being the most fruitful.
Damn, man.
And so that's why when that pillars of resiliency to me, 4 days after I came out of the water, I went straight to a speaking event at Marine Corps Boot Camp San Diego, and gave that same speech that I gave all those times before. And I felt like this isn't theory anymore. I'm telling you something that I know. I just came out of the river like a few days ago, and I'm sitting there at Marine Corps Boot Camp, like, I feel just fine. I'm fine, right? I'm not shaking up. Like, I'm here telling you something I believe that's real. The Lord is your shepherd, you lack nothing.
Good for you, man.
Yeah.
Wow. That's you did what no government could do. Your team,
yeah.
You guys as a collective. I mean,
you know what?
You saved so many lives. What did it feel like when you saw Aziz here in the U.S. and you guys reconnected?
Well, I first saw him in Abu Dhabi. I came back from that. I came back from. There was a time in between. I went there. Nick Palmachano was with me. And I went to see we coordinated it. I knocked on his door, he answered the door, and we just grabbed each other, man, hugged each other. He's a big old dude, and we just both started crying. And then his son, Mashkor, who calls me Uncle Chad, and we've been teaching each other English over the phone for a while. And he comes, and he's like, Uncle Chad, and he wraps his arms around me, his legs around me, gives me a big, like, monkey hug, and buries his face in my neck, and man, I just started crying more, and the other kids came hug me, and then Hatra stood in the backside of the room. And here's a significant part about that. When back in time when I'm in Afghanistan, Aziz sees my wife on Yahoo Messenger, and which was a big deal for Afghan to see someone else's wife. To him, it was a big deal. He felt very thankful and privileged. And she just said in passing, like, hey, take care of my husband. And he's like, oh, like I have to protect your husband now. He took that very seriously. And he felt indebted for me to see his wife. And which is, if you know anything about Afghan culture, like not any other Afghan, especially a foreigner, especially like an infidel, right? To see your wife. He wanted me to see his wife. So it was like a big deal, like orchestrated this. He's nervous. I'm nervous. She's at the end of the hall in the bedroom. She's got not a burqa on, but like her face is covered. She's got her eyes showing. And so she pops out and I see her and she's gone. And everybody's nervous, and I'm like, I'm like super uncomfortable. I'm like, I just committed a crime, and that's how I first met her. And then it was super funny. So over the years, I've seen her more and more, and then she like sneak out, make us some food, and I'd see her and her face, and she like, you could tell like you see her face for a little bit and cover it up, like it was just pushing the limit. So now I come there and I'm in Abu Dhabi, give Aziz a hug. His kids are there. And she's on the other side of the room in the back corner, stays in that back corner. Her face is uncovered. And she's huge smile. And she puts her hand over her heart and says, Tasha Kerr, which is thank you. And I say, Tasha Kerr Nest, which is you're welcome. And she holds her hand over her heart for a long extended time. And that was like even though all those years, that was the closest we ever been. Fast forward, they finally land in Texas. I'm coming back from Ukraine. I rushed back from Ukraine. I did almost like a week there without a shower. And I'm like, I have time to get a shower to make my flight. And everybody's going to have to smell me on the way home. But I had enough time. I got a shower, flew back to see Aziz and them because they had just got back. My staff picked them up in the airport, intercepted them from USCIS so they wouldn't get stuck in that freaking horrible process they had. My staff picked them up, took custody of them, brought them to my house. And so they're waiting in my driveway when I come back from Ukraine. And Aziz comes out and hugs me in little Mosh cars running through my yard with my Vizsla dog playing in the front yard of Texas home. It was so cool to see that. And Hatra comes up and throws her arms around me and gives me a giant Texas hug and says, thank you, brother. Like,
man,
that's the full, and man, she's so fun. Like this woman's been caged up her whole life. I was telling you earlier, like, she's like, I want to ride a roller coaster. Took her to New York. We're in a roller coaster, her hands up. She's like, wants to do zip lines and like everything. She just wants to enjoy America and freedom. She's so cool. Yeah.
Man, I love hearing that.
Yeah. Aziz is working for Mighty Oaks. He's in our international team. We, one of the things that, so you said earlier, right? We did what we did what the American government wouldn't do. Yes. And when the governments of the world failed, especially our own, good people, good patriots stood up and did the right thing. And I was upset at first. I remember sitting in a meeting, the Minister of Interior for UAE, all these lawyers, all these generals. I'm like I'm very patriotic and proud. And I'm having to apologize for our country. I'm having to thank them for helping me get Americans out. And Ken Isaac from Samaritan's Purse told me, you know what? Like, yeah, our government did this, but look who's here doing it right. Like, our government did this, but Americans are doing it or doing the right thing in spite of our government. And I was like, you know what? I was embarrassed of our government, but I've never been more proud to be an American in that moment to see Americans coming up and doing the right thing in spite of our government. It was really like a kind of paradox thing for me to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
So I wanted to say that one of the other faults of our government in the SIVs that we did get here, that special immigrant visas like Aziz that did get here, you got to think you did 20 deployments. I did 8 deployments. Like Ian did, my buddy Ian that works for Mighty Oaks, 16 deployments at Delta Force, like all these deployments but the Afghans, like they didn't do deployments. They did 20 years straight of war.
They did one deployment.
One deployment, yeah.
It was 20 years long.
In their backyard, right? One of the most disgusting things Joe Biden said was when he said, if they can't fight for their country, why should we be there fighting for them? 60,000 of them died fighting for their country. 60,000 of them died fighting for their country. And so when they come here, they don't have a VA. They can't go to the VA. Who's going to help them deal with PTSD, combat trauma, not to mention the withdrawal, losing their home, losing everything, and not have to start a new life in a new culture. There's nothing for them. And so when we recognized that at Mighty Oaks, we said, you know what? No one's going to fill that gap. And had amazing donors step in and support this big time. We're going to start an SIV program. So Aziz, for the last year, helped build the SIV program. And so we just ran our first program. We took 1700 CIA interpreters through our program. All but one were 17 Muslims, 1 Christian, all went through our Christian Mighty Oaks program, and it was phenomenal results. And they're all sending. When they went back, they sent tons of other people. So we got we had a huge demand now for, and we're going to keep serving those guys and loving those guys. They can't go to the VA. We're gonna have a place for them to help integrate them the right way in America.
Damn, Chad.
Yeah,
You're an amazing human, brother.
I mean, I'm super.
I mean, you, the people working with you, like everybody that's put this together. I wish there were more people like you in this world.
Oh, man, I feel the same for you, man. As, especially with the everything you're doing with this platform, and as man, I tell you with that though, my son Hunter, who's on an international program, he's Afghanistan's close to his heart as an Afghanistan veteran. Aziz, our team there, man, they just knocked it out of the park with this. They worked so hard to build that program.
Yeah.
As a quote, Mother Teresa said, God will never give you more than you can handle. I just wish you didn't trust me so much. That's been the last few years of my life.
Well, Chad, I want to sit here and dwell on that and talk about all the positivity, but we're running out of time, and I want to get to your next book, which is coming out, A Mission Without Borders, some of the stuff you guys are doing over in Ukraine, especially the rescue mission,
Yeah.
So
I want to start off with that. So first of all, this is the first time I'm mentioning this book, so I thank you for allowing me to. It's we're pre-sales on books are everything. If you can't pre-sell a book, you're not gonna sell opening day. So pre-selling books are important to the success of a book, and why I care about the success of any of my books is because it's tied directly to our mission and what we do. This book, I even did an author's note because it's about Ukraine, and a lot of Americans, myself included, are frustrated with Ukraine. Hundreds of billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars are going to Ukraine in a prolonged war that could be ended in a week if we had the right leadership in our White House. Meanwhile, our southern border, and all the things that we have in our country,
it's a disaster.
It's a disaster, right?
How does this even get cleaned up?
Yeah, I don't know if you can.
Eventually, the herd's going to be thinned.
Yeah.
That's how it gets cleaned up.
Yeah. I do not support that money being sent there. It's corruption in Ukraine. Ukraine's been corrupt for a long time, but so has Washington, D.C. And a lot of the corruption in Ukraine is directly tied to Washington, D.C. But we said it earlier, right? Like I'm not going to ever let politics get in the way of my compassion heart for people. I went into Ukraine. Sea Spray was in Ukraine a few days before because we knew it was going to happen. When the Russians came across, Sea Spray was already there. I went there to meet him there. Initially, we went there not in the capacity of what Mighty Oaks does. We went there to help get Americans out because our White House had pulled our embassy, pulled our troops out, which green-lighted the Russians to cross, by the way, in my opinion. And so we were there to help move Americans that were stuck there out, and that's what we did. And I get into all the different things that we've done, but one was the rescue of Benjamin Hall. And I'll share that story. But when I started this, Hunter, my oldest son, was really a little sour with me because he wanted to be more on the ground involved in Afghanistan evacuations. And when he first wanted to come to Abu Dhabi with me, I took him to Abu Dhabi with me. He ran the operations center there. He was like, I want to go there. I'm like, no way I'm taking you. You're my son. Like, he's like, I'm an Afghanistan veteran. I had an interpreter. It's important to me too. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll keep you where it's safe. And then he wants to come to Ukraine with me. And I'm like, not happening. Right. And why am I doing that? Because I'm his dad and I love him and I want to protect him and I care about him and I fear for him, man. When he went to Afghanistan in 2018 and deployed to Afghanistan, I knew he was getting. He wasn't going as a support and advisory role. He's getting embedded with the Georgian infantry. Like, he's going to see combat, and he did. Kinetic combat. He shot a V-bit. And then his sergeant major was Recon with me. So they like writing me bragging, hey, your son just shot a V-bit, and I'm like, I'd rather not know that. Like, I appreciate that. I'm proud of him, but I appreciate not knowing that. And he's very much like me, and he wants to go out there and get after it. So I'm like, I got to put the reins on him, and so all that really is fear. I mean, when he was in Afghanistan, that's my only time I ever had a panic attack again outside of coming home and
No
resurfaced
kidding.
again because. But look, I got amazing people around me at Mighty Oaks. I leaned on them and I addressed it. And I use the same thing. I'm not ashamed to say that either. As I found their organization that runs that, I struggled again. Why? My son's in combat and I'm worried he's going to die. Like I buried 15 friends from there. Something would probably be wrong with me if it didn't bother me. And but I just leaned into what we do at Mighty Oaks and just used the support I have and snapped me back out of it. And but there was this realization that I had during that time that my friends mentored me to is like, hey, you love Hunter, but as much as you love Hunter, God loves him more. And yeah, as a dad, you could protect Hunter, but God could protect him more. And Hunter could die driving to the grocery store, or he could die doing what God burdens his heart to do in Afghanistan. And I had to really accept that as a father. But I was still on the fence about it when things I had control over, being running Mighty Oaks Foundation, and I'm like, I'm going to keep you safe because it's my job. So I wasn't letting him come to Ukraine. So we ended up building this network, this communications network, all Ukraine, which ended up being pretty profound. We were able to connect all the NGOs and everybody through building this communications network because we were like, what's going to happen? How could Russia really take them out? If they knock out the communication network, none of these NGOs could get fuel, they could get food, they could move people. So we need to build a clandestine communication network. So we built that right out of the gate. And we got thousands of comms packages all over Ukraine developed so people could communicate. And I needed someone that knew comms equipment to be able to go around the U.S. and procure that equipment because you can't go buy 200 Iridium sat phones. You gotta go around and get them, especially when everybody's buying them up. So I tasked Hunter out to do that. He showed up in Ukraine with I think 21 of those big duffel bags. He got all that equipment, went on a country ball, all that equipment, flew that stuff there himself, gets there, and all that equipment's set there. And I'm like, all right, thanks. Go home. And Seaspray's like, you gonna set this stuff up? Like, I'm not setting this stuff up. So Hunter's like, I'll set it up. So he works his way into staying and setting all that comms equipment up. And then now he's building our talk. Got the flat screens. You could track all this equipment. Now I can watch all this equipment real time going to Ukraine as we're distributing it. We could see, hey, somebody needs to be moved here. Now I don't have to go get that person. They got somebody else right here, right?
I'll be damned. Just like his old man, huh? The work ethic.
Yeah, he's just
That's
out
what
there.
got him in there.
He's grinding. Yep, he's just grinding, man. He's just grinding it out. And Seaspray's like, you can't send him home. That we need him now. I'm like, God dang it. But we're in Poland, right? So I'm like, we're good.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, huh, Chad?
Yeah. He's like a little mini me. He looks
You
like
mentioned that's how you got into all these places was the work ethic.
It's true. It is. He just earned it. He earned it. He earned his right to stay there. And then the call comes in for Benjamin Hall. I know you were interested in when the U.S. government can't or won't do something, they could use surrogates. A surrogate would be someone outside the government, meaning not paid, so there's no attribution to the U.S. government, and they could do it. And there's patriots all around the world that use their companies, use their other things. The nonprofit world. If you think of government organizations, right, the government institutions, and then you have NGOs. So I'm not telling you anything that's a secret here. Mm-hmm. Government organizations, NGOs, non-government organizations, nonprofits, do things outside the government. The government could at any time request an NGO to do something as a surrogate for them. And it happens all the time, especially the intelligence agencies do it all the time. And so as we're there, you have relationships and friendships and people know you. And so as we're there setting up, we had got a request from Special Operations Liaison Officer of the Central Intelligence Agency to go get Benjamin Hall. At the same time, simultaneously, we had a call from the Pentagon from a Fox News correspondent because Benjamin Hall worked for Fox News. And that request was to go get Benjamin Hall. For those that don't know, Benjamin Hall is a Fox News correspondent. He was in Kiev at the time of the heavy attack. And so when Kiev was under heavy attack, his vehicle got hit. Whether it's intentional or not, his vehicle got hit, and the two Ukrainians in the vehicle with him were disintegrated. His combat correspondent, Sasha, lost everything. The only thing remaining of her was her arm. Pierre, his 25-year Fox cameraman, amazing guy, covered a lot in Afghanistan, just won Everybody talks about an incredible human being. He was killed instantly, and Benjamin Hall was catastrophically wounded. Lost a foot, lost a leg. Should have kept his hand, but it's pretty bad. Lost an eye. They didn't think he was going to make it. Traumatic brain injury. He was blown up really bad. Ukrainian troops saw him. They took him to a military hospital. And so the call was, and I remember we were in the living room. There was 9 of us in the living room. And the C spray's on the phone, and we see him start to write, like, hey, everybody be quiet, something serious is going on. Everybody knows right away. Like, everyone's laughing, it's goofing off, but something serious is going on. And C spray starts writing stuff down. He hangs up the phone, and he's like, hey, Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall been catastrophically wounded. He's got a wife and 2 little girls at home. U.S. military is not going to go get him. The agency's not going to go get him. If we don't go get him right now, he's going to die. Who's in? 9 people in that room. 8 former military guys. 1 professional baseball player just happened to be in the room at the time, Adam LaRouche. And everybody's like, let's go get him. Not one person hesitated, including my son. Let's go get him. And, I always talk about these things being miracles, but you can't argue when God does something to set something up. An hour before that phone call, we had just got 2 ambulances, yellow EMT vest, badges made, and paperwork to make us look like EMTs because we knew that was the only way to pass through checkpoints at night, an hour before that call. If we wouldn't have had those assets in place, we were building those assets in place to be able to have access and placement. If we didn't have those assets in place at that time of that call, we wouldn't have been able to do it. An hour before that call, Dakota Myers was there. Dr. Raddick, like all these guys, we had Dr. Raddick who's a surgeon, a trauma surgeon who ran a I think he was at JMO unit, like all these, everything was in the right place to be able to pull a trigger and just say, grab your bags, let's go. And I believe God orchestrated that. Within about 30 minutes, we got in the vehicles and loading up. And as we were loading up, I seen Hunter throw his bag in the back of that ambulance to go. And C Spray looks at me and goes, is Hunter coming? And I'm like, yeah, if you say he's coming, I'm not going to make that decision. If you say he's coming, he's coming. I was going to relinquish that. And C Spray said, man, I need somebody to run the talk. Shawn's going to stay back and run the talk. The solo from the solo guy is going to come sit in the talk, but I need Hunter here because he knows how this stuff works. And I'm like, if I tell him, he's going to think I'm holding him back. He's like, I'll tell him. And so C Spray told him he had to stay back. And I could tell he was just like, hey, he said, where you need me, that's where I'm going to be. But he wanted to come. And it tore my heart out to see him. I know he wanted to be there. And we got in the vehicles. We drove across a vehicle, B vehicle. C Spray was leading one vehicle. I was leading the other. Me, Adam, and Dakota was in one. We stopped outside the city as a kind of backup element, QRF backup element. C Spray and then went in the city, grabbed Benjamin Hall. I can't say exactly how it all happened because there's some things that I think I'd probably get in trouble for saying, but got him in the vehicle and got him eventually. I mean, his feet were gone. He's shrapnel through his throat.
Damn.
His brains, they have a tube in his brain. His hand's blown off, not blown off, blown pretty bad. And he's like Dr. Raddick's, like we have to move him. And we knew in that moment, like if we didn't move him then, like he was going to die. And C Spray and him had to move him out of the hospital, and the hospital was like, hey, we can only release him. So they like just stole him out of the hospital because they were like arguing, hey, you guys doctors, who are you guys? And we're just like, just took him out. And so got him across the border, and when we got him across the border, the 82nd Airborne was waiting in a helicopter. C Spray and Bo loaded him on the helicopter, and then flew him to aeromedical C-130. Got him on an aeromedical C-130 and flew him to Launch Dual, Germany, and eventually to Brooke Army Medical Center in Texas. where he recovered. The next day, we were asked to go get the body of Pierre, and I was like, I'll make the call. Like, no, we're not gonna go get a body. Kiev's still like getting rocketed. It's under a heavy attack. Russia's they circled the city. They were trying to close in on it. We're not gonna go. And I mean, we've been to other cities since then, but we're not going to go in just for a body.
Yeah.
And then his wife Michelle showed up and was like, "I want my son. I want my husband." And we were like, "Yes, ma'am." And we went in, and I actually drove Pierre's body out in a hearse. He was in a hearse, and the guy was trying to use the hearse to get out of. He's like, "Hey, I need to drive him out. It's my hearse." And I'm like, "Hey, we're gonna buy your hearse from you." And he's like, "No, I'm not selling my hearse." And I'm like, "Yeah, you don't understand. Either you're selling your hearse or we're going to steal your hearse. We're taking this." We didn't want to remove that casket from the hearse. And I put him on. I'm like, "Hey, get on the phone, Fox News, make the deal of your life. They're going to pay you for whatever you want for this car. And they'll transfer you money." And we got that hearse. But I remember like going in the back, and we had to open it and verify it was his body. And at this moment, they had he's from Ireland, and they had an Irish flag. And they had really set him up like dignified, but they had an Irish flag in the back. And I remember like it made me realize like our guys, right, when they come home, and how on the casket we put the blue at the head and the stripes go down to the feet. And so I quickly Googled like, how's the Irish flag go? Green. It's a green orange at the head, and so I looked it up on Google real quick. And I started putting it over, and I actually got like really frantic, and I was trying to tape it on, and Seaspray came back and he grabbed my hand. He's like, "You all right, brother?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I just want to do this right, man." We were taking him to his wife, and we took our time. We put the flag on, and we drove. I drove the hearse, and Seaspray and them were in front of me in an ambulance, and we got him across the border and delivered him to his wife. In a dignified way. And since then we've gotten some other bodies. Dan Swift, a Navy SEAL, who his mother reached out, and the U.S. State Department were told her terrible, treated her terribly. Some conflict with his service, and it's like, who cares? He's a Navy SEAL that is there trying to help people. We're gonna get him out and get him home to his mom and his kids. And so we got his body out, and then we've gotten to do so many amazing things, and our team's been all over. I mean. But through that process, I was kind of fast forward into this. There was a moment where things progressed, and Hunter eventually got to come across the border into Ukraine. He and I went, and I was like, it's a pretty safe kind of trip, and I took him, just me and him, and I watched his composure. I watched how he handled it. And I'm like, you know what? God's doesn't just call me to do these things. Like, He calls other people too, including Hunter. And if God has a calling on Hunter's heart to do these things, who am I to keep him from doing these things, right? I don't want to spend my whole life keeping him from doing the things that God's called him to do. I wouldn't want anybody doing that to me. And so I had to relinquish it. I had to go back to the promise in 2018 to realize God loves him more than I can. God can protect him better than I can. And God has a call in his life too. And I made the decision to relinquish that, as hard as it was as a dad to do that, and let him kind of run. And man, we got asked to go to a place called Izum, Seaspray and I. Izum, Ukraine, and the Russians had occupied Izum for about 6 months, and the Ukrainians were claiming that they had executed about 1,400 women and children and put them in a mass grave, and the agency was worried that was propaganda, that they were just using it for propaganda for the get more money, and so we were asked by the Solo, hey, will you make sure that this is for real, right? Make sure this is real. And then in that same area, there's a Marine that was fighting for the Ukrainians. He got shot in the stomach, and we heard that he was captured, and we potentially could get him. So me and Seaspray started heading to that area to do those two things. The Marine went MIA. We couldn't find him. We couldn't find where he went. And then Hunter, at the same time, went to a place called Bakhmut. Bakhmut, probably since the invasion, is every minute on the minute since the invasion has been bombed, and he was going there to bring some medical equipment to some troops there. As four guys, like a CAG guy, Hunter, a Marsat guy, and a I think a Force Recon guy, like all pretty experienced guys. They were going, and Hunter was leading that team into Bakhmut, And so I'm in a Zoom, Hunter's in Bakhmut, two separate things, about 3 hours apart. And we go in and we identify those mass graves, those were mass graves, by the way, there. And then we go to this other place with the national chief of police for all of Ukraine. And while we were there, the Russians closed the line behind us. And when they close the line behind us, we get caught in the middle of some of the most kinetic stuff I had ever seen. We were driving and I seen two MiGs fly over, and I told Cece, well, those MiGs, and he's like, yeah. I'm like, you ever see that before? He's like, no, bro. Like, those are MiGs, and they did a bombing run, like, I don't know how far away, but enough. We seen the plume come up, and then started having IDF. And then we were caught by this building, and then it got pretty like within 100, 200 yards, indirect fire. I mean, dirt flying over, like dirt landing on us. We got against this building. The windows got blown out of the building. Like literally, like I was showing you some of the pictures earlier. Some of the Russian troops. That was that day. Like I could hear I could hear the buffer springs in the AKs, like as the rounds they were functioning, like I could hear the weapons functioning.
Damn.
And it was, and so I call Hunter on the phone, on the sat phone, to tell him what's going on. And when I call Hunter, I could hear the indirect fire landing around him. And so at the same time, me and him were taking indirect fire, and about 3 hours apart. And I went to being worried about me to being worried about him, and then seeing after how he handled himself in that situation, and just instill the confidence in me that I'm carrying with me right now. He just got back like a few days ago from another trip in Ukraine. I think he's been there 13 or 14 times now, and he just does an incredible job at what he's doing. He's leading a team now. They're doing more, taking people out to train the chaplain teams and stuff like that. And at this point, we've reached a point to where we've done everything we could do there. Now it's train the trainer and let them have it. So it's pretty much a mission complete for us there. And focus on other areas of the world, but he's made me just extremely proud, and so this book is telling that story. It's a story of fear to faith. The fear as a father to the faith in saying, sometimes there's things we have to let go and that we can't control, and we just have to have faith that God can control them better than us.
Man.
So,
A Mission Without Borders is for pre-sale right now.
For pre-sale right now, and I would so much appreciate people supporting it. Everything I do, by the way, all my books and stuff like that supports the work that we do. And so it
all goes to the Mighty Oak Foundation.
Yeah, supports the work that we do, and so it's getting mine to support. And when you pre-order a book, people are like, oh, I don't want to wait for it, but not just me, any author, like I know whenever you do something one day, and any of these guys you support, when you pre-order a book, what it does is tells the vendors that people are interested in the book, and it helps get the advanced purchase, which they put more marketing behind it. So one of the best ways to support authors, especially in our community that is always pre-order the book for them. Yeah. So yeah, and I want to close with one thing on this. There's a lot of verses I love in the Bible. I probably have a different favorite verse all the time, but I think the most powerful verse in all the Bible is Genesis 1:1. I have all the Bible, and I've read the Bible cover to cover, right? And it makes some pretty bold claims, by the way, all of which I believe are true, and I've read it cover to cover. But the most powerful verse in all the Bible to me is Genesis 1:1. The first 10 words of the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Like in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. And so why would I say that's the most powerful verse in all the Bible? Because if you believe that, if you believe that first 10 words that God created all, then you have to understand that God has authority over all. And if God has authority over everything, well, then he's sovereign. And if God's sovereign, then he holds all of our fears, our insecurities, he holds everything in the palm of our hands. And that knowledge of knowing that God holds all in the palm of his hands, what actually do we have to be scared of, right? If God's in control of all. So to me, that's the most powerful thing, to understand that God created the heavens and earth. He created all. He has authority over all. He's sovereign, and he's good, and he loves us and cares about us. And he loves cares about our kids too, even if they're in a place like Ukraine, right?
God bless you, Chad. You're doing amazing stuff. God's working through you, and it's a real honor to have you here.
Oh man, I appreciate it being here. This was something I looked forward to for a long time, man. I'm glad it's and I believe, podcast aside, I believe it's the beginning for a friendship. So,
me too.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming out.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
And link will be in the description on that. If you want to support Mighty Oaks Foundation, link's down there too. Everybody check it out. Very apparent you are doing amazing things. So thank you. And once again, Chad, it's an honor. God bless you.
You've heard me talk about my passion for ketone supplements and how they boost your workouts by helping your body use fatty acids for fuel. I take a shot of HVMN's ketone supplement before my morning workout and before I record my show. It's not an energy drink, but what it does do is it gives me the energy and the clarity that I need to get through my day. I don't drink coffee, so this is my go-to when I need that edge. Ketone IQ comes in convenient shots and are great for workouts or when you need to be in the zone. Some of the world's best athletes rely on this to improve their performance because it doesn't contain sugar or caffeine, but it gives them the same benefits. I wish I had this when I was on active duty. I have more endurance, I don't get the crash, and it helps curb my appetite when I'm doing a long day of interviews without a food break. Folks, HVMN is offering my audience 30% off your first subscription order of Ketone IQ at hvmn.com/Shawn. Again, visit hvmn.com/Shawn and subscribe upon checkout for 30% off. Find Ketone IQ in your local Sprouts or Earth Bar stores nationwide. Hey everybody, I'm Shawn Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Shawn Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.